As Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9:03 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in the meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that can be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioner's presence.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll that you are attending remotely and also disclose where you are physically attending from. I'll call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending the meeting remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade. Brittany Kellum.
Present and attending remotely from Lansing, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Hi, Rhonda. You're sounding a bit muffled.
Can you hear me now?
It sounds a bit like your reception is a little garbled.
My internet is kind of bad today, but I'm present and attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Okay, got that. Thank you. Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Okay. All right. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Commissioner Rothhorn.
We do have a Braille vendor that we need to approve. So I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda for new business item 6A it is the approval of a Braille vendor.
Okay, we have a motion to amend the agenda to add approval of a Braille vendor to item 6A. Do we have a second? So motion by Commissioner Rothhorn, seconded by Commissioner, I believe that was Weiss, to approve the Braille vendor. Is there any debate or discussion on the amendment? Okay, all in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. And for the record, Commissioner Lang, I believe you were an aye. Could you just confirm that one more time?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. So the amendment carries. Did we have another amendment for discussion about individual plans?
I'll make that amendment. Let's move to, I'd like to motion that we talk about or have a time to understand how individual commissioners can adopt or submit their individual plans before the end of the day today. Again, that would be new business, item 6B.
Okay. Do we have a second for that? Okay, motion made by Commissioner Rothorn, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
I was under the impression that we could no longer submit individual maps that weren't there unless we run into the thing where we can't vote on one on December 30th.
That may exactly be true. That's why we want to have it on the agenda to make sure that every commissioner knows
Oh,
about it.
got
It's
it.
just,
Okay.
it's just that, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, all in favor of approving the amendments, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the ayes prevail and the amendment is adopted. All right, moving back to the initial motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett to adopt the meeting agenda as amended at this point. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The agenda is adopted. All right, thank you, everybody. At this point, we are going to move on to public comments. Without objection, we will begin the public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objections, we will proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Good morning, Commission. Thanks for all your hard work as usual. I want to thank Commissioner Eid for promoting promoting voting on Monday evening. I spent Tuesday as an election inspector sitting in a precinct, and these details will be important. Bounded by Auburn Road, South Boulevard on the south side, and sandwiched between Updike and I-75 in Auburn Hills. While I was working, you made Oxford whole on the Pine map, and thank you for doing that, and thereby created a great opportunity to strengthen Pontiac, Auburn Hills, and Waterford by moving the precinct that I sat at with those details into Pontiac, taking the Bloomfield Township precinct that you added out and substituting in 3 small precincts in Waterford for the 3 most distant ones that are currently in there. The VRA statistics go up and everything gets better.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2.
Hi, my name is Kyle Zawacki. I grew up in northern Monroe County, and I also taught in southern Wayne County and Huron Township and Taylor. I want to thank the commission for all their hard work. I supported proposal 2, and this is exactly what we were looking for. I want to take a look at the Pine map, especially the proposed districts of 40, 65, and 60. The biggest thing is combining Taylor and Monroe. Those are 2 very drastic, different communities. Monroe in northern Monroe County is much more agrarian and agricultural community, while Taylor specifically is a more suburb of the city of Detroit. A very good dividing line would be Wayne County and Monroe County itself. If you need to combine a township in Wayne County with Monroe, look at Huron Township. It's the most agrarian and rural population in Wayne County that could be combined with Monroe. I think Ypsi and Ann Arbor looks great. I think Jackson and Chelsea looks great. The biggest thing is to try and keep Taylor whole. So thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 3.
Good morning. My name is Ryland Bennett. I'm a student here at Michigan State. The commission is blatantly dismissing Michigan's feedback on communities of interest and instead focusing on breaking them up to create areas of partisan fairness. Supporters of this commission voted for it in proposal 2, so that the creation would lead to fair maps that didn't benefit any political party or incumbent politicians and would prioritize public input on these community of interests that would be fully transparent and open process. The commission has repeatedly ignored both the testimony of voters and expressed concern with ripping apart the communities of interest. The commission does not get to decide who these communities of interest are. We do. We're the ones who live in these areas, and the citizens of the state have turned out in droves, both Democrats and Republicans, to talk about these community interests. We plead that you continue to listen to us and take our input on these community of interests. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 4.
Good morning. I'm Crystal Boyd, legal assistant to Sarah Howard, the attorney for the Fair Maps Project. Your state Senate map gives Republicans a disproportionate advantage, but your state House map needs even more work. We strongly encourage you to keep working to get all 4 metrics to 0. Please stay the course. Remember that your seat count by itself can mislead you. The question that your seat votes ratio seeks to answer is, can the party that wins 52.3% of the vote get 52.3% of the seats? The question you should be asking instead is, can the party that wins the majority of votes get a majority of the seats? Remember that a district that gives the Republican Party a 2% bonus over their statewide vote is not a Democratic seat. We published a report last week on this matter, and we encourage you to at least skim it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 5.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Sarah Howard, the attorney for the Fair Maps Project. We knew and predicted that when you started trying to fix the pro-Republican bias in your maps and get to partisan fairness, Republican partisans would accuse you of gerrymandering for Democrats. Last night, the state GOP sent an email begging people to come here and say exactly that. Here's a couple of the suggested GOP talking points we expect you to hear. Number 1, quote, you are gerrymandering for Democrats under the guise of partisan fairness. Number 2, quote, Michigan is not a blue state. We are a purple state that has elected at the top of the ticket in the past 6 years, 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats. If you hear comments along these lines, you'll know where they come from. By the way, 6 years ago was 2015. Since then, 1 Republican and 2 Democrats have won the top of the ticket. If you redraw Detroit to reflect actual communities of interest as you should, it will help you, not hurt you, on partisan fairness measures. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6.
Hello, my name is Sean Lee. I live in Leone Township, Jackson County. I'm here today because I don't agree with the way you have split up Jackson County and combined it in with Wash or Ann Arbor. We actually have nothing in common with each other. And the Michigan Civil Rights Chief Executive Director John E. Johnson Jr. says that the proposed maps violate the Voting Rights Act. Protecting the Voting Rights Act is of paramount concern and is listed in the first of priorities for a reason. That communities of interest are more listed above partisan fairness and that they must respect the input from the thousands of voters across Michigan who have asked them to protect our communities. Thank you for your service, and please consider everyone's input. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 7.
Hi. In the course of collecting thousands of signatures and having thousands of conversations with Michiganders of all political stripes and no political affiliation, the 2 things I heard most when I was volunteering for voters, not politicians, was shock at the way redistricting is done previously, and the fact that their representatives do not listen to them, do not meet with them, don't represent them. And that's the importance of partisan fairness in your maps. If you don't solve that problem in your Michigan House map, it's not going to solve the problem that we've been trying to solve with this commission. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 8.
Hello, my name is Christina Sarazin, and I work for the UAW Region 1D, but I'm coming to you as a resident of Genesee County. I want to thank you for your continued work on the maps and for unpacking Lansing yesterday and for the work that you did on Flint. listening to the people and what they asked for. I would also like to ask you, the commission, to consider looking at the 2016 statewide election while evaluating partisan fairness while drawing the maps. Since 2016 was the closest statewide election over the last decade, I think running those numbers with the proposed maps will point you in the direction of fairness and where to make changes. A 4% efficiency gap is still too high, but you're making great progress and it's very appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 9.
Good morning. I'm Karen Andrews, and I have lived in Clinton County over 60 years. So I feel like I can speak for the majority of Clinton County. We are a rural community. We're a cultural community, small town. We need to be kept intact. You've asked for public comment. Repeatedly, we have expressed very simple requests. Keep Clinton County intact. It's logical, it's common sense, it's very clear boundaries. Lansing and East Lansing should be intact as well, but they should be separated from Clinton County. We do not share communities of interest. That is an important factor in your rules and regulations for devising your maps. However, we do not feel like you're listening to us. And we also feel like if we are combined with Lansing and East Lansing, like you've set up in the map for their state house, we will not be well represented. So please listen to we the people. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 9. Oh, you were number 9. I'm sorry, number 10.
Morning all. My name is Eric. I'm a student here at MSU. I wanted to reiterate the importance of representing the communities that you guys are drawing these lines for. As a student here, I don't want the areas of Lansing and East Lansing to be split up into 2 different districts. I think that's just one of the things that we need to remember that are important here. Something I wanted to highlight as well is the city of Ann Arbor. Some of the counties there were broken up from Marshall to Calhoun. That was about 4 different counties, and there were other municipalities along that line. We want to make sure things like this aren't happening that favor one party or the other. If myself as a student can see that, I think a lot of the public can see that, and I'm sure you guys know that as well. So I just wanted to reiterate that importance. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 11.
Good morning, and thank you. My name is Steve Dawes. I'm actually the director of UAW Region 1D. We represent 73 to 83 counties. I want to thank you for all the hard work you've been doing. And from where you started to where you are today, I commend you on listening to the people, listening to the voters, and making the changes. I encourage you to keep moving forward with them changes, especially what you did with the Flint and Lansing. I spoke in Flint about looking at splitting the Flint up when it would have went to 2 different places that frankly didn't give a damn about the city of Flint. But I want to go back in a little bit of history to remind you why you're here and what you're doing. In 2012, the voters of this great state overwhelmingly voted down the Emergency Manager Financial Act, only to see the Republicans turn around and ram it down their throats. So now we stand in front of you after 2.5 million people voted for you, independent people, to do what's right for us in the state of Michigan. Thank you, and have a great day and weekend.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 12.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ben. I'm a student here at Michigan State University, and I want to encourage you guys to focus on communities of interest rather than partisan fairness. I think an example of this is with Benton Harbor. Currently, Benton Harbor is in the district of Saugatuck and South Haven and New Buffalo, which are arguably all tourist traps. Haven't seen the news, Benton Harbor is facing a serious crisis right now with their water. By diluting their voices and having them with tourist traps, they're not going to be as heard as much by a single state representative. The state reps potential will be distracted elsewhere towards those tourist traps and those more predominantly white areas. So I'd encourage you to go back, re-examine Berrien County and Benton Harbor in particular, and make sure to try to focus on trying to disconnect it from those other areas to have a Benton Harbor focused district. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is we have number 13. Is that right? 13?
Thank you for all your hard work. My name is Eugene Greenstein. I live in Farmington Hills in Oakland County. I addressed you a couple of weeks ago at TCF. I spoke with the importance of communities of interest and the importance of regular geometry, keeping cities together and counties as people choose to live in the specific areas because of their common interests. Living in the 14th Congressional District, I know what it's like to be gerrymandered. The Democrats at TCF meeting were complaining that you ignored the fact that they elected you and wanted politics first, which is the exact opposite of the reason we were told to support Proposal 2. If you're going to take into account politics, then it has to be for both sides. Better, though, is that you do what was promised to the voters, prioritizing by communities of interest, as I mentioned, and as promised by the executive director of Voters Not Politicians in 2018. We should not have gerrymandering in any way, shape, or form. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, that's good. All right, that concludes our in-person public commentary. Individuals who've signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public commentary will now be allowed to do so. I will call on your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you'll be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on a phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is Mr. James Gallant. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Hello, this is James Gallant. Marquette, these are my opinions. Yesterday, we saw this commission's true colors, and they're not red, white, and blue like our flag. Commissioner Witches attempted to bully the chair and vice chair, and I applaud Zatella for doing the right thing there. And now Witches didn't want the vice chair. He wanted Rawthorne to continue to facilitate the discussion concerning the maps before the issue was legitimately before the commission, as required under the current rules of procedure, as they're written absolutely right now. Go and check. I believe the court, including Justice Bernstein, will see clearly that the maps are not currently before the commission until there is a motion that has been properly seconded. Your alleged new model is not new at all. This is the Dutch polder model, and it's cheating and it's crooked if you're not following the rules of procedure in this country and the fundamental principle of parliamentary law. You all know that it's not really before you until you make the motion, and yet you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Ms. Tapia?
Hi, good morning, commissioners. I want to thank you for all the hard work you're doing in editing these maps. I really wanted to thank Commissioner Brittany Kellum for her hard work in focusing on Detroit. Please continue to focus on Detroit and in Flint in those VRA districts. It is critical that you listen to those communities of interest. You still need to make changes to the Cherry Senate map that hasn't addressed those issues for Detroit or Flint. I am working with cohort members, nearly 40 nonprofit community of interest across the state that have submitted their community of interest maps. And the LGBT Detroit Palmer Park community of interest continues to be cut in all of your maps. This particular community of interest has the most public comments of support on your portal, and you continue to ignore it. So if you're not listening to the communities of interest, who are you listening to? I appreciate the work that you've done on partisan fairness, but please continue to do your work in Detroit and Southeast Michigan.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Anthony Scannell?
Hello, Commission. I call this map prison gerrymandering. If you wanted to know why it's better for Wayne County, well, you would have already known why, because I've been saying it along the way the whole time, beyond just Mickey Mouse ears, and you would have changed it before it ever got to this point. But the problem is, it seems like some commissions are skeptical of just certain public input. They think it's inherently problematic. Is it problematic to pay attention? because I've been paying attention long enough to notice closely enough that you've disregarded similar live comments given by individuals from Trenton, River Rouge, and Ecorse along the lines of mine, and you failed to synthesize them together about your congressional map. I know a stall tactic when I see one. This appears to be an emergency manager style drafting, wherein a person not from our locality gets to make decisions from us. And that person said COIs don't matter in congressional districts because it's all about allocating money. But that aside, what COI could you even justify your Chestnut congressional or Detroit districts with? I don't think you could. And it's not like MDOS is going to hold you to any standard of accuracy for that. And how about your Monroe to Berrien border COI congressional district? No one's going to call that out for the canard that it is. I can't in good conscience remain silent while you act like this.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Marion Mahoney, number 4.
Yes,
and I'm going to ask. Go ahead.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. This is Marion Mahoney. I'm a 26-year resident of Novi in southwestern Oakland County. On the State House, the Pine map is best, but still needs work. Please do not split the city of Novi between districts. Please include all Novi precincts in District 110. On the State Senate, the Cherry map is best, but also needs some work. Please remove Washtenaw County from District 11. Washtenaw County has no common interest with Novi or the rest of District 11. On the U.S. Congress, please move forward with the Birch map. The Chestnut map is terrible for Novi. We belong with our Oakland County neighbors where we have shared economic interests along I-96 and I-696 corridors. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 5, which is Carol Chi or Chai. I'm not sure which way.
Hi, this is Carol Chi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Thank you so much for taking my comments. I'd like to thank Brittany Kellum and Juanita Carey. I was watching a couple days ago, and I was also working Tuesday at the election in Sterling Heights. And I appreciate what they did with Detroit, and keep on working on this, please, all of you. The party with the most votes should get the most seats in Michigan. Partisan fairness above all, even though COI is important. I understand that completely. We shouldn't have to have 4 votes to overcome 1 vote of the other party as in the past 10 years. And I agree with live speakers number number 4, 5, and 11. 2 of them were lawyers, and I think the last one was a UAW guy. Thanks so much for your work. I know it's hard to do, but keep on working. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Nina Dodge Abrams, number 9.
Nina, if you can unmute, you're free to address the commission.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Let me take off do the video. I'm Nina Abrams from South Oakland County. I'm asking you to please not split the cities of Royal Oak Township, 2,400 people, Oak Park, Ferndale, or Berkeley. You are dividing communities of interest, middle class, Black, Jewish, gay, water problems, and libraries. There is no purpose to having these as vertical districts going over 8 Mile. They should be, Southeast Oakland should be horizontal districts. Also, this would do better for giving Detroit majority districts. The Republicans gave 17 majority districts. You should do no less. Fair maps create level playing field and a healthier state for everyone. Thank you for your work on all of this. I'm hoping that you go back and you look at getting partisan fairness. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Chris Herwire, number 10.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Herwire, and I'm a resident of Wyoming in Kent County. I want to thank you all for listening to our testimony over the past several months. The changes you made to your state house maps in the Grand Rapids Metro yesterday is evidence of that. Overall, these changes have gotten you a lot closer to achieving maps that aren't biased toward any political party. And over these final 2 days, I hope you will continue refining these maps in the Metro Detroit and Flint areas to help achieve an efficiency gap of less than 1%. Doing this is the only true way that we can achieve partisan fairness in the state house so that the party that receives the most votes wins the most number of seats. Again, I do greatly appreciate your commitment to the process, and I look forward to seeing the final drafts at the end of the day tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. At this point, I'm going to ask my vice chair to take over and facilitate calling the names out. Next on our list is number 11, Anita Fitz.
Hello, my name is Anita Fitz, and I am a retired IT manager and long-term resident of Rochester Hills. I've spoken before, but I think my request warrants repeating, and that is to keep Rochester and Rochester Hills together in the same district. They are the same community, and they share the schools, community activities, library, hospital, and the same downtown. As a matter of fact, the downtown merchants and other businesses depend on Rochester Hills customers. That is the way the community has grown over, especially the last 40 years that I've seen. It is very much a suburban area, whereas Oakland Township is more rural. They have different issues, different concerns. And I would like to echo the comments made earlier about the fairness criterion that is not being met. Gerrymandering refers to creating political advantage, and that is what we want to avoid. So
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next is number 12, Barb Hanley Miller.
Good morning. I am from Bay County, Michigan, and I'm speaking to you to support the Congressional Birch version 2 map that you have drawn, and specifically District 8. Thank you for this map joining the urban cities of Flint, Saginaw Bay City, and Midland. There will be many benefits to this representation: shared urban, industrial, economic, educational, Saginaw Bay watershed issues. So thank you. You are hearing pushback from some Midland residents who want to be paired with Gladwin still, and a congressional district that would move west from there across Michigan. You listened and you wisely set aside that map because you knew that it was not in balance. It was a concessionary partisan district. Now you are hearing cries of gerrymandering in this district, and that is just not the definition of gerrymandering. This is a fair, competitive district in which either party has the potential to win. So it just doesn't fit those talking points. And please,
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 13, Sierra Lowe.
Good morning. Thank you for incorporating public feedback into the Pine V5 map, but the State House maps still need work. Partisan fairness is the most important thing to keep in mind when drawing the State House map, just like the State Senate map. Folks are complaining about gerrymandering today. Well, focusing on partisan fairness is the way to combat that. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 14, Lori Lisi.
Can you guys hear me yet?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. My name is Lori Lisi. I'm from Huntington Woods, and I want to thank you for your painstaking work. This is my third time speaking before you, and my message is the same. I consistently have been asking for fairness in your maps. Myself and many others stood in the rain and the snow to collect signatures for this initiative, and we went door to door, and the message we heard from those at the doors was consistently that they would vote for this because of fairness. Your house map is not even close to a zero efficiency gap. That's a very objective measure that you guys can use to when choosing your final maps. If you're running out of time, there is no shame in adopting other ideas. In fact, there is wisdom in using other good maps that have been submitted to you guys. And I would ask why maps were encouraged to be submitted if there was no intention to possibly use them or look to them. Thank you again for your good faith efforts and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 16, Lori Evans.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Lori Evans, and I'm a 24-year resident of Troy. When I first viewed the final drafts of the state house district maps the commission had produced, I was relieved to see a Troy district that kept our city intact. Keeping Troy together showed attention to communities of interest and partisan fairness. These are two of the goals I worked hard for in campaigning for Proposal 2. I'm here today because of the suggestion that the commission may now be considering dividing Troy across districts, undoing partisan fairness and unnecessarily dividing a city that is uniquely united across a diverse population. I'm deeply concerned about a proposal to divide Troy. Well, excuse me, while Troy is a large city, the largest in Oakland County, it has a unique integrity. We are unified around shared economic, social, educational, and recreational resources. Dividing Troy and dividing our representation would create a damaging split in what is a natural community of interest. I urge you to return to original mapping and keep Troy whole. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We're going to take a break for the moment and return to actually, we're going to go to Matt Wiedenhoff next, and then we'll return to in-person public comment. So Matt Wiedenhoff, please continue.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I live in Georgetown Township. I work in Allendale. My children attend school in Spring Lake, and all these are in Ottawa County, which is West Michigan. The Birch map cuts Ottawa County into 3 districts. So I'll live in one, I'll work in one, and my kids will go to school in a different one. This is not acceptable. There's no reason that Ottawa County should be divided into 3. That's the Birch map. The Chestnut also divides the Lakeshore and Ottawa County in a gerrymandering way, which is what we're trying to avoid. Splitting Georgetown Township is scooping up agricultural communities like Allendale to gerrymander GR. Grand Rapids is in Muskegon's a partisan dream. The Apple map represents a clear community of interest along the lakeshore. Hundreds of Ottawa County residents are asking for this. West Michigan shouldn't suffer because we don't have somebody on the commission from this area. This makes it even more important to listen to the parents and residents of people like me. Nobody wanted gerrymandering. Yes to Apple.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have the live in-person yet? We do not. Or right in the green jacket, sir, are you ready to speak?
Sir, are you ready? Did you sign up for public comment?
So we'll move on to Regina Randall, our next in remote public comment, and then we'll return to you, sir. So Regina Randall, please.
That participant is not present.
Thank you. Let's move on to Judy Hart.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Judy Hart. I live in Washtenaw County, and I'm a 69-year-old. I'm a 69-year-old resident of Michigan. I want to thank you for taking partisan fairness seriously, which is reflective in the new maps. Please do the same in the House. Please don't let people sway you to change the good work that you have done. In Detroit, their VRA seems to be suspect. Please continue to make partisan fairness a priority. And again, thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. So we will return to live in-person public comments, sir, in the green jacket. When you're ready, please approach the microphone and begin speaking. He's not ready. Okay. Yeah, I can't see him. Okay, so let's move on to Margaret Schenkler, number 21, live remote public comment, please.
That participant is not present.
Thank you. How about 22, Ben Humanos?
Hello? Hello? Hi.
We can hear you.
Lakeshore communities have specific needs. Issues such as erosion, water levels, algae blooms all have direct impact on the health of the lakes and the economy. These, alongside restoration efforts, are all federal issues for the Great Lakes. Muskegon, Grand Haven, Holland, Saugatuck, South Haven, St. Joe, and Benton Harbor are also lakeshore communities. The Apple Map keeps lakeshore communities whole and respects the African American communities such as Benton Harbor, Muskegon, and Muskegon Heights, while respecting Hispanic communities in Ottawa, Allegan, and Van Buren counties. Please do not gerrymander West Michigan. The Chestnut Map from GR to Muskegon is a classic case of gerrymandering. Dividing Ottawa County, such as the Birch Map, dilutes traditionally conservative voices across 3 congressional districts. The Apple Map is the only map that comes close to respecting the Lakeshore community of interest. Please keep Ottawa County together and give the Lakeshore a voice. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Okay, so we will return to live in-person public comments, sir. Please approach the mic and you can begin speaking.
Thank you. My name is Dennis Quell and I live in the city of Midland. Please elevate the State House Map version 5 that you are just now working on because it keeps Midland whole and it connects with Gladwin. Over half of our community voices have been completely dismissed. Please give the city of Midland a congressional district plan that puts Midland County back together in a separate district than Flint. You have provided alternate maps in areas where you have received multiple competing comments. You have not done this for Midland. This commission has shown partisan bias by putting forth maps that local Democrats have asked for. Midland and Flint are vastly different communities. Midland's population is 40,000, Flint's is nearly 100,000. Midland is focused on dam repair and flood reduction, Flint on its water crisis. We have competing airports, MBS versus Flint Bishop. We have different healthcare delivery systems, Mid-Michigan Health versus Hurley Medical. Mid-Michigan Health was the first healthcare system approached by the prestigious University of Michigan to be affiliated with. A large reason was that we have multiple hospitals in Clare, Gladwin.
Thank you for addressing the commission, sir. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Next in line is the remote public comment is Michael Fields, number 24.
I would like to thank each of you for your time and your consideration in allowing me to speak before you today. In the summer of 2017, I spent a considerable amount of time gathering signatures for a ballot initiative that has been passed by the voters of Michigan and created this commission. While collecting signatures, I promised those who signed my petitions that this initiative, if passed, would create a fair playing field for the voters. The voters and not politicians should have the right in determining who governs us. Therefore, I plead with you to make certain that the districts that you are designing are as fair and as balanced both politically and geographically as possible for the people of Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 25, Ed Saunders.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to address the commission. I would like to speak in favor of the current state Senate map. I really appreciate your following all of the rules that were laid out in the congressional or in the constitutional amendment, and in particular balancing the sometimes competing needs of partisan fairness and communities of interest. Particularly recognizing the corridor, the I-94 corridor between Washtenaw and Jackson, the rail line there, and the considerable amount of interplay between those two communities. Thank you for all of your hard work. I know it's a tough job.
Thank you for those comments. Number 27, Ryan Huss.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to speak today, and thank you for all the work that you've done on this. My name is Ryan Hussey. I represent roughly 1,100 active and retired electricians between Washtenaw and Jackson County mostly for far too long. You know, their voices have been drowned out, especially in Jackson. I appreciate the Senate maps that you guys have drawn now. You know, my members in Jackson County are finally going to have a voice, and their politician in Jackson County is going to need to represent them. So again, I thank you very much for the work you've done, and please continue to work on the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is number 30, Corinne. Corinne.
That participant is not present.
Number 30 is not present. That's okay. Should we move to 31? Number 31, Rod Thompson.
Hi, good morning. My name is Rod Thompson. First, I would like to thank you all for the very important work you're doing and for the opportunity to speak to this commission. I've looked at the preliminary maps drawn for the Michigan House, and I wanted to make sure you heard from me. I'm a Troy resident all of my life. I grew up here, and now I live here with my own family. I love this city, and I know this city. We're a strong and very close community, and we do not want to see our city divided into two different voting areas. That would be a mistake for the city. We do not want to be split up like much of the country today. We want to speak with one voice on all the issues that are facing our city, not two different voices. Troy should not be split in half. We want to remain a strong and whole community. It is my fervent hope that you keep Troy whole so that we can be as united a city as possible. I thank you for taking my input and hope you'll seriously.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 32, Karen Teague.
Numbers 32 and 33 are not present.
Thanks very much. So number 34, Judy Mega.
Hi, good morning. I would ask again that you please add Southgate and Wyandotte to the Chestnut congressional map in District 7, Southeast Michigan, with Roselle and other downriver cities before it advances for public comment for reasons that I've stated before and posted online. I would also respectfully offer that discussion during map drawing that questions the authenticity of some comments presented by the public doesn't instill a desire to hashtag show up and hashtag comment. 60 seconds is barely enough time to introduce yourself, let alone creatively convey the request that many people have that you meet the requirements of the act and draw fair maps that don't favor either party. I would ask that personal, non-substantiated assumptions about individuals being coached be left out of the final decision in the map drawing process. Extensive public comment was given about Albion and Battle Creek and was written off yesterday as not real in some way. This is not acceptable. Please don't allow this to happen. Lastly, as you well know, the criteria states that maps shall reflect our state's diversity and communities of interest. You are not required to keep every self-described community of interest.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 35 is Lucretia Handy.
Good morning, commissioners. I am Lucretia Handy, Flint Township resident in Genesee County. Partisan fairness is a community of interest, and we need to keep that in mind. That is why the people of Michigan voted for the proposal that created the commission. I see improvements on the state house maps, but there is still work to be done. The maps need to be fair, no political bias. Even a little bit is too much. The map needs to include fair representation for Michigan's diverse population. And please don't forget about the city of Flint. People of color needs fair representation. It is our right. I know your job is not easy, so I want to say thank you for all you have done so far. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 36, Elizabeth Harris.
Elizabeth, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. Elizabeth, if you can hear us, if you're able to unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. It looks like Elizabeth may be experiencing audio difficulties. I would recommend we move forward.
Thank you. So do we have number 37, Wendell Anthony?
That participant is not present. We'll move to number 38.
38, Robert Hosak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I live in Cooper Township, and the current map that I've seen combines Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids, which we have nothing really much in common. We both have separate airports. We have separate businesses, and it seems like that the rural community of Kalamazoo County is misrepresented. And above all, we want fairness, and we don't want one political party to really be dominant. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 39, Richard Williamson.
That participant is not present.
Very good. Number 40 then, Max Lewis, please.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, thank you so much to the commission for giving me a chance to speak. I also want to say thank you to valuing partisan fairness recently in your map drawing sessions. You know, not only is this required by the Constitution, this really reflects, in my opinion, the soul of voters, not politicians, the reason that we are all here today. So thank you so much for properly adequating for partisan fairness in your maps. I did want to give a really quick tip though. When using election data to help with your assessing partisan fairness, using the 2016 election data is going to be your gold standard, just because this is the closest election we have had in recent history in Michigan. And so this will give you a much more accurate, clearer picture of what is actually fair for partisanship compared to a year in which one party did significantly better than the other, such as 2014 or 2018. So just please consider using 2016's election data, and thank you for valuing partisan fairness per the Constitution.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Ken Mitchell, number 41.
Hi, I'm a 45-year resident of Clinton County. I'm asking you to keep Clinton County whole as a community of interest. The values of Clinton County people are different than Ingham County. Clinton County people support the police and have different views of what crime is acceptable. Clinton County people have different work ethics. Clinton County people place higher importance on graduation and education. These values have nothing to do with party affiliation, but are the norm of the people of Clinton County. The only reason to break up the community is pure partisanship, and that's what you're supposed to be against. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 42, Art Reyes.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Sorry. My name is Art Reyes. I'm a resident of Genesee County and proud member of UAW Local 598 in Flint. I want to thank you for the changes you made in Flint yesterday. I believe that having a representative who lives in the community will best serve Flint residents in Lansing. Keep this district in every proposed state house map moving forward, please. Thank you for the work that you're doing, but a reminder, we voted proposal 2 in to get as close as possible to 0% partisan bias. It seems that a lot of people who are now screaming about gerrymandering were against proposal 2. We ask you to move to fairness so that we can have better representation with the state of Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 43, Amanda Oster.
Sorry, I was told that I was 49. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Perfect. Please elevate the State House map Pine version 5 that you're working on now because it keeps Midland whole and it connects it to Gladwin. The supporters of this commission promised voters that it would lead to fair maps that didn't benefit any political party or incumbent politicians, that it would prioritize public input on communities of interest, and that it would be a fully transparent and open process. Watching the commission's work over the past few weeks, it is obvious that none of that is true. Even Governor Whitmer's own Department of Civil Rights has forcefully spoken out against this commission's maps because of their lack of respect for the Voting Rights Act and the minority voters it is meant to protect. You're gerrymandering for Democrats under the guise of partisan fairness. Michigan is not a blue state. We are a purple state that is elected at the top of the ticket in the past 6 years, 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats. We are not asking you to rig the maps in our favor. We simply want the opportunity to compete. The commission was created to draw fair maps. Instead, you're splitting communities in the name of partisanship. Stop gerrymandering our state.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 44, Matthew Wilk. Matthew, we can see you moving your lips, but yeah, you're on mute still.
Sorry, technical problems as usual. Good morning. My name is Matthew Wilk from Northville. The State House maps in their current form are almost a textbook example of cracking. My children looked at the map and described it as a bunch of French fries, and I think that is unfortunately accurate. You heard dozens, if not hundreds, of comments that the voting power of Detroit was cracked, and it was. Once Detroit was cracked, you were forced to adjust lines and broke communities of interest. That cracking extended all the way into the remainder of Wayne County. For instance, Northville and Northville Township are split into 2 different House districts. That has not been done for as long as our residents can remember. You have heard today the same comment around Novi, Royal Oak, Rochester, Troy, and others expressed in a bipartisan fashion. Livonia, which is a community of interest, currently has 1 House District 19. Now it is proposed to have 3. There is no reason to do that other than to facilitate the cracking that occurred earlier. The constitutional provision expressly provides that communities of interest takes precedence over partisan fairness, and the commission should work with that as a guide.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Let's move on to number 45, Garrett Brown.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, but there's a little technical difficulty. Let me pull my comment up here. Okay, I'm Garrett Brown. I am the former mayor of the city of Albion. I've addressed the commission before, and I'm appreciative of this opportunity. Recently, I guess I want to again stress and request that Albion be placed back within a state house district with Battle Creek. I think with the school bonds provide a good context of understanding the concern that communities like Albion have. So urban school bonds passed while rural school bonds failed. A couple of years ago in 2016, Albion was forced to join a majority white school district with Marshall. And this really has resulted in the needs of Albion's Black community of interest being overlooked and marginalized. Forcing Albion into a rural state house district that includes parts of several other counties, I think will likewise marginalize Albion's Black community of interest. So I'm strongly suggesting and requesting that Albion be placed back with Battle Creek. There are a number of other residents in Albion who are trying to join, and they'll probably comment tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Let's pause the live remote public comment and move to the next in-person public comment. So ma'am, I think you just walked in. Are you ready to address the commission? Number 15.
Hi, my name is Emma Coker. You're gerrymandering for Democrats under the guise of partisan fairness. Michigan is not a blue state. We're more of a purple state. At the top of the ticket in the last 6 years, 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats. We're not asking for you to rig the maps in our favor. We simply want the opportunity to compete. The commission was created to draw fair maps. Instead, you're splitting communities in the name of partisanship. Stop gerrymandering our state. Feel free to add additional we really are a purple state, and there's no need for us to decide to split this either way. It just really needs to be more of a fair map. Democrats and liberal allies are arguing that Michigan is a Democrat state, but in truth, we are a competitive purple state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Let's return to to the remote public comment. Number 46. Michelle, or should we?
Apologies.
Please go ahead.
Just flagging that our interpreter, Katie, has her hand raised. Katie, I didn't know if you had something you wanted to say. Sorry, Katie, we can't hear you. Nod your head if you accidentally raised your hand. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so let's move to number 46, Michelle Hayscamp.
Hi, I want to thank you for your time. And I am from Muskegon County. And I just want to express my support for keeping the lakeshore communities together, as we are communities of interest. Please do not gerrymander us into Kent County, as we have nothing in common. And it creates a partisanship advantage, not fairness. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 47, Robert George.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to address you this morning. My name is Robert George, and I am from the city of Ann Arbor. I come before you to speak on the current state house maps that you are working on. I'm very upset that yesterday Commissioners assented to the breaking up of the Albion Battle Creek House District. This district has an incredibly strong community of interest, and I know this because I attended Albion College, where I earned my degree for 4 years. Having lived in this community, I spent a lot of time in Battle Creek, attending community meetings, going out to dinner, and taking advantage of the beautiful riverfront that Battle Creek has. Building on this, I can't understand why the commission is willing to break up the two African-American communities in the two cities. As alluded to by other commenters, this is wrong. Watching the commission agonize about the placement of individual precincts of other minority groups in Grand Rapids and Oakland County at the House level, and then completely disregard a community of interest that has been repeatedly spoken in favor of, is a complete failure to take in consideration the Black community's interests. The shape of the district should not matter as long as it joins the communities of interest. Please put Battle Creek and Albion together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 48, Jason Colella. We can see you, Jason, but we can't hear you. No, we're not hearing you, Jason. Oh, there we go. Yes.
Hello, my name is Jason Colella. I am from Muskegon, Michigan, and I am speaking today about the congressional maps. First, in favor of the chestnut map, but more so against a lot of the other variations of the map in which Muskegon County is placed in connection with rural counties, going all the way in some versions all the way to Lake Huron. The community of interest here in Muskegon County is West Michigan, not rural counties and not the coast of Lake Huron. So the chestnut map, which has Muskegon County in connection with Grand Rapids, contrary to one of the previous public comments just a second ago, is the strongest community of interest. I-96, the major highway, connects Muskegon directly to Grand Rapids. I know countless folks who work here and live in Muskegon, work in Grand Rapids, or vice versa. If you know, a lot of times people are going out to Grand Rapids, keep West Michigan together with Muskegon with Grand Rapids.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 49, John Polstra.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
All right, very good. My name is John Polstra. I'm a resident of Hamburg Township, which is in Livingston County. I believe that Livingston County fits the description of a community of interest very well, much like what I've heard today by Clinton County. As a relative medium-sized county population, all of our school districts intercompete with each other annually. Our children countywide play on the same club sport teams. We drive regularly to other Livingston County stores, churches, or family and friends outside of our very own township. In short, we know each other and have developed close relationships with one another at a county level. But if you wish to divide up Livingston County into other districts, specifically Senate District 22, then contrary to others opposed to such action, I myself would more than be happy with that decision from a political perspective. It would give our.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 50, Sarah Holmes. We can't hear you, Sarah.
Unmute again. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners, for splitting. I'm Sarah Holmes from Washtenaw County, and I'm wanting to thank you for splitting Ann Arbor to address partisan fairness. The newly redrawn districts of 27 and 29 are fair and representational. And we hope that not only the House districts, but the Senate map too is a huge improvement. And we hope you'll continue to keep these newly redrawn maps. We know there's been a lot of pushback to go back to what they were, but those of us in Washtenaw County know that the only way for us to have fairness is to split Ann Arbor. So thank you for your hard work, and please keep these newly redrawn maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 51, Bronwyn. No, we cannot hear you, but I can see your lips moving.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing on the commission. My request is that we don't partisanly gerrymander these maps. Michigan is not a blue state. It's a purple state. We've seen it go both ways. It's just really disconcerting. You know, people voted for this because they thought it would be fair maps. Not that it would be done in the name of gerrymandering. That's what we've been seeing. There's nothing more to it when we're chopping up communities of interest just to have more partisan maps. There's no other way to look at it. I think it's really going to lose a lot of public trust in this process if we continue down the road of gerrymandering. So I know it's a long process. I thank you for the work that you're doing. And I just ask you to go back to the maps that are more fair. They're not chopping up counties in 4 or 5 different places. I ask that you go back, follow the communities of interest, and please don't gerrymander this to favor one party over another.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 52, Grace.
Hi, good morning. My name is Grace Forster. I'm a recent graduate of Albion College. During my time as an Albion student, I became very familiar with the unique socioeconomic challenges that Albion faces. The Black community in Albion and in Battle Creek deserve to be represented. If Albion were to be districted with rural areas, the values of the entire Albion community would not be represented in the legislature. Please present a map with Battle Creek and Albion in the same district in the final round. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 53, Janice Hart.
Janice, you're unmuted and free to address the commission.
Good morning. My name is Janice Hart. I presented at the commission in late May, remaining nonpartisan, sticking to the points interest. And my community is Clinton County, which I was told to be taken as commissioner's primary importance. I had to listen to one Democrat interest after another presenting partisan attack. Now I see that you are promoting for Democrat interests, and I plead for fairness and for what was promised. Excuse me. You're splitting Clinton County in a partisan manner that one can only conclude is for winning elections. I lived and worked in Lansing and East Lansing, and my vote never counted. These are basically one-party communities. They have very little in common with Bath, Clinton County, and where I've lived for 16 years, a community where I finally had a voice, and now you're taking that away. Stop the Democrats from unfair influencing groups, especially by groups that name sound nonpartisan but are.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 54, Norman Clement.
Hello, how's everybody doing today?
We're doing all right.
Good. Back again. Just let you guys know, it's the first time we've been doing this work, gerrymandering since, working this work on redistricting since January all the way through March and May. And after you guys approved the efficiency gaps, I noticed something I've never heard before in all the meetings. Gerrymandering. That means you guys are doing an excellent job and getting better. That means keeping the efficiency gap 0 for partisan fairness. Everybody's not going to get what they want, and they must understand that. But you guys have done the job and still continue doing the job and keep doing that job on the state and the state reps and the state Senate maps on getting to 0. That is the key, partisan fairness. Also, I understand communities of interest, but things change. This is what this commission is brought to do. 0 efficiency gap. Thank you for letting me talk to you guys.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 55, Laura Brands.
That participant is not present.
Number 56, Justin Roebuck.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Justin Roebuck, and I'm the Ottawa County Clerk. Thank you so much for your time and for the critical work that you're doing. I'm here this morning to voice support for the Apple Congressional District map. I know you've heard from hundreds of my fellow residents in Ottawa County asking to be kept together in one congressional district because of our shared cultural values and economic ties. We support the Apple map because it represents a true lakeshore community of interest and because it keeps Ottawa County communities together. The Birch map splits our communities in 3 different directions, basically places Grand Haven on the Lake Michigan side with Saginaw Bay. The Chestnut map cuts through Ottawa County and puts generational farming communities in with metropolitan areas in order to lump Grand Rapids with Muskegon. And I'm just here to strongly advocate for the Apple map. And again, thank you for the hard work that you're doing. We appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 57, Bob Carrico. You're free to address the commission, Mr. Carrico.
This is Bob Carrico, and I'm a resident of Franklin, Michigan in Oakland County. And I would like to thank the commissioners on an excellent job with partisan fairness on the state Senate map. Please do the same with the state House map. One suggestion I can offer is to start using the 2016 election as a metric for partisan fairness. It is the closest thing we have to a 50-50 election. This would provide a better gauge than with those election years when one party had a more sweeping victory over another. I thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 58, Alan Pohl.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thanks. I wanted to echo what a lot of my fellow citizens are saying, that Michigan is a competitive state. In the last 6 elections, Republicans have won the top of the ticket 3 times. Democrats have won the top of the ticket 3 times. I think if you actually want to create fair maps, you need to give both parties a chance to win both chambers of the legislature. I don't understand if you're breaking up communities of interest for partisan reasons to try to guarantee a Democratic majority. That is the very definition of gerrymandering. On a side note, I also thought it was nice to see some commissioners finally stand up to Commissioner Zatella. This is not Queen Zatella's commission. And I would appreciate if she would, instead of ramrodding her fellow commissioners, that she would listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping your comments not directed at one commissioner. Number 59, Jerry McCaleb.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. As a resident of Grand Haven, I'm advocating for the Apple Map because it does the best job of representing the interests of lakeshore communities, including Grand Haven, Muskegon, and Holland. These are diverse communities, so everyone is well represented. These lakeshore communities also have specialized economies, and whether it's tourism, manufacturing, or agriculture, it's all related to their proximity to the water. And they deserve the specialized interest of a representative who can focus on those special needs. To break up these communities and tie them to larger inland communities does not give them adequate representation and will water down their influence and result in the very thing that this commission was designed to eliminate. So to make fair and representative maps, these lakeshore communities need to have fair representation. And I, again, advocate for the Apple Map because I think it does the best job and keeps our lakeshore communities and their interests together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 61, Danielle Stephen Atara.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Danielle Stephen Atara. I will enter my comments into the portal so you can have my full statement. I've already commented on the maps in the portal, but for the record, Chestnut requires more work, and I do not support version 2 of Cherry since you were unwilling to allow Commissioner Brittany Kellum to make the map more equitable for Detroit in its ability to select an African American to have a fighting chance to run and win the district. I hope that you will be more open today to completing the Pine version 5 House map with her assistance instead of attempting to mute her. The attempts to silence her voice while addressing the various comments from the African American community and incorporate those comments into a more workable map for our community are disappointing and concerning. Thank you to Commissioners Kellum and Juanita Curry for listening to the concerns of Detroiters. Please continue to make the VRA revisions to the maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 62, Kathy Lakeham.
My name is Kathy Lakeham, and I'm from the city of Midland. Please support Pine version 5 State House map because it keeps Midland whole and connected to Gladwin. And I'm asking why there is no congressional map that puts Midland and Gladwin back together in a separate district from Flint. I posted a link to the portal from of a Detroit News article. Feds award Midland Gladwin region $54 million to aid in flood recovery. This article is a great example of how unified voices and representation helps our community. Please consider a congressional map that does the same as Pine version 5. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 63, Diane Karabetsas.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Oh, great.
I'm Diane Karabetzos. I'm an elderly resident of Bruce Point. I wanted to comment on what a strong community of interest we are. I feel under Schneider, we lost our voice. You know, it's fun to make fun of Grosse Pointers, but it's not funny when you lose your voice. We were gerrymandered and diluted in our voice. We're the top of the points. We're connected horizontally with Detroit, and the bottom 3 Grosse Pointe cities were connected with Detroit. But we residents spend a lot of effort, time, and money in our own interests on education, social, economic, etc. I feel that we don't have a voice. And if you look at a community of interest, then you will give Grosse Pointes back together again and not be political. Thank you. Thank you for your time and effort.
Thank you. 64, Barb Ines.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, I just want to reiterate that the goal of the commission is to prioritize partisan fairness and ensure that districts reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. Your job is to get as close to 0 on the partisan bias scores as possible. And if you're over 1%, you still have work to do. Specifically in my area of Rochester and Rochester Hills, essentially all of the house maps as drawn are still the same. So I would ask that you look at the issue of partisan fairness and take that into consideration. You don't need the carve out of Oakland Township within the proposed House District 37. You have enough of community population to make it strictly its own House district. And so I ask that you consider looking at that area again. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 65, Denise.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm talking today about partisan fairness. We, the people of the state of Michigan, have come to vote in non-gerrymandering. Doing this, you have to get down to a 0%. That way everyone has a voice. I echo Mr. Clement and the lady before me. You have some work to do. I hope all the commissioners will take an honest look at these maps and do the right thing by them. When you look at Pontiac, I haven't heard Pontiac's name used very much. You need to look at Flint. You need to have voices from what Michigan looks like: red, yellow, black, brown, and white. And we are Michigan. And you guys can do this. Stop the interfighting. Stop grabbing one little piece of the map and putting your arms around it. You're put in here to look out for all of us. Stop the gerrymandering.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 66, Lois Furry.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm coming to you from Holt in Ingham County, and I am a former volunteer for Voters Not Politicians. Together with my husband, I collected more than 600 signatures for Proposal 2, and overwhelmingly, the hundreds of Michigan voters we talked to, and that is both Republicans, Democrats, as well as independents, wanted to sign the petition to achieve partisan fairness in our state. As others have said, your job is to get to as close to 0 on the partisan bias scores as possible. Unfortunately, I am extremely disappointed to see that the updated Pine House map has a plus 4% efficiency gap and still benefits Republicans on all partisan fairness measures. I want to remind you that partisan fairness is not just a nice thing to have if you can get it. It is your constitutional duty. As your expert, Dr. Hanley, said, Michigan is a...
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 68, Jennifer Austin.
Hello, Jennifer Austin, City of Midland. Last week, several commissioners proposed making a House seat of Midland County with Gladwin as a compromise for the Tri-City Senate and congressional districts. Commissioner Kellum was the only one to say a deal was inappropriate, and I thank her for that. Yesterday, all of you talked about giving the people options for the next round of maps. Please give us the option of a Midland and Bay City House district as drawn in the original Pine map. Include all the adjustments made Monday and Tuesday, especially those made by Kellum, Curry, and Eade to Detroit. Take the map that best reflects the needed changes to Lansing, Flint, Detroit, and Grand Rapids, but also give us a Bay City Midland combination. The maps continue to lean Republican. A Bay City Midland House district has near zero political bias, improves the overall partisan fairness of the entire map, and unites two already closely aligned sister cities. There are cultural, economic, social, industrial, and many other ties between us. Most importantly, it will make the maps more fair. When you remove that district, we lost a seat that was competitive and instead gained a strong Republican seat. Please put Midland and Bay City back together.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 69, Mark Payne.
Great. Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Good morning. Yes, we can.
Okay, good morning. My name is Mark Payne. Thank you for all your work to the state of Michigan. Thank you for making changes in respect to Detroit having clear, clean boundaries. Today, I want to uplift what your VRA lawyer has advised that you can go to 55% BVAP to keep communities together. The African-American population has been together population-wise for over 50 years. You can also look at the portal for concepts when dealing with the maps. This means the commission can go back to Detroit and make changes to reflect public testimony. I ask that the commissioners submit their own maps to reflect these considerations, particularly in Detroit. The commission has capable staff, map drawing experts, and your own skilled person who has said she is willing to help. This is your historical obligation. Give thoughtful time and legal thought to Detroit and Michigan. Also, please continue to consider partisan fairness in your map drawing. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 70, Yusuf.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yusuf from Troy. Few suggestions. Please add another Senate map for comments that includes Troy, Sterling Heights, and parts of Rochester Hills. Only one published Senate map is not enough. We need to see more options. Same with House maps. Please publish more than one for comments. I would like to see Commissioner Kellum's Chestnut too. Was it Willow or Walnut? Completed and published. Please add another. Can you also add the published Senate, House, and congressional map in the Michigan mapping portal in District R format so we can easily make modifications to the published maps? Also, the Apple V2 map doesn't include Chaldeans and West Bloomfield, the 4 and Farmington Hills in one district, but it best represents the interests of Chaldeans in Troy, Rochester Hills, and Sterling Heights. I support Apple V2 for congressional. I appreciate all that you're doing, and I'll continue praying for each one of you commissioners.
Thank you. Number 71, Elise Lang.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Elise Lang, and I wanted to thank you for this opportunity to be heard. I live in the city of Jackson, Michigan. Wow, partisan fairness and purple states are obviously a hot topic today. I was not going to talk about it because I obviously didn't get the memo, but I'm going to get on the bandwagon. I was only going to talk about how Cherry Map doesn't appropriately represent an important community of interest. But in the spirit of partisan fairness for the purple state, the commission would do well to re-examine Jackson County in the Cherry Map. And I liked what Yusuf just said about giving us other options for the Senate boundaries. My family lives in the city, but we go to church, to the doctor, to work, and events outside the city, but still within Jackson County. In the Cherry Map, Jackson County is all split up. Why? I don't understand. If this is supposed to be a democratic experiment, I plead with you to please listen to the voices of the people being affected.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Our final commenter is number 72, Robert Dindoffer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Hey, so a couple things. One,
I really appreciate what Commissioners Kellum and Curry were trying to do, especially in Detroit, in the State House. And I think they need to be given their opportunity. And I'm glad that all of you are going to engage with that process today. I think it's important for the people of Detroit. And, you know, selfishly as well, given Mr. Adelson's updated guidance, you could add that last precinct of Grosse Pointe Woods into State House District 4 without causing a VRA concern. Second, as people are talking about other options in State Senate, one suggestion, if you wanted to make Jackson County whole, is put the Ipsy Arbor district back together. But in my home area in the Lake St. Clair, you could swap Algonac out and New Haven in. It would flip the district blue. I'm pretty sure you'd end up with the same seats votes. It could be an alternate option. Thank you for addressing the commission. We do have number 67 who has rejoined us, Alice. So our final comment, maybe, for the day is number 67.
Good
Alice,
morning.
please proceed. Good morning.
Okay, great. I was just going to bring to your attention, because last week you were working on splitting up Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti Senate seat, which is a little concentrated, and you didn't have enough time to adequately look at the many ways that you could split it. And I was going to bring to your attention that I have done that for you using your Cherry V2 map. And I have 7 submissions on your comment portal. If you'd like to have alternatives, they are P8674, P8672, P8671, P8669, P8667, P8666, and P8665. I just wanted to bring those to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for the morning. I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Zatella.
All right. So normally we take a break after public comment. So unless there's an objection, do you guys want to get started, or do you want to take a 10-minute break? Okay. All right. So it is currently 10:35. Hearing no objections, we will stand in recess until we'll say 10:50, because we're not very good about being back in 10 minutes. So we are in recess until 10:50. All right, as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 10:53 a.m. Will the secretary please take the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll that you're attending remotely, as well as where you are attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present, and attorney attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan, excuse me. And good morning, Commissioners again.
Good morning. Anthony Eade. Brittany Kellum.
Present.
Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches. 11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Oops, thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Okay, so we have concluded our public comment and we will now move on to unfinished business. Agenda item deliberations regarding proposed maps is carried over from the previous meeting and the commission will begin our deliberations. So, Mr. Stegall, we were intending to return, I believe, to Pine 3. But I did attempt a merge on those two plans yesterday. So I put in the Pine 3 with the Pine 5 to incorporate those changes. Does anyone want to take a look at that? Commissioner Kellum.
So just as a clarification, myself and Commissioner Eade also sent you a shape file with those, but it includes the Dearborn changes that Commissioner Eade included. So just making, I don't know if you'd include those, you had included those, but just making sure it's the right one.
Yeah, I did not mess with Dearborn. I was going to leave that for him. So I just merged the Detroit area from 3 in with the rest of the state from 5.
Okay, and ours merges that plus the Detroit. And Kent is pointing at his mic and raising his hand, so I'm done.
Okay, the plan that says Pine V3 and V5 was from Commissioner Eade and Cullum. The plan at the top up here that is Pine V3 and V5 merged RS is the plan that Chairwoman Zatella has.
Okay,
built.
so
these are two different plans.
What I would suggest is that we bring up the Pine V3 and V5, but before we do that, I think we should probably call it something other than Pine so that it's not confusing. Any thoughts as to the name? Can we just create a copy and then we'll just rename it and we'll work off that. And then we can put the one that I did as a shape file and just see if there's any differences in that.
Okay.
So name, Magnolia. Any thoughts on Magnolia?
Cottonwood.
Cottonwood. No, she says no. She says Magnolia. So can we rename Pine V3 and V5 to Magnolia and then put a date on it so it's following our like naming convention?
There it is.
Okay, so now we have Magnolia. So can we open that up?
Yeah, I take that back with me. I was thinking ahead. The shape file of this is out there. I thought I had to create another one, but I don't. I do want to, I should point out though, that for some reason there were, I did some checks on this and there's some little pieces that were unassigned. And I think it's the geography. I'll show them to you real quick.
Okay.
Just to knock these out. So like the discontiguities, there was 22 of them, and it's a bunch of those little bitty pieces. That came from, remember all these? It's
Yeah.
that kind of stuff right there that we've been dealing with. And I think we should, and there's another one there. And it's that part of Flint.
Commissioner Kellum, would you mind directing Kent on filling in these discontinuities?
So it's just
Of
these little
course.
pieces. So these two and 26 is what it appears.
Yes, Ken, you can
Okay.
assign those and correct them rather.
And these
Yes, you
89.
can go ahead and assign those to 89, please.
This was the one, I believe in the original plan, this was in 26.
Yes, myself and Commissioner Eid couldn't remember. I know there were some areas that.
I mean, I can overlay it, but
Okay.
I've done this a couple of times, and that was 58. Underneath there is 58.
Okay.
And I think we pretty positive we did
So
to
let's
89. I
check.
mean, to 26.
26, yeah.
So. And I just messed it up just a moment.
Commissioner Clark.
And my understanding is that Anthony and Brittany took the former map and made some changes to it.
They combined two maps together. So remember how we started with the version 3, which had all those Detroit area changes? And then yesterday we worked on version 5.
Yes.
Where we did like Battle Creek and Benton Harbor and Lansing and Flint. So they merged the two maps together so that you have the Detroit area districts from version 3 with everything else we
Okay.
did yesterday.
Did they make any additional changes other than that?
No, we didn't make any addition. Well, the changes to Dearborn. So the changes that
Yeah,
Commissioner Eid
those
did
that he
yesterday.
made yesterday.
Yep.
Dearborn. But other than that, it's just a merge,
Mhm.
straight merge.
Yep.
So we have some inconsistencies with population when we merged.
Yeah, we'll probably have to continue to tweak those. Commissioner
Okay,
Clark.
good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I did run the check on these numbers, and everything's pretty clean except for these little geography issues we've had from day one. And that was probably just from combining and importing the plans. Is unfortunately part of a problem. I also have Pine 3 and Pine 5 as overlay layers in green and blue. You can sit on top of them and see where the differences are.
Thank you, Kent.
This one I'm not sure of. I can turn on the overlay layer and see which way it's supposed to go.
That would be great.
Okay. I believe this is part of V3. I was looking at it earlier and it just, why isn't it showing up? Okay, in this area, V3 and V5 should be the same. I don't know why. We'll try it again.
I don't know either, Kent.
So for some reason, it just won't load the shapefile. But it okay, there's the difference. So this, yeah, okay. So that little piece in V3 is, that little dot right there in V3 is in District 95.
Okay, so
In V5, it's in V3, it's in 95.
But
in version 5, it's unassigned. Actually, in version 5, it's in 72.
Okay.
So this is one of the districts that where there's a difference in V3, V5.
It should be assigned to how it is in version 5. So that means that it would be assigned to District 2.
Yes. 72.
72. Thank
70.
you. You know what I meant. Yeah.
While we're waiting, is it okay if I review just my notes? We have version 5 that we're working from. Is that correct? We're working from version 5 now, or are we integrating version 5?
It's a merge version.
It's a merge of version 5. So version 5 was Grand Rapids and Lansing without Detroit, and now this version 5 includes the Detroit change that we made. Is that accurate?
No. So version 3 was the Detroit changes.
Yes.
Version 5 was everything we did in the rest of the state, including Flint, Grand Rapids, Benton Harbor. We made some changes. Where else? There was someplace else. Yeah, along like the Battle Creek. That's what I'm thinking of. Battle Creek.
And that's
I'm
what
like,
we
there's one more.
approved yesterday.
Yes,
Is
so
that
version
true?
5
Okay.
was approved yesterday. So Anthony and I last night both worked on merging version 5 and version 3. So we took the areas of Detroit from version 3 and merged them into all of the changes we had already approved on the map from yesterday from version 5. That way we don't have to reduplicate everything.
Right. And now which one's Magnolia? So is that
So Magnolia
This
is the
one.
combined version.
is the combined version? So it's right. Magnolia is, let's say, improved version 5.
Right, with all the changes from Grand Rapids, Battle
Thank you.
Creek, Benton Harbor, Lansing, Flint that we did yesterday, plus Brittany's changes from the day before, or 2 days before, I think.
Thank
at
you
this
for
point.
catching me up.
Okay.
And then Anthony And then obviously when you merge those plans, it's not a perfect fit. So there probably is a little bit of adjustment and deviations that are going to need to be addressed.
So this is the plan, and where the filled in colors is magnolia. Green is V5, I believe, and the blue is V3. So it takes a minute to kind of wrap your mind around.
I think that's the opposite. I think the blue is V. Am I right? Or, yeah. Yeah.
Just happened to land on Grand Rapids. So V5 is not on right now. V3 is in blue. So the merged plan is different from V3 in this area.
Yes, and that is accurate. That would, I mean, I'm glad that it's different because that's V5.
I'm going to turn V3 off and turn V5 on. V5 matches Magnolia.
Great.
And that's the way it should. I'm looking for making sure we're on the right page.
I would agree with that assessment.
Okay. So V5 right through here matches Magnolia. As far as I can see, if there's any differences, it's minute.
Yep. Let's just look at that. South of 82, District 82.
Yes, it's that. I did skim this. So yes, it's
Yep.
there.
So because we changed it. Okay. No, that's accurate. Okay. Very good.
So that came on Lansing. V5 matches Magnolia, because this was significant changes all the way 95, Battle Creek, 71, 81. I did see one place we got to fix something. Well, maybe not. It was a different plan. So, and then we start getting near, now here's a, difference right there. 51 in Magnolia goes up like this. I'm not sure which, here's a district. This district in V5, there's a district here and a district up here. So there's differences around there, yes.
Okay.
West of Flint, east of Flint, there were changes made,
East of
measurable
Flint.
changes.
Okay.
And then we get down into the Detroit region, for lack of a better word, and you can see a little bit different. 5, of course, 5 is different in here because that's Magnolia is 35 and 1. They're actually probably about the same. They're just the same damn color. Can't see the difference. Well, I mean, it is. That's what I just realized. That's 2 districts, and it should be 2 districts.
Yeah.
Or could be. You start seeing it. Well, because we're getting into the Detroit.
Yeah, and we knew that needed to be
There'll be some cleaning up.
tweaked. Yeah.
They're not going to fit
And
perfectly.
so you got it. You can see V5 is the green outline. Magnolia has 2 districts right kind of there. This little district in the V5, I think this was 8. They've all been renumbered online, but there was a district right here, went around through here like that. And now we have, this purple, pink district, and the blue district, and 17, these 2 are essentially the same. I'm going to change colors of this plan district right here because I can't, that's 16. I'm going to change that color because there is some differences there. So you can see, there's changes from 5 to Magnolia. Pretty much the same up here. Changes, in all of this area, right up in here. So anyway, if the sponsors of, or the authors of these changes want to take over, I think that, other than Flint, the concentration of changes, from here up. Approximately.
All right. So can we take can we take that layer off just because it's,
I can turn the precincts off and you can see the contrast better. I should have done that earlier. Is that
no, it's
something?
fine. It's fine.
You're fine? Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, is that a hand, Commissioner Witches? Okay.
So the merge is basically complete here as far as I can tell, right? In Detroit. So can we run the partisan fairness numbers?
So we do have this 28. I noticed a couple out of whack before. You see the 28 and 8, and you're at 8. It looks almost like I haven't studied it.
I missed that part. So we should focus on the plan deviation first, and then run the partisan fairness.
MC, can I request that you facilitate this discussion?
You
Thank
can, please do. And so I'm just facilitating. So Mr. Segal, we're and I think Mr. Witches, you were just saying that we're going to look at plan deviation and try to make the adjustments first. Is there someone that would like to help us with this? Do you want to try to help us with plan deviation, Commissioner Kellum? Do we want?
Yeah, I think we all should help with plan deviation.
It's just who's driving, and so Mr.
Yeah.
Segal has a voice that he can.
So the area that kind of needs to be fixed is near Troy, as Kent highlighted.
Yeah.
So 28.
I'm going to get these colors.
This is the Troy area. Okay.
Yep, 32
Yeah,
is
there's
Troy,
Troy right
and then
there.
28
I'm
is that
gonna change the color of 37.
is the Christmas stocking looking thing next to it.
So in this area, Commissioner Kellum, too, we also had a Commissioner Orton, did you have a hand?
Well, I just have a question. A little north of there, Kent, just when we were looking at it before, it looked like there was something that a little bit more north. Maybe it was just in the other overlay. Okay, it's fine. I just thought maybe there was something that wasn't contiguous. But
This is the only part that I saw, and there may be more that were significantly changed, is this area from V5.
Very good.
Okay.
Yeah, V3. The change. This area is different from V3 and V5, right up in here.
And we don't know why when we were merging it, maybe it was because it was so late last night, but why that conflict happened. So we were hoping that this morning we could talk about it as a group to fix that, because that's a part of why the plan deviation is as it is.
Got it. So do you want to, so if you recognize that that's potentially that, do you want to start with 28? What are you thinking, Commissioner Kellum?
I don't have a preference. We can start with 28. What I'm openly saying is, though, I don't know.
Know why it happened. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know that I have a solution. I think that's when we kind of put our heads together and think about the comments and those things, what makes sense. And Chair Zatella does Tetris while you're facilitating.
Yeah. So do we want to, so what I'm looking at is, or what I'm thinking about is like, there's Troy, and we got some comments. And we've had comments about trying to keep it whole. I think there may be some plans, and we even got because we're in the Pontiac area, right? We even got a public comment today just about moving a few things. I'm wondering, right? This often, it all needs to mix together. Do we have anyone that has a plan, meaning what I'm looking at is communities of interest or other people who have ideas on the portal that we could potentially look at. Is there any commissioner that has a sort of an idea to help us adjust 28 in particular, or the area around it? Again, thinking about all the comment that we've received, and we know that these maps need work. Just, yeah, how do we reflect the communities as best as we can? Any commissioner have a portal or a portal submission or something we can look at? Commissioner Zatella,
Are you
please.
just looking for deviation, or are you looking to make wholesale changes based on, I'm just trying to understand what you're asking.
Yep, looking for deviation, but I recognize that as we move and adjust, right, that's right. We either break up communities and understand how we're breaking them up better. Yeah, so yes, deviation, and yes, like where's the best way to go?
I think he's looking for, both
It's
numbers and
both.
qualitative comments.
Can we put on the thematic dots for Asian American?
Yes, just a moment. Yes, just a moment. I'm going to cut off this.
Yes, thank you.
Oh.
Commissioner Orton. Is your mic on, Commissioner Orton?
I'm sorry, I thought it was. Okay, this doesn't solve that problem, but right at the top of District 16, I just want to zoom in and see if that's contiguous. Barely.
Does that answer your question?
It is contiguous, but we may want to look at filling something more in if it works out with the plan deviation.
Yeah, it's a precinct. I think that's, the funny shapes sometimes are predetermined for us.
That's the Birmingham situation.
Commissioner Kellum, do you have any insights in there? Like Commissioner Orton said, it's not 28, but do we want to try to adjust that to keep Troy, that?
I don't have, I am a shopper and a consumer of that area. But I don't have any deep insights into the Birmingham area.
Okay.
I know that the folks in Troy spoke about wanting to keep that more whole. So
right.
I was kind of zooming in to see if we could maybe extend 32 to DeQuinder, but that would require some shifting. I'm not sure.
Commissioner Orton.
So it looks like, is that a precinct? Oh, that's a block. Or you clicked on blocks, Kent?
Yes, Commissioner, those are the blocks in the southern precinct. There's no population in that area.
Okay, so it would make more sense to me for that to go into 32, especially since there's no population. Does anyone see a problem with that?
No.
I think that's
and then we could possibly, from Big Beaver Road south, that dip, we could add that into District 16, depending on population. I can't see 16 right now, but unless somebody else knows more.
And this is just adding to the conversation. I think that area is a golf course. So, yeah.
I can highlight these census blocks.
Could we see the active matrix for 16 as well?
16 is at 1900, while 32 is 980 low. I'll select those blocks so we can identify the population. It's only a couple of census blocks, actually. So that entire region area highlighted. Well, I may be missing some. Yeah, that entire area has 222 people.
Unless somebody objects, I would say put it in 16.
Agreed. I'm seeing it. Yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Orton, you're so nice. You were looking over at me. It's fine. You can say.
All right, so we are assigning, so did that sort of address what you wanted to look at, Commissioner Orton? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so let's, so we're still looking to adjust 28 and our lowest deviation, right? The district that needs the most is 28 and the district that has the most to give is District 8. So we've always sort of identified how we're going to cycle the population, right? So 28 and 8 are our two and they border each other. So, and I think what we're trying to do is work as smart as we can, recognizing that we did, Troy is divided and we were able to keep it whole in other maps. We weren't able to do it as we moved here. So I'm just trying to figure out if there's any way to move smart. I think we've got the theme on here, the Asian community theme, but we've got to get from 8 into 30, 8 into 28. Go ahead, Commissioner. Commissioner Zettel and then Commissioner Orton.
I'm sorry. I asked you to turn on the thematic docs and then I'm like being distracted by something else. So can we scroll up and see the bottom of Rochester Hills? That's what I wanted to see it for. Yep. So up a little higher. So, and 37, 28 is under, so we need to take a little more, but 37 is lightly populated. My thought was if we could pull that corner of Rochester and put it into 28, that was one suggestion. It's not going to get you totally there, but that's why I wanted to see the population.
Commissioner Orton.
So I was thinking a different direction only because I saw that 28 has a lot of Asian population and those top couple precincts in 8 also had Asian thematic dots on them. So if we just move them up into 28, it would potentially balance those two.
I think it would also reduce the African-American population in 8 though, because that's a VRA district, 42%. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the thing, that's an Oakland County VRA district where we're trying to keep it above 40.
Yeah, I didn't see that one went clear down.
Mr. Stegall.
I just want to bring to people's attention that District 10 is pretty low too. So we're, 10 to 28 are both low.
Thank you, Mr. Stegall.
So if you modify 8, we're going to end up on 10.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I don't want to split up Rochester and Rochester Hills. It's a self-contained community. I prefer to keep it there. To get more Asians in it, you're only talking 200 people at the most.
So you mean to balance the population?
I think the population in that area is fine. It's in Rochester and Rochester Hills. It should be self-contained. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll try. Okay. Where are we? Commissioner Kellum.
So I was sent a suggestion by, I'm assuming it was a member of the public, and I showed it to our general counsel. And I encouraged the individual to also submit it to the public comment portal. So I don't know of a way to necessarily broadcast it on the screen, but I think it has some guides or suggestions for the Oakland County, Troy area. That does not mean that it wouldn't completely shift other things, but I'm just saying we could possibly use that as a thought, because it doesn't seem like we have many suggestions at the moment. And I hear Commissioner Clark on Rochester Hills. So I don't know what the commission prefers about that, but I mean.
How do we want to proceed, commissioners? Commissioner Orton?
So on 8, can I see 8 on the active matrix? And this was one of our VRA districts that we didn't want to mess with, but I'm thinking, I don't know the population in this area, but would the top couple precincts might have, if it's higher Asian population, maybe we're not taking away the Black population from that district. So it might not mess it up.
Well, and I'm wondering too, part of me is wondering, Mr. Adelson, I'm wondering if we can look at VRA and coalition districts, and if you can help us in this area sort of understand, right? We're making choices that could, yeah, help us make some choices, please.
Sure, I'm happy to, Commissioner. As I understand, 28 has a fair Asian population, 14–15%. And the dot that's highlighted now in District 8, I guess above the Madison Heights, that's an Asian community dot. So perhaps seeing if that particular area being shifted into 28, let's see what that does.
Okay, so yeah, as Commissioner Orton suggested, let's try it. And then I think what Mr. Adelson is saying, and then let's see what happens. And then we'll sort of, yeah, okay. So Mr. Stegall and Commissioner Orton, I see your hand. Do you have a question before we do that?
Yeah, can we write down the demographics for 28 as well before we go?
So let's do that. So Mr. Stegall, would you help just by just reading them out loud? I can't, it's very small. The font is very small at this point. So could you read them out loud or make it bigger, please?
Understood. If I make it bigger, we cover up map, but
yeah, so let's.
8 is 43% non-Hispanic Black.
And Asian too, please.
And Asian is 4.57%. And 28 is 5% non-Hispanic Black, 13.75% non-Hispanic Asian.
13.75. Okay.
Yeah, we're looking at 43 and 4.5 for 8, District 8, 5% and roughly 14% for 28.
Okay, so we're going to assign that that precinct that you where we have the 17.74% Asian population to 28.
Oh, I see though, Orton. It goes down, so it's going to cut off
it's a
that
big,
other precinct.
Yeah, so it's okay.
So we either have to go to blocks or take more than one precinct. Okay.
And we also have 25, right? Next to 28, there's a, in District 25, just north of you, just north a little bit, Mr. Stegall. Yep, that block right there into 28. I don't know how, so that's lower percentage.
4,885. That's, yeah, it's decreasing.
Yeah. Okay. And 28 is underpopulated. Do we want to try it? Yeah, because otherwise we are significantly shifting 8 in ways that we, may not be able to. I guess we could go into, so let's try the 25 into 28, please. Oh, but you know what, 25, we didn't write the numbers down for 25, and that's okay. That's okay.
See what they are now.
Yeah.
And so now 25 is 6% low. It is 7.
Population 6% low. Is that right?
Yeah. 25 is 6% low.
Okay.
And the non-Hispanic Black is 7.6. And the non-Hispanic Asian is 6%. While 28 now, the numbers are percentage wise are ideal. The non-Hispanic Black is 5.31%.
So it went up a little bit.
And the non-Hispanic Asian is 13.6.
Okay, so it went down just a little bit. And I think this is where we want to sort of understand if we, we're trying to remedy 28. Mr. Adelson, those changes in 28 may be okay.
The changes of 28 seem to, the BVAP came up a little bit, but the BVAP is low. It's 5.3%.
Yeah.
So I think there's some room with, if the goal is to reduce the population in which the deviation in which this
28, which we have done. And our largest population, the one that has the most to give, is District 8. So that's our, so that's our dilemma. And I also believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is also the area where the Chaldean community is present. And this is where is 25 sort of the Sterling Heights area. Is that right?
Yes.
Commissioners? Okay.
And Chaldean area, or there's Chaldean population in like the West Bloomfield area.
Okay. So so my question was, did we potentially impact and make a positive change for the Chaldean community by adding that, or is it further north? We don't know, or do we know? We do have those maps. Okay. Mr. Segal.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking out loud, actually. So now 25 is even lower than what 28 was at 6.2% low. And there again, 10 is going to be the next one probably because it's 3.87% low. I'm just trying to,
help us cycle through the population. That's appreciated. Thank you.
Not mess up too bad.
Right.
So 2 could give up a tiny bit.
Thank you, Mr. Segal. Commissioner Orton.
Well, I'm not sure what the best move is here, but could we just go back and try taking from 8? I mean, that's what's going to balance the deviation. So we can just take a look at the numbers. We can always undo it. But since that one precinct causes a problem, what about the far left precinct, and just see what happens with that?
Agreed. Let's try it.
Far left, unassigned, undo this, correct? Put that back into 25?
Yes,
yeah,
please.
for now.
Yep. And then take the top half of District 8, you're saying, and push that into 25. Yes, I agree with that. That's what I was just talking to Bruce about.
Okay. So what do we want to do here? Take this precinct or go across this line?
Yep. I think take the precinct, right? That's what I would do.
The left precinct.
'28's now at 2.53. I think y'all been trying to get them under 2.5 or at 2.5 approximately?
Yes. Yeah, but let us see the numbers before you move.
So 28, the BVAP did decrease just under 5%. Yeah, and I can't see when
okay. 28 is 4.99, 5% non-Hispanic Black, 13.4% non-Hispanic Asian.
Okay.
And
let's look at 8, yeah.
Is population is ideal, or even. The non-Hispanic Black voting age population is 44.17. The non-Hispanic Asian voting age population is 4.61.
So the Black voting age population increased with that change, and may reflect what our fellow Detroiters were asking for. And we've got our deviation lower, and yeah, I think we're going to go with that. Does that feel good?
It does feel good. Sorry, I was just double checking the African American population in Madison Heights, and it's 8.51%. So yes, that's fine.
Okay, very good. So now help me remember. So I think we were trying to address population deviation again with Commissioner Witch's intent was to sort of say, hey, can we run the partisan fairness? So I think we're working at trying to get the plan deviation down to about 5%. So the next smallest district is 10. Right, the one that's most under, and the largest, the one that has the most to give, is 33. And 10 is one of those VRA districts, so maybe we want to focus on 33. Yeah, this is in that area where we have, I'll just affectionately call it again as Vallette land. So I wonder, Commissioner Vallette, would you help us understand maybe where we can make some tough choices?
I would be honored, Commissioner Vallette, if you would assist, please.
Please use your mic. Thank you.
I still think that we need to keep Milford, Highland, White Lake, Hall. So if we were going to take from this, I would take around the Wolverine Lake area.
Up it.
Or Commerce is up at the top. But or wait, what is up north? North up there. Oh.
Howard.
But we want to get the population south. We don't want to get it north, right?
So we have more population than we need in 33.
Right.
And I see what you're saying. Where do we want to move the population? Is that what your question?
Right. We want to move
southeast.
That's a good question. I think,
South.
yeah, if we move it southeast, that's ideal. And I also want to just acknowledge, right? Maybe we want to shift the Pontiac area. Maybe we want to shift the Auburn Hills area. Like, I'm not sure. This is what I mean. It's like there's Troy, there's places close here that we may want to shift or try to keep.
Well, I've heard Pontiac and Waterford and Auburn Hills, and I did hear that it was a speaker today said that they actually like that, and I also like it too. And I think Commissioner Clark also thinks that those two areas should go together, though we haven't put Auburn Hills with Pontiac.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think we have a map from one of our public speakers today. And I don't know where it was delivered, and I'm not sure if we have anybody in the room who could answer that question. So I'm going to pause and just make sure that I am accurate, that we do have. Is there any member of our team who can help me understand, did we receive a map today from our public comment speaker? I think it was number 1. Do we have a paper map? It was a few simple precincts. I say simple, it's not going to be simple. And right, the goal is to sort of have maps that help us know how to be smart about our changes. Okay, Commissioner Witches and then Commissioner Clark.
I was going to say before we start changing the Pontiac area, since that in my mind would be a larger change, let's focus on the planned deviation in total first. Yes.
Sorry, this is about planned deviation. It's just sort of which direction to move it. And if we're moving, right, so I think Commissioner Villette was discussing, like, where do we move the population that we have too much of in 33? And so the thought was maybe into 38, because then we can bump it a little bit over into Auburn Hills. And that was my only thought. Does that make sense? I see Commissioner Clark's hand.
What about the top part of 33 and moving it into 39? The very top precinct. Yeah, that area over there. Yeah.
What do you think, Commissioner Villette?
Yeah, I would go for that. I think that when we put that in with 33, it was kind of like an afterthought to give it more population, but evidently it doesn't need it. So
yeah, and 39 can handle a little additional.
And Commissioner Curry, I heard your voice too. Did you have something?
I was going to say something, but I'm going to hold it for a moment.
Thank you. So Commissioner Villette, did you want to help direct us?
well, I'm not very good at this moving it around and around. So, I mean, if we want to start at the north, that's fine. Let's put where it says Austin Corners, which
Connors.
Awesome. Okay, so put that into 39. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Segal.
Went up. Yeah, it got worse.
Yeah. But 39 is that.
Right. So, I mean, it did bring 33
Clark,
down.
Can you? So yeah, it looks like we added it to 39, which was also over. And 38, I believe, was just a little bit under. So 38 can accept it better than 39. So do we want to back that out? Again, our goal is to have.
Why don't we just keep going and add to, it's 39, right?
Right on. So Commissioner Kellum, do you have a path for us? I do have that sort of this map that was it's making Oxford whole, and then improving the Pontiac district. So there's a few different places I can give this to.
So use it as a guide. Tell me what you see.
That's a great invitation. What do I see? It looks like
I'm going to put the populations up there real quick.
Okay, return.
Didn't
Go
they
ahead.
say something about Auburn Hills, Waterford, and Pontiac being together?
Yes, so
this
they're
morning?
recommended. You're right, Commissioner Curry. Yes, so and I'm going to read it because I have the comment here. Recommended improvement for District 38 to improve VRA compliance.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Return the single pink precinct south of Pontiac to District 29. So the single pink, there's multiple pink, but it is to the right. It's sort of in the middle of the pink district, which is 29. We're going to add that to 38, I believe. no, it says return the single pink precinct to District 29.
Is it that hill part, like that little mountain? What are they talking about? Turn it to 20.
Yes,
that one.
is that the one? No, it's not. That isn't 29. Yeah. So we're returning it to 29. So I think because this is so fresh, I'm just gonna transfer the green precinct in Auburn Hills from 29 to 38.
29 to 38.
This may be an old map.
I was mentioning that little mountain piece, but it's already in 29, so I can't imagine.
And at this point, we're still focusing on trying to reduce our plan deviation. So there was a cycle, and Mr. Stegall, you sometimes help us understand how we can, cycle our population. Do you have any thoughts here?
Let me back up and look at this. So 24 can hold some, and 36 can hold some. So, I mean, you could push some from 39 to 38 to 34, or you can put this back into 33 and push from 33 to 24, 33 to 36. You see, does that make sense to everyone? We put this back into 33 and then pass some to 36 or some to 24.
Okay. Any
for example, I'm just going to highlight this precinct. That could go into 24 and be under 2.5%. Not,
Are we okay with that, commissioners?
You have multiple ways of doing it.
This is around Wolverine Lake, which I think you were suggesting earlier, Commissioner Villette. Is that correct?
You're going to split up the city of Walled Lake?
Is that what we're doing there? If we do that, so that's not what we want to do, correct?
I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, let's
Well,
go ahead,
you really
Commissioner.
want it. They really were concerned about keeping Auburn Hills and the Waterford and Pontiac areas together. That's what they were concerned about. I didn't hear about Walled Lake this morning.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Orton, did you have a comment?
Well, I think that concern of Auburn Lake, Pontiac, and Auburn Hills, Pontiac, and the other, it's too much for one house district. I think that's why we have just part of what was requested. That's what I remember anyway.
Okay. Commissioner Villette?
Well, I'm thinking for Pontiac, we either need to go east or west to connect either more of Auburn Hills with it or more of Waterford with it. They're on either side of Pontiac. So, I mean, to go north or south, to me, doesn't make sense.
So,
Commissioner Kellum and then Commissioner Curry.
This is Gary Moorhead from Auburn Hills. I think if I'm understanding the comment and the suggestion correctly, he is suggesting transferring the 3 green precincts in Waterford above to District 38, so towards Pontiac.
The 3, but aren't they already in Pontiac? I mean, I guess the 3.
I
green.
Don't think so. From if I'm looking at Kent has a highlight there, but I think he's suggesting more of that area into that little elbow looking joint go into 38. It might be too much. I'm not sure, but if I'm understanding the drawing correctly, do you see Commissioner Orton?
Yeah, so I think it is the one that's highlighted and the one to the left of it.
Okay, yeah. And so this area right here is 3,700. So I guess what we're talking about is moving it into 30. One or both into 38 and then having 24 help balance it. Is that the idea?
Probably so, yeah. Try it.
Thanks, Commissioner Curry.
Shall we do such? Okay.
All right, we're going to try it. And then so we got to Commissioner Curry. Now we're going to go to Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I don't see the population numbers, but just above Rochester Hills in Oakland Township, there's 2 orange districts that are associated with Auburn Hills. And if we move those to 37, if the population allows it, that'll allow you to move more into 29. Or actually 29 is over now. No, yeah, a little bit. But that'll allow you to move more into 29 from the west or the south.
Okay, I think I'm following you.
Yeah. But I don't know what the population is in that area.
Our plan deviation is still up there. But we're cycling through. So we've decreased 33 to where we need it to be. Is that correct? Yes. 38 is now where we have extra population. It's our highest. And we're moving it into, and
these are just large, highly populated precincts. So it's making it a little more.
Okay.
Let's see what we got right here.
So for some reason, I thought we were actually going to move 38 to the east.
You can get,
but we can't move it very because it's so skinny.
Well,
and try to adjust more of Auburn Hills, not Auburn Heights. Okay, Auburn Hills. So we want more the northern area. So do we want to add to Auburn? Do we want to add 229 from 38? Is that what we're thinking? What do you think, Commissioner Orton?
But if we, like the part that he's highlighting, if we move from that edge of Pontiac, then we're actually splitting up the city of Pontiac to move it into Auburn Hills. I don't think that's what we want to do.
And I think the commenter this morning was trying to actually improve our VRA. That we did make it the adjustments. Thanks, Commissioner Kellum, for helping us review it.
I'm trying.
Some of these notes says MC to Pontiac, Michigan. State Senate maps hurts the change. So look at the state house maps to kind of get a better look of how they want Pontiac and Auburn Hills to be together. That's what some of my notes say. So I don't know.
Your notes were, so we are in the house map. So help us say it one more time, Commissioner Crazy. So your notes say that, so look at the house maps.
To look at the state house maps and put back with Auburn Hills. So they want Pontiac, the state Senate maps hurt the change. So they want for us to look at the state house maps and to put them back with Auburn Hills. If you can do that. I don't know if you can do that.
Okay, do we think that, so we're in the house maps and we're looking at the house and we're adjusting the population. Do you see a way that we could, change it, Commissioner Curry? Is there something that you would, based on your notes?
I can't hardly see these little letters. If I could see them larger.
Yeah, and the dots that we have, the theme that we have on currently is the Asian theme. Is that correct, Mr. Stegall? Is that Asian population?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. At this point, do we want to keep the Asian, or I think we're also, in terms of VRA, I think we're looking at African American. So I wonder if we can switch. Yeah, let's switch the theme.
Yeah.
Let's switch the theme to African American.
Yes, a couple of people talked about that. They wanted the African Americans to be more or less together or something of that sort.
Okay. So in terms of improving the VRA and getting our plan deviation below 5%, so 38, District 38, our numbers were over in population, so we want to reduce it. And we want to add to 29.
Mm-hmm.
And our district, I'm wondering, Mr. Adelson, can you help us potentially with 38 and it's
29.
So we're at 32% Black voting age population, and we have a 14.5% 14.4% Hispanic voting age population. Because of our coalition district, we believe that we have a healthy voting rights district here. Is that fair to say?
Well, I would agree. I think with Dr. Hanley's latest analysis that Hispanics in Detroit do vote cohesively with Black voters. The turnout is higher than it is in the western part of the state. The cohesion among Hispanics is a little less, but they clearly do coalesce. I would point out though that 38 is 3,500 above as far as a deviation. So it may be from a deviation standpoint, unless there were portions of 38, like in the western portion of 38, for example, it may be difficult to add population in because without removing some, that's going to skew the deviation.
Okay. And I think Mr. Stegall is helping us with that deviation. You're highlighting a district there, Mr. Stegall, that might help us not get 38 down and into the right area. Is that correct?
It appears to me that this precinct here, and I'm going to clear it so everybody can see it, but that's the top of a township or just outside of Pontiac. It's 2,200 people. That would lower the population and it would remove white population predominantly because white alone in that precinct is 2,000. So you'd be moving and put that into 24, which would put 24. 24 can take it.
Okay. And in terms of communities, Mr. Clark or Commissioner Clark, were you saying that you thought that was, I heard a yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we should make the move and see what the numbers look
Okay.
like.
And Commissioner Kelm, I heard you say it also. Okay. And Commissioner Curry. Okay. So let's move that 2061 into 24, not 29. Is that what I'm hearing? We're moving into the gray district, not the pink district. Okay.
Right.
29 couldn't take it. So now this is where we're at. Excuse me. 24 is 1.53%. 38 is at 1.58%. And non-Hispanic, Black, and 38 now is 32.6.
Thanks for getting me in, and we're back to 6% deviation. So let's so now we're looking at 18, District 18 as our largest district to reduce. 18 is another, it's down in the Detroit area.
Yes, and this is the Black thematic map.
Commissioner, thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Stegall. Commissioner Orton.
So 10 is only one away. If we can funnel through, but it's already very skinny, 8 in the middle. So I'm not sure if we can, but it would solve 2 problems.
It would. And that's, I'm sure, what Mr. Stegall was trying to tell us earlier. And I'm wondering this, if we, so Commissioner Kellum, I know that we've got neighborhoods that we're trying to keep whole. So I'm wondering if we want to have the Detroit neighborhood map on here while we're making that shift between 18 through 8 into 10.
Sure, we can put that up.
I was thinking
the neighborhood layers,
I'm
please.
sorry, yeah, I was looking at numbers. And
it's okay, Kent.
and it was like,
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, as I look at Royal Oak, which is in 18, if we can move some of the areas in Royal Oak over toward 10, I think that's the direction we have to go. That would further support what I heard at the CCF centers of having a higher percentage African-American population than they have today. So I think that would help what I heard at TCF.
Okay. Any thoughts on that, commissioners?
So the only thing I would say about that, I see, Commissioner Clark, what you're saying. I just, there are areas where I think it would be helpful for minority population to push in. So we don't want to crunch them all down below 8 Mile, if that makes any sense either.
And let's look at the numbers that we're talking about, because it may not be right. We may be talking about hundreds of people, not thousands. Can Mr. Stegall, again, the numbers are small enough, and I appreciate you're keeping them small so we can actually see more of the map, but help us know how many numbers of people are we talking about, like to move to make these changes so we get below the 5% deviation, plan deviation?
I think you're looking at for 10, you need about 1,000.
Okay.
And then we're 18.
Meaning we're adding 1,000 to 10. And we're going to take 1,000 out of 18.
In 18, you don't need to take but hundreds. So you need to be careful. So, but if we look at 12, you could take a little bit from 12 into 10. If it's not too large a number. And then 18 could, give up a little bit. I don't know if there's little precincts in these areas. We have to just zoom in and look at them.
Okay, so I'm going to summarize. We're going to try to add about 1,000 into 10, and we're going to take about hundreds potentially from 18 and potentially from 12. And so we're going to try to find the path. Maybe do we want to start again with a couple hundred or just 100 in 12 to move into 10? Go ahead, Commissioner Curry.
Probably a couple hundred, since he said hundreds. So
yes, and so I think in there. So we'll have to be at the block level, so those blocks, and I mean the people who are familiar with these neighborhoods, that's what I think I'm looking for, is trying to help those commissioners, those of us who know more. Please help us make these choices.
So the Ferndale, Pleasant Ridge, Royal Oak community kind of effortlessly blends together, and that's also a community where we talk about the LGBTQIA and resources. There in the northwest side of Detroit loves that area. So it's a very bonded section. So that's why, much like Commissioner Clark spoke about Rochester Hills, there's some areas that should be considered. I guess they're just more thoughtful. So before we just start shoving.
Is it where
people.
Is it where we're zoomed into? Is this the right area?
Yeah, just describing that whole little neighborhood. Same thing with Hazel Park, Oak Park. It all kind of is this meld. Those are like the first suburbs after you kind of cross 8 Mile in the Coolidge 9 Mile area.
Okay, Commissioner Orton, did you have a
something
thought?
to think about?
Okay,
so
thank you.
While I don't know this area at all, it looks to me like that first row in 18 where he's zoomed in, the long row, it looks like it's part of the neighborhood to the right of it that's in 8. So if we chose those to keep all of that together, would that be good?
Brittany, didn't Hazel Park have a racehorse area? That seemed like something like what they used.
Did. It's that's the other end of, I know what you're talking about, kind of by 696. It's no longer there, but yeah.
Because that's what I was looking at right up in there.
All right. That's the area, correct, Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Orton? That we're looking at? Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't even meaning that much, but if it takes it, that's fine. I was just talking about the first little strip.
And that's 1,000, and it's sort of a contiguous area. It looks like it's clean. It is 1,000, and we have an 18 can give that up, and we're moving it into 8. Do we need to look at numbers? And I'm thinking of, when I say numbers, I'm looking at Black voting age population. Do we need to look at, or do we feel comfortable this is okay? And I would believe 8 is also the district that we have our Bengali community, or is that 10? Do we know where our Bengali community is? And I think.
Are you thinking of like the Sterling Heights Warren area?
I guess so.
Bengali? Yeah.
I was just looking at 10 had that 9.53% Asian. And that's what I mean is like, I'm just making sure that I know there's a lot of different communities that we're trying to respect here. A lot of different choices. So that's all I'm trying to, move once rather than 3 times. Yeah.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, 10 does have some of that population. Kent has a hand.
I have a question. This area right through here has 0 population. That's this Fair Park. Is that a park or railroad tracks or a parking lot?
Zoom in more. That might be
because that significantly separates this neighborhood area and this neighborhood area. And it's all south of 9 Mile Road. So that's 0 population. That's 17. I'm just trying to, looks like 2 different areas from here to here.
I'm wondering, was that where they had the? No. It's okay.
I'm going
That's not
to
where they
turn
had
on
police.
aerial photography and we're going
Thank
to
you. I was
zoom
gonna say,
in and see what it is.
Yes.
That is railroad tracks.
Yep.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the rail yard.
Mhm.
So generally speaking,
Keep everybody on each
people
side.
aren't running back and forth across
No.
a dozen rail lines. So
No, they're not.
9 Mile Road, 8 Mile. That's Wanda Street. This is West End Street. I can't read it very well, but
This is good though. I think what you're helping us know is that this is a good district to choose to go into 8 because it is a neighborhood and yeah. And,
I like the aerial for this part of it, actually.
Okay.
It's helpful.
So let's leave the aerial on for the moment. Is that what I'm also
I
hearing?
mean, we don't have to leave it up. I just, for those specific moments are.
Okay,
it's
yeah.
helpful.
yeah, it helps. So
Thank you, Mr. Segal. Yes, let's go back to the version. Yep.
so we decided
To
has the
add that to
commission
8?
Put it in 8.
Yes, please. Mr. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, just a point of reference, Juanita, you had mentioned the racetrack. That was at Dequindre and 10 Mile. And it's gone. It's now an Amazon facility.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, so
wow.
there's nobody living there where
Okay.
the racetrack was.
Thanks, Doug. Yeah, okay.
Excuse me. Okay, Commission, District 8 is now 43.75% Black.
Mhm.
And District 18 is now 45.34% Black. Asian and Hispanic population are well below 5%. Well, one's 4.47.
Mhm.
What other district? 8. We haven't dealt with 10 yet.
Yep. And I think what we're about to do is, so 8 is, yeah, we have a couple hundred to take out of 8 because we want to keep it a little bit overpopulated if we can. And we're going to move it into 10. So where should we, so then we're going to also take a little bit out of 12.
If need be, yeah.
If need be. So commissioners, help me. Is that what's that line that's sort of on the west of 10 and the east of 8? Is that a county line? Is that a major road? Is that something we should cross or should we not cross it?
This is the county line.
Yeah,
County line.
you can't cross that.
It's Dequindre Road.
Okay, that's Dequindre.
So that's the area that the Bengali community described.
Mhm.
Starts kind of like, their COI.
Okay, so we don't want to cross that, I believe. I believe what I'm hearing is we may want to actually take from 12 rather than sort of disrupt that community. Is that?
Yeah, and I'm also not in love with the way, and this isn't always about looks, but the way District 8 looks. So, yeah.
Any changes that you would?
I mean, we can go into 10 a bit. I wouldn't be against it, but that is just not my decision. So that's just my thought.
Okay. Again, thinking about the careful moves that we want to make. I know that this was drawn right with with COIs in mind. So as we're moving and changing neighborhoods, go ahead, Commissioner Curry.
Yeah, did not the Bengali say that, aren't they kind of located in Warren? And that's in 25, the bottom part of 25 along with 10, probably kind of go together some kind of way.
I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
What you're saying is accurate. Yep. So then again, I'm thinking, so Commissioner Kellum, did you want to sort of fix 8 before we sort of try to do massage 10, or do we just want to move into 10?
Move into 10 is fine.
Okay.
Because I can't process that quickly about what to do with my lightning bolt 8.
Okay. So then go ahead, Mr. Stegall.
10 needs almost 1,000 or roughly 1,000.
Right.
So I don't know how y'all feel about it. This whole side over here is higher numbers, except for whatever.
All right. We would be adding to 10
Correct.
From 8. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Yeah.
And we could cut down on the lightning bolt if necessary, if somebody, but I don't know the neighborhoods.
Do you have some names that you can put on it so we can kind of see the streets?
Yes, that's this is Cadillac Heights and this is Davison. So
Familiar
matter
with
of fact,
Davidson.
yeah, anything across this line, well, right there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, let's
Yeah.
Conant Garden. Let's
Yeah.
add Conant Garden. Mhm.
So if we, took this piece, because that's Northeast Central District,
Yes, please.
we can select those blocks and just see what happens.
Okay.
Thanks, Commissioner Curry.
You're welcome.
It's not going to quite do it, but it gets it in the ballpark.
Okay.
So this is only 111, but it does clean up follow the neighborhood line.
Sounds good.
If that's in, okay.
That's
Assign that to 10.
Yes, please.
Let me try that again. So, like I said, 10 still needs 1,000.
Right. So let's.
But if we can, continue to improve neighborhoods.
So 2 is fine. We don't think we want to move.
Oh, I went too far. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. And
I don't, well, for example, 2, you see how this Davison seems to be split right here. So if you took a little bit of this 2 and put in 10, you'd be, doing the neighborhood thing again. This is Davison.
Can try that, please.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is also the sort of the area of the LGBTQ neighborhood. And so do we have, I have that portal submission pulled up.
That's the Hamtramck area.
Okay, so that's not.
That's not
This is Banglatown right here. Buffalo Charles here.
We're not on 8. That's not 8 Mile. Sorry. Yep.
This is McNichols.
Okay.
Also known as 6 Mile. Yes.
Yep. I'm with you.
Excuse me. 10 still needs a little bit more, but we're down to, just hundreds.
What's
12?
What's happening with 12?
12 has a little bit. Mount Olivet is split.
Go ahead. Take that, please.
Take that section.
Yes, Kent.
You'll also learn how to use your microphone too. You'll get it, Kent. We'll all get there. So we're going to make this change, and then I'm just going to acknowledge that it's 34 as our lowest populated and number 5. District 5 is our highest. So this may change, help us get our plan deviation under, but not quite. So yeah, I think we've made it whole. Let's see if we can find District 5. Where is
5 is up here, Southfield, Oakland, Farmington Hills.
Okay.
right there.
9 is over as well.
So
Am I
9
right?
is 9 is over. I thought I saw,
Under, I'm sorry.
yeah, 9 is under and 5 is over. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
and
Okay,
they're
so-
side by side, so it's just a matter of.
Can you help
picking-
us here, Commissioner Kellum?
Absolutely. Okay, we got to give some to 9.
And I think we're looking at, sometimes it's useful, just, I think we're in the hundreds, or are we looking at 1,000, Kent, to get us under that population?
Hundreds to just get it even.
Many hundreds, yeah.
If you move 1,000, it'll be even better. So, I mean.
So let's shoot for 1,000.
So
Okay.
you can do, part of a whole precinct if there's a whole precinct. As a matter of fact, you can move 2,000, like this whole precinct here, or 1,800 or 2,153. Any of those would work. You can go all the
But
way.
I thought we're going 5 to 9, not 9 to 5.
God, see, I'm stupid.
No, Kent, you're not going to talk about yourself now. Stop it.
1748. I mean, you can come all the way over here and get 2,800,
Can we
2,500.
have some thematic docs as well, just so I can see what's really happening? And I'm also being very conscious of the Southfield, Lathrop Village. I don't want to break that up too much. Okay, good. So I was thinking more on the west side towards Farmington.
So however you want it, you could zoom out.
What's happening with that 1632 over there?
So this.
All the way to the edge?
Yep. A little piece down here.
Yep.
Any of these, any of them.
Let's start with 1632.
It's just what you want the district to
To
look
the
like.
left, to the left.
Little musical
Yeah.
interlude there.
Mhm.
I know you were concerned about the way that 8 was going to look, Commissioner Kellum. That's it. Yeah. This is the funny shape.
Yeah.
I just wanted to acknowledge that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what public comment is for. You can only do what you can do.
But
I know
for-
that it looks wonky.
From an eyeball perspective, I would be looking at something like
That one.
that one.
Okay.
And
well,
I mean, I suggest looking at the numbers. It's 1,900. It's, 1,300 white and 300 minority or black. So it's the same as a lot of precincts in the area.
okay, Buddy Bruce, do you have any? I know you're tracking. Do you have any overwhelming suggestions? Why bite my cheese? Thank you.
Commissioner Kellum, no, I think this is I understand the adjustments that you're trying to make. I think this is a good area for that. So I agree.
And percentage wise, they are similar districts. That's 13%. That's 10%, and not huge numbers either way.
Okay.
So what do you want to
I'm
do?
okay with that.
You okay with it? Okay.
Unless Commissioner Orton, I know you are my catcher. Do you have a visual problem with the leg that's coming out?
I can get over it.
Okay, thank you. Bless you. Thank you.
I guess it would be more about the neighborhoods through here, how they tie together, Okay.
Are we okay with it, Commissioner Kellum? Can we move on? Okay, because we got it down, 0.08%. We're heading in the right direction. So 16 and 34. 16 is another VRA district, I'm almost certain. And 34 is up there on the right. Northeast. Yep. So 16 and 9 are also adjacent. So I wonder if you wanted to, 5, 9, and right, we were adjusting 5 and 9 earlier. Now 16, so that they all three intersect. So where the adjustment you made earlier, like, is there a sweet spot? Maybe. I think Lathrop Village is that northeast corner of 5, District 5, right? That blue municipal. I see.
16 needs to give up population, and these are singular precincts all the way up through here.
Right, and that's what
it gets a little more, unless you can get all the way up.
So we could add, 2713 out of 16. No, we can't, that would cut it off. Yeah, it's
You
such a
could, you
skinny
can move
district.
some from 16 to 32 at the northern tip around Birmingham and not destroy your.
And what's happening, I feel like this is a moot point, but what's happening on the southern part of District 16? Let's look. Yeah. And what's happening with 21 and all the other, my friends down there.
Sue, can you, thank you.
21 cannot take any popular.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
but
that's
just-
the deal. It's
just
pretty maxed out.
Okay,
But then
let's-
again, we got 14 over here.
And what's 14 doing in Redford?
It's at 1200. It can take some. Three's at 1300. I mean, you can rotate them around. I mean,
Maybe we'll go north and try what by Bingham Farm, or was that, or no, Birmingham? I'm sorry.
here's a 833 person population precinct right here.
And zoom all the way in. So
And that could go to 14, and would that would fix 16, because 16, you don't need to move at hundreds. Let me cut on your
That's
neighborhood areas.
Southfield Road.
Yeah, and see, we're down here in whole neighborhoods as well, unless we can find a split neighborhood. And
Winship and Tri Point looks like they're split.
Grand Rivers,
16.
Mary's is split. This is split right here. So 3 may be able to hold enough to make 16 happy. I know it can. Yeah. So you could.
Okay, can I believe in you? So let's. Are you saying?
I'm going to try to put all these
1162 into the Grand Rivers, St. Mary's.
Yeah, it may work just fine. We'll see.
Okay.
Maybe too much, but we're going to find out. I think they'll just barely make it. We're going to see if we can do this.
You're going to assign it to 9.
Ah.
Or no, you did it right. That's 3. Yep.
Yeah, but
it did go up.
3 go up, but at least it took care of 16 and made a whole neighborhood. So.
Okay, so let's cycle out. So we want to take 16, take more out of 16 now.
16's fine.
Oh, 16's fine. Sorry.
It's
We want to
3
take more out of
that would
3.
need lose some. And I'm just looking to see if there's a neighborhood like right here. This neighborhood's already split. 7 is a little bit low. Put some more of it into 7. This neighborhood's split 3 ways. Now, we can, let me look at this area right here and see if, well, however you want to do it, it would be take more of this area and put it in 7.
What do you think, Commissioner Kellum?
Because you see how it's already, and we could.
Let's try that, please.
You may be able to move the whole thing. This isn't as populated.
You're so overzealous.
Well, it's not a highly populated.
Okay, what's happening?
Well, that is more than I thought.
So we're trying to reduce 3, correct? And move it into 7? Okay.
But I think 7, are we getting into any area of population in District 7? But I don't think the top of it, I don't know.
So we're putting population into 7.
7?
So
okay.
Would that be, is that going to help?
We can try it.
You're at 1,000 now, so that's about right, isn't? Or do we want to do? I don't think we want to do. We want more.
No, you can
2,000.
easily.
Okay. Oh, because then we'll be 1,000 over in 7. Okay, very good.
It's not. So anyway, I'll do there, and then it'll come to. Oh, here's a 154 person block. That's what took it up so high. If I put it in the right district, I don't know why I can't do this. And I think we should just go ahead and do these little pieces down here.
And help us with our deviation. We're under 5.9 now.
Yes, 7 is at 1.42 and 3 is at 0.15. And I'm just wondering if we can, I don't think we can get that whole neighborhood area. You may be able to. I'm going to just select it and then y'all can make an executive decision. Actually, you could put that into 7, I believe, and still stay under 2.5.
Seems like
Let's
a good
try
idea.
it, Kent, please.
You can take a look at it. And it may be pushing it, but. Yeah, that puts 7 at 0.235, and now the neighborhood's in 2 districts, or that area is in 2 districts rather than 3. And 7's at 2.35, so.
So why don't we add to 14? Is 14, 14's over already.
But I'm saying it's at 2.35, so I don't know. Well, if you want to go lower, you could just,
7 is, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Because 7 is our largest.
But that many in 14 and.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay. So now you're right at 209%.
Yeah. And
on 7. So you
okay. And we that neighborhood now is in 2 districts rather than 3. Okay. So now we're moving on to District 84 or 34. So 34 I know is sort of on the northeast side of Detroit, sort of the St. Clair Shores area. So 34 is underpopulated and 84 is in the Muskegon area. And so 84 has too much. So we'd have to add to other districts around it that are also, let's see, 101. What's 101? Or Norton Shores?
101 is 2,000 light.
Yeah. So
and 83 is 700 light.
So we could move some precincts from 84 into 101. Okay. So let's we want to take 233. 2033. Okay, let's take that one, please. The Lakewood Club, Kent, and add that to 101.
And it's just a funny shape in here. I don't know. Well,
yeah, that's the other one was the funnier, the 2542. So hopefully, yeah. So now we're at 5.7.
101's at 0.3. 84 is at 0.26.
Yep.
85 is at 166. So everything in that area. Is
so let's move back to the east side of the state and to the Detroit area, because that's where 21 and 34 are going to be.
And 21 is in central or Royal Oak, between Royal Oak and it's Oak Park.
Yeah.
Royal Oak Park, Southfield.
Commissioner Orton.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I'd like to hear Mr. Adelson's comment on this, but I think, it was our goal that we stated to get below 5% deviation, but I think he said something about 7% or something. So when we're working in these VRA areas, it might be better to leave them. I'm not sure. What do you?
I was also going to quickly say, sorry, you could just add the tip of St. Clair Shores into 34. If that 34 is in need, right? Is that what you were saying?
34 is underpopulated.
I would just add that. That's what I would do.
So Commissioner Callum, just direct Mr. Yeah, and then let's go back to Bruce. Bruce, do you want to respond first?
Sure. I appreciate that. I appreciate the questions, commissioners. I mean, you're at a 5.7 deviation. That's already pretty good. So there's no legal bright line that you must be under 5. I think 5 is always something that I look at as a good goal because it's half that 10% threshold. It's less likely that you have to painfully justify what you're doing. So my thought is, in response to Commissioner Orton's question, I think 5.7 deviation is pretty good.
Excellent. So that's great news. So Mr. Stegall,
I just wanted to point out 21 is only at 2.2. If you lower 34, you could get it to drop below 5 just by lowering 34.
and Commissioner Kellum
That's it.
saw something that might actually be an easy fix. So Commissioner Kellum, can you help direct Mr. Stegall, and then we're going to try to run the partisan fairness numbers after that.
Absolutely. And I just want to kind of highlight Commissioner Orton's concern and then Bruce's response. So I think it's appropriate to move kind of the tip of District 6, which is St. Clair Shores, into 34, because it doesn't affect the population and communities of interest or any neighborhoods around. The way that it's configured, District 4 kind of cushions it in, and District 2 is right underneath District 6. So I don't think we would have any sort of love loss there. So I would move the tip near St. Clair Shores, start there, into 34. So boop, done.
Okay, excuse me, commissioners. Now I'm waiting on the computer. Let me save and find that unassigned population.
We are at 12:30. Yeah, and I'm wondering, sorry, Mr. Stegall, I'm seeing your body language, and I'm recognizing that the computer may be done for the moment. So the computer needs a break. I'm wondering, commissioners, are we okay with helping? Yeah. We usually do go to lunch at lunch. That's what I'm trying to figure out, is like, should we break earlier? Okay. All right. So hearing no objections, it is 12:30. And Mr. Stegall, do you need us to do anything before we?
No, I'm just going to save this, close it down, and then we can move that one feature to do 34 when we come back.
Very good.
There's
Thank
no
you.
point in waiting on this.
Okay, thank you. So it is 12:30. Hearing no objections, we are in recess until 1:30. Thank you very much. As Vice Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:32. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Hello, Commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll that you are attending remotely and disclose where you are attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present, attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid. Brittany Kellum.
Present.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Zatella. Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
In attendance.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. So I believe we were mapping in the State House and yeah, Mr. Stegall, can you help us see where we were?
I'll get there. I have to load up the Zoom so I can share my screen. I should have done it moments ago, but I did not. So when we left off, we had computer problems and we did the, did the check for unassigned areas, and it actually found this precinct is not assigned to any district. Fortunately, it fits right into 18, which is where it had been at one time. If you remember, we were editing right down in here.
Yes. Does that seem familiar, Commissioners? Is that it belongs in 18? Okay, so please assign that, Mr. Stegall.
18.
That should give our plan deviation a help. And then I think we were ready to, I think it was in 34. Commissioner Kellum, I believe you were helping us you had identified an area.
Yep, putting that little top portion of St. Clair Shores into 34.
So the top of 6 right in here?
Yes.
Okay. One of these precincts?
Yes. Let's see.
That's 2,865. That's 2,828.
Do you have a preference? So
Well, the 6 will
Commissioner Kellum, can you use your microphone, please?
I am, but I was also asking Commissioner Orton a question. Go ahead, Kent. What were you saying?
The 2 precincts that border District 34 and District 6 are 2,865, 2,828. But at the same time, District 6 is currently low a few hundred, which may or will bring 6 below the targeted deviation.
And we did recognize that we are okay with our plan deviation as of the moment. So if it feels important to do, Commissioner Kellum, please continue.
The only other thing we could do is include that the portion of Roseville is 4175. So that'd be a little over, but it would keep Roseville whole. And I see a hand from Commissioner Weiss.
Just a quick question. I noticed District 23 is a little bit over and it is right next door. Maybe we could take a few out of there and transfer them over. That might work.
I see your thinking, but this is kind of like a lakeshore district. So we could very well do that. And that is a choice. But I'm leaning towards including something in the southern part of 34 from St. Clair Shores, just to keep it.
So, okay, Commissioner Witches?
Sure.
So I would lean to keeping Roseville whole.
Okay.
So where are we? We have a plan deviation that is within limits. We were considering adjusting it for the Lakeshore District. There was a suggestion to keep Roseville whole, so I think we're not going to make any changes. Is that what I'm hearing, or do you want to? Commissioner Weiss.
Just another quick question. What's north of 34? Is that a possibility, something along the shoreline to add to that way?
Mm,
41 is overpopulated. Anchor Bay Harbor. What do you think, Commissioner Kellum?
I believe excuse me, this is the precinct that runs the shoreline. I just realized that. And then this is a different precinct.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just pointing it out that like that's one precinct
Okay.
kind of thing.
I don't know. I think I'll lean towards let me see. Kent, what are you doing?
I'm messing up right now. Okay, back to a better visual.
Okay, yeah, take some. You can do that. Let's try to take some for 41. I think Commissioner Orton had a suggestion.
Commissioner Orton?
Well, I'm just thinking part
Chesterfield?
of what you highlighted, Kent, or maybe all, if I guess.
Shall I zoom back in there? And so
well, I'm thinking to the
block
left.
Chesterfield. So where you had 2162 and there was another little piece over there.
Not here, but over on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah, just that little.
Here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking one of them. We can see what one of them does.
The smaller one?
So that 2162 would be right in the ballpark as far as your percentages and numbers and stuff.
Okay, let's try that. Assign that to 34, please.
Okay.
Yowza, we did it.
Oh,
Yeah, and you promptly dropped well below 5%.
All right. Okay, so thank you, commissioners, for that. And we are within our plan deviation, and we are ready to run the partisan fairness numbers and look at this plan, which is the merged. I just want to make sure that we're in Magnolia, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all for the teamwork. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Do we have?
I
We
just
have not
ran the
looked at
errors.
Benton Harbor. We before we did any other changes, we were going to try to run the partisan fairness. So we just did plan deviation to get Magnolia sort of a partisan where it needs to be for partisan fairness. And then after that. And I should acknowledge, right? Thank you. Chair Zatella has joined us. And I think it was around 140.
It is 140.
What?
I just somehow, because we just noting your presence.
Oh.
Yep. For the record.
So,
I have
Madam
arrived.
Chair,
Yes.
the partisan fairness spreadsheet is up. We have a lopsided margin of 6.1% favoring the Republicans. The mean and median difference is 3.1% favoring Republicans.
Okay.
The efficiency gap is 6.1% favoring Republicans.
Okay.
And seats to votes is 2.3% favoring Republicans. And the seat count is 55-55.
Okay. All right. Any comments?
What was the first number? The
6.1? 6.1.
Okay, so we've got the numbers. Commissioner Kellum.
I was gonna see if Buddy Bruce had any thoughts.
With the partisan fairness numbers?
Yes, yes.
Do we have comparison numbers for?
So for version 5 would be the closest. Do you have those numbers, Commissioner
Yep.
Satella?
So version 5, which we worked on yesterday, the lopsided margin was 5.3. The mean median was 2.7, so a little lower. The efficiency gap was 4.3, and the seats votes was 57 to 53 with a negative 0.5%. Against Democrats, 0.5% in favor of Republicans. Is it? No, I think it's the other way. It's in favor of Republicans.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I have both the plans, the spreadsheets up here. We can look right at them if you
Yep.
want. The top one is Magnolia. The bottom one is Pine V5. So the lopsided margin is 6.1. Magnolia, 5.3 for Pine V5, favoring Republicans.
Okay.
The mean median difference is 3.1% Magnolia, favoring Republicans. For Pine V5 is 2.7%, favoring Republicans.
Okay.
The efficiency gap for Magnolia is 6.1%, favoring Republicans. And Magnolia and Pine V5 is 4.3%, favoring Republicans. And for Magnolia, the proportional bias is 2.3%, favoring the Republicans. The seat count is even at 55-55 for the two parties. The proportionality bias for Pine V5 is 0.5% Republican count. The seat count is 57-53 Democrat.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, Brittany, if we took this map and went with it and promoted it and so forth at this point, do you feel that it took care of the issues that the people of Detroit had when we were at the TCF Center?
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. That's a loaded question. I would say overall, yes. My thoughts, if we had more time or in some other tweaking, of course, I would have liked to create a little bit more representation as we pushed up across 8 Mile and play with those numbers. But I think it would make us more responsive to the comments in the community of Detroit for sure. Because the one thing that I can stand by is mostly, if not all, of the neighborhoods in Detroit are back together.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And Juanita, what's your opinion?
Commissioner Curry, are you on? Is she on? You might be muted, Commissioner Curry.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm just trying to make some of the districts more contrasting so we can more easily see the variety of district shapes.
Thank you. Commissioner Weiss, did you have a question?
All right. Even though this looks pretty good, I got a what if or a maybe. What if we took a quick look at 28 and 21 to see if there's something we could tweak really simple, not too drastic, and maybe just improve that plan deviation a little bit? And I don't want to spend no more than 5 minutes on it. I think we ought to be able to look at them numbers.
Do we need to improve the plan deviation if it's below 5%?
No, but
okay,
it wouldn't hurt.
You just want
if
to
it's
do okay.
simple, real simple.
So between which one and which one?
Well, take a look at 28 or 21 and see if it could be done by shifting one or the other. If one's too high or one's too low, if we could borrow from a district, something that wouldn't take but a few minutes to do, and see if it helps.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Rothorn.
I was going to offer that I know that Mr. Commissioner Weiss, one of the things that we have to do, or excuse me, we have to evaluate whether we want to do it or have to do it is around the Flint area, right? There was a difference between version 5 and Magnolia. And so we'll be shifting districts potentially. And so that our plan deviation may shift because of that. And so I'm not against doing it. I just know that we do have a limited amount of time, and I know we're going to be making some bigger changes like you were saying.
And that was the other thing is if it's all right, if it's everybody, if you have I like what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Witches?
Yeah, I hear Commissioner Weiss wanting to try something, and I think we need to let him do that.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and take a look, take a look.
Well, like I said, everybody else take a look at it, whether we just pick like 28 and see if there's something we can move quickly that would change that deviation. And then if it does work, maybe check 21 or see how the numbers change. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because we do have some other things to do.
Can we start to 28?
Yeah, I think so. Let's see
Okay.
if there's something
So
simple.
28 is low.
I guess technically, 28 is at minus 2.53%. So that is over the 2.5.
Mm-hmm. So what around it has extra would be, or not as
Looks
low?
like 37 we could borrow a block right up in the left
Yeah,
corner.
that was what I suggested before, was just take that block. It's just one little township out of Rochester
As
Hills.
long as Commissioner Clark isn't going to
Yeah.
step on your toe.
I was gonna
and
say,
so-
he didn't want to
because
do
he
that
doesn't let
before.
us touch it.
I already stepped on his toe.
Okay.
Yeah. What if we go up into 44 instead?
I mean, it's just one block. It's not going to kill Rochester Hills to lose one block.
I would support Commissioner
True, but
Weiss to
it-
take
it
that little
impacts-
corner.
it impacts
Take
the
the
city
corner.
clerk.
So 2,300 out of 37. I guess it would be a slight improvement. Wouldn't
Just-
they put it right about 2.5?
Mhm.
Just
We
do
can
it,
do
Ken,
it
quick.
and just look at it.
Just do it quick.
I think it's just going to flip flop.
Commissioner Weiss rarely asks for anything, so I think we
Give it
can
to him.
accommodate
Just
him. He rarely requests any change, so we can humor him on this one.
28 is dead even and 37 is below 2.55,
Mhm.
2.5.
And our overall plan deviation went down too. Thank you, Commissioner Weiss.
You're welcome.
All right. Are there any other changes we want to make to this plan? Anyone? I know the one thing I would like to look at is restoring Battle Creek and Albion back to what we had on the prior plan, because we received so much public comment about that. Okay, I think to do that, the easiest, can we bring up a shape file of, would it have been Pine V3? I think that's what it was.
One of them has it, I'm sure.
It's either Pine V3 or Pine 5.
Even Pine, I think, had it. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So could we just make that change, see what it does to the map, and that will accommodate those requests? So turn 74 into that, just carry it along. And then we'll have to adjust 71 and probably a little 72. Yeah, we're gonna have to fix
Yes,
something
ma'am.
there.
I
Yeah.
can just put these townships back into 74.
Yep.
Okay. And this area shall go,
I would put it into 72 for now, and we'll just see what we have to adjust. Yep, put it into, I think, 71.
yes. And this township,
Okay, so how much population is in there?
oh, I'm sorry. Okay, it is 3,200. Let me
Okay.
turn the labels on. $3,200 is showing up.
Okay, so that's 3,200 and 90. What is next to it? Is it in the yellow?
95 is at 168 over, and 93 is 90. Is 742 over.
Okay, so I'd say put it
Split
into 95 because I don't think there's, I mean, we could, do you want to split it? You want 97? What's the population
I'm
97?
sorry. Yes. 97 is at 652.
So 95 has the lowest.
I don't think any 32 is over your 2,300.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to split it or do you want to put it into 95 and then take away some from 95 elsewhere? I mean, to split it, we'd have to go down to the block level.
And my guess is most of the population is around that town.
Thoughts?
Like your idea of trying to split it, maybe put some in 74 because it's low,
Mhm.
and then the rest in what was it up above that, 93 or 95, whatever. Just to see what it looks like.
Yeah, can we try to
Just
put,
split it?
can we put the city of I think Bellevue, the blocks around that down into 74?
All right. Shall it like south of this line where my cursor is,
Yep, and I'd probably,
and south of that, or maybe even
yep,
go up
I
that
think that
way?
would work.
Okay, I'll just select it and then y'all decide how you want to look at it. Let me, I'm just going to select all this area and then you guys can decide what you want to do.
Yep.
And maybe those two little blocks right there.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, there, that area.
There's a little triangle down at the
Yeah, I
bottom.
mean, yeah, I see it. But that area right there is roughly 2,300 people. And
70.
74
We can take it.
has 1,600.
Yep, so let's go ahead and put that in there.
Okay.
Did we go the wrong way? I feel like we might have gone the wrong way. Okay, we're still good.
Now, 74 is right on the numbers. Now,
So 95.
if you guys want, you can zoom in and see if that's the best split.
So if I'm remembering correctly, that was about 3,000, 3,200. And we took out 1,200, so there's 2,000 left. So I think we can probably put the rest of that into 95 and it will be able to take it rather than splitting it two ways. If I'm right on my numbers, Commissioner Orton.
Somehow you're going to have to get quite a bit down to 71.
Yeah, we're going to have to go back down and adjust that. Because this is technically part of 71, even though it's orphaned from it right now. You're not? So picky. Okay, so if you could put that into 90, I think it's 95, yep,
95?
yep.
Okay.
And I'd like to reflect for the record that Commissioner Eid has arrived.
Oh, really? Come on.
And what? Oh, Commissioner Curry is back on. Commissioner Orton.
I would think maybe that would fit better in 97 if we zoom out and look, but just my thought.
All right, before you assign that, hold on. So that's 909 people. And Commissioner Orton is suggesting maybe 97 might be a better spot for it. So can we look at 97? I mean, it can go up to 97. Can you go a little farther? Because I think 97 goes up north too.
Yeah, I'm not sure which way it should go, but
My hunch is it just keep it in the central region rather than the
I
western.
would say keep it with 95 from now because we might need to take some away from 95 to balance out 72 and 71.
Okay.
95?
95 it is. All right, so let's see the line between 92 and 91.
Where are we
Or
looking?
71 and 72, sorry.
71 and 72.
Yeah, because I think
is
that's our biggest deviation.
These
So
two
what, can you,
townships.
yep, there you go, active matrix.
So 72 is 2,700 high,
Mhm.
while 71 is 6,600 low.
Okay. So can we grab those townships on the, oh, yep.
Put
So-
these two into,
Well, we're going into 71, right? 70.
yes,
Yes. So grab those right there.
can we see the population?
Yep.
It'll be 3,600. And that'll be close to. So 71 now is 3% low and 72 is 1% low.
Can you zoom out just a touch? And I want to look at that one other township up above there.
This township?
Yeah, actually, can you zoom out a little bit?
72 needs some now.
72
Well-
is 1,000 low, 71 still needs.
Still
people.
needs to lose about
71 needs.
700. It needs to add about 700. So can we see what the population of 66 is? I'm just trying to look around other areas.
Okay, well, 72 goes all the way up in there. 66. Okay, we're coming over here. All right.
I mean, the other thing we could do too, and I don't know, Cynthia, weigh in on this, is we could grab that additional northern township and then, well, yeah, I don't want to do that. So 66 is 300 under and 71. Would you mind taking off the shape file? Because it's just
Yes.
making it harder to
Yep.
see like what we've got. Thank you. Okay, so
Let me change it. I'm gonna change the color.
That would be helpful too. Yeah, it makes it
72.
challenging. So you guys know I always see things like 3 steps at a time. So what I'm thinking, Commissioner Orton, if the population makes sense, is potentially taking that sliver above 74, that's the half township, putting it into 95, taking the rest of the half township on the left that's in 95 and putting it into 72, and then taking the township that is north of 71 along the 72-71 border and putting it into 71.
I think of things one step at a time, so that was a little hard to keep track of. Do it and see what happens.
Yeah, so like put this all the way into 95.
Put this in all the way in
Put
the,
this all the way into 72, and then put this into 71. So it's like choo-choo-choo. Try it.
so which one's going into 71?
So the half block, well, let's start with that first, because if that population isn't right, it's not going to matter. So let's start with that block on 72. So zoom back out and I'll show you.
Yeah, you're gonna come down here.
This right here.
Yes. Goes to 71.
Depending on the population.
Well, I clicked on it without doing a population.
That's okay.
So it's 1,000 low, so 71's
So
happy.
that fixes that. So then my next thought was go up to 72 and grab the rest of that half township from 95 and pull it into 72.
Okay. That'll be 2,400, so
Mhm.
that would.
Sorry, this is just the way I think. It's like chess. I'm thinking three steps at the same time.
Well, that's your
So-
gift. That's good.
So then that I want to put into 95, and that should balance everything out, I think. I mean, we are okay on 95, so we could just leave it. Just leave it.
Oh, well, I did it, so.
It didn't change our plan deviation and it keeps it whole.
Keeps
So I
it
think it's a better,
together, yeah.
let's keep it together.
All right,
Commissioner Clark?
Commissioner Clark.
I would like to revisit the Rochester Hills change for a number of reasons.
You're obsessed with Rochester Hills.
Yeah.
Yes, that's fine. Go ahead.
It's okay. Can we zoom in on it?
All
I mean, I'd just like to reverse.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I'd like to reverse it. I presented to the city council of Rochester Hills, and the mayor asked only one thing of me at the end. And that was to make sure Rochester and Rochester Hills was together and not split up.
Yeah.
He didn't care about, or they didn't mention any other requirements that they wanted to go through.
Well, I mean,
So,
go ahead.
yeah, I know, I understand, but
Did you-
it's a minimal change in the.
He lives
plan.
there. He needs to get it right.
It's a minimal change in the plan deviation that is still supported by what Bruce said earlier, when we had a 6-point something plan deviation.
Commissioner Orton?
Yeah, I know that we have heard lots of public comment about Rochester Hills Keep a Whole. I think we can look for other options. If there is no other option, maybe we have to do this.
Well, one option is that district, I believe, has some Oakland Township in it. Move that over to 44 and then increase 28 from 44. Can we scroll up on the top of 37? Yeah, so we take a portion of that that's up in Oakland Township. I guess we'd have to move it to 46. Then something to 44 and then down. I think that's a better option than taking it down at the bottom part. And we can go to block level up in Oakland Township if we have to.
What What am I doing? Shall I do this?
Commissioner Clark, go ahead and direct.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you say this into 46?
Yeah, do this one first. Oh, yeah, let's go back down.
Okay, this?
Yeah, back down, move that over to 28. So that's.
Put this in 37, it's in 28.
2373. 2373, thank you.
Into 37, correct?
Back to 37, correct. Okay, so now let's take. No, stay down there.
Commissioner
No.
Witches, did you have some advice?
I was gonna say, why make any further changes
Yeah.
here? Because the plan deviation didn't change at all.
I agree.
And
Yeah,
now
I
you're
agree.
also going in and, for the same reason for what we did earlier, we're keeping the township goals, so that works as well.
It, yeah, it is a little high on the negative side, but I mean, we have enough on the other side that we're below 5. So
Yeah.
I don't feel like we would have to fix that. I think it's okay.
And I'd request the partisan fairness numbers, but I think I know it's already gonna happen, so.
Thank you.
And then Commissioner Curry, you had stepped away for a moment, and Commissioner Clark, while we're running those partisan fairness numbers, Commissioner Clark had asked, and I'll just let you re-ask it, so I'm not misstating what you had asked, but Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Clark had a question for you.
Yeah, I actually had a question for Brittany and she answered it. And it basically was the changes that we've made in Detroit. Do you feel that that's what the public wanted based on the comments we got from the TCF Center public hearing? Does that meet the requirements to the best of your knowledge?
We can't hear you, Commissioner Curry. You're on mute.
Without saying the wrong thing, I would just only like to look at it one more time. But I was kind of watching and following as she went and you guys went, and it seemed to be okay. I would like to see it one more time, though, before we just say, that's it, just to see. If it's okay.
Of course, it's okay. So let's take another look.
Commissioner, Madam Chair, where shall I zoom in or?
Go ahead and direct Commissioner Curry. Tell him what you want to see.
Let's start at the lower part and kind of go up.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Grosse
Is that the
Pointe.
downriver?
That's good, starting at 60, yeah. That's the downriver, Grosse Pointe.
And here's Woodhaven right in here. Can you read
Okay.
can you read
I
what's
can
written?
see it, yes, I can
Okay,
see
okay.
it.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, that's
Go ahead.
Woodhaven. And then Grosse Ile, Riverview, Southgate, Wyandotte. That's good so far. Taylor. Lincoln, Allen Park, Ecorse, okay. Where is downriver area? I see the Allen Park, Lincoln Park.
More
Ecorse.
south. It's more south.
It's more south.
So Commissioner Curry, you can direct Kent to kind of drag the map so that you can see that lower part of District 22 that's purple. Go, yep. So in that, is that what you're looking for?
I turned on the township.
No, I had passed that. I was looking up further. I was looking really for the Southwest Detroit area besides Allen Park, Lincoln Park, Ecorse.
Okay, so can you zoom in for her then?
This is River Rouge right here.
Okay, I know, I'm very familiar with those areas. I'm familiar with, there is a Southwest Detroit part that's right with Ecorse, Melvindale, and River Rouge. I'm just trying to find it. I don't see it really on the map. Maybe it's
Could that be District 1? Could that be District 1, the purple one, Commissioner Curry? Around just north of Delray?
It's probably south of River Rouge, somewhere down in there. And
south of River Rouge is like Ecorse?
It's south of those Melvindale, Lincoln Park, and River Rouge, kind of south of there, Allen Park. It's down a little bit further. I just wanted to see where it was kind of hitting at. And but that's good. I guess that's where it all begins, right up in there. And then go up past, yeah, River Rouge, Lincoln Park, go up to Detroit. Those are Delray.
I'm sorry.
Okay, what's all in that one? I don't see any streets or anything. Any districts or anything? How can I tell?
Just a
What's
moment.
in
I'm
it?
going to try another background layer that maybe shows better.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Dix Avenue,
Okay.
Southern Street, Michigan, running out the Dearborn.
Mhm. I'm sure Dearborn is fine. I know Commissioner Eid worked on that, and he and Brittany, and I think they got that pretty well. I think everything looks pretty good so far. Can you go up some more? Go up more towards the east. Holland Park, yeah. Yeah, I was there when they kind of worked that over pretty good. Doug, I think it's probably as good as we can probably get it right now, unless we hear something else between now and tomorrow morning from
Okay,
the
I appreciate it.
comment section. Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't think I would tinker with it unless someone comes up with it from the comments section that is a flaw or something that we can handle between now and tomorrow. I'm okay with it.
Commissioner Rothorn.
So because we more than once have attempted to draw this LGBTQ district, and I've got it up here, can we, Commissioner Kellum, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but I know it's 8 Mile, Southfield Freeway, in
And
that
it's not
corner.
even,
Do we have that?
MC, it's not even as far as even 8 Mile. The that area is more in Royal Oak, Ferndale. And before you, it's on the curse of, well, yeah, it's on the curse of Woodward, but it's kind of over to the left, the south of those
More
areas.
Woodward and 7 Mile.
Okay, it's I'm just highlighting it because we did get public comments so often at the TCF hearing, and again this morning. So yes, I just want to make sure it's in there. And if we
can you put the neighborhood overlay with the actual words, the labels up, so we could will just be faster for this.
Yep.
Yes, this is 7 Mile right there.
Yep.
I'll load
Woodward.
it up.
And then when you get to Royal Oak, you have a lot of just regular families over there. Although,
So there, yep, this is literally where I grew up. So, Palmer Park, and you see it, MC?
Yeah, and Palmer Park, I'm right there almost every. I mean, that's my area too, where I do a lot of business at.
Schultz, Northwest Detroit, Palmerwoods, University District, Bagley Community, all of it is included. Now, on the portal, they were suggesting a horizontal orientation, but as you can see, and I don't want to speak for everyone else, the neighborhoods are kept sequentially whole visually.
Yeah.
So
I think it's pretty good, don't you, Brittany? I think it's pretty good.
Okay.
We'll know between now and tomorrow. Maybe too late to make any changes, but that's the best we can do, I think.
Yeah, it just from what it looks like to me, like it is between 18 and 21. So it's not totally whole. And I think we may not be able to have it totally whole as presented on their map here in the Senate, in the House districts, but in the Senate districts, yeah, we can get there, but we're not able to accommodate it in the House district. Okay.
I do think the bulk of the community is in 18 in this map.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I suggest we take one last look at the numbers.
Yep.
Because we made some changes, and then I'd like to put forth a motion, if the numbers are acceptable, that we move it to the 45-day period.
Sure. So Kent already ran the numbers, I believe. So he's already got a report. Commissioner Eid?
Yeah, I'd like to see the numbers, but there's one more area I'd like to examine, and that's the Chaldean community in Sterling Heights. I think we can edit that a little bit so that they're more represented.
Okay.
Which community is that?
Chaldeans.
Okay.
So this is Magnolia as it sits right now. The lopsided margins is 5.7% favoring the Republicans. The mean median difference is 2.9%, favoring Republicans. The efficiency gap is 5.4%, favoring Republicans. And then the proportionality bias is 1.4%, favoring Republicans. The seat count is 56-54, favoring Democrats.
Could you repeat the first one again? I missed it. It was
Yes.
5.9?
It is 5.7
5.7.
for the lopsided margin, favoring Republican.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, is that as zero as we can get that? You know, they kept on saying, keep it really 0-0 or something. Is that as close as we can get it?
It's better. It's better.
Okay. As close as we can get it then, probably.
I don't know if that's, yeah, I don't know about that.
Commissioner Eid?
Well, it's better than it was earlier. It's still not as good as Pine version 5 that we adopted yesterday. So we might want to look at making more edits to get it to that same level of partisan fairness.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. That's what they were talking about.
I second Doug's motion.
Okay, so, well,
in fact, they said it was.
okay, we can create an alternative draft. For, I know Commissioner Eda just mentioned making some additional changes, and it sounds like that he might have an intention of trying to improve partisan fairness. So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner Witches, to advance this map to the 45-day public comment period. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Callum?
Just something quick. I just support Commissioner Ead's effort to continue to improve the map, because I'm sure there's small tweaks and something that he's thought about before getting here. So I would like to give him that opportunity to do so. That's all.
Commissioner Ead?
Well, I mean, before motioning to advance it, I think we should look at that Chaldean community. It seems that we've looked at darn near every other community in the state. So I think trying to figure out a way that they're represented, since they are a cohesive minority community that also votes differently from the rest of the Arab community. I think we should do that first before, making a motion and seeing what it does. I mean, we got a little bit of time here, so.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but we have a motion and a second. So if you don't want to approve this map, you would have to vote no at this point because we have a motion on the floor. So we have to proceed with the motion. You what, Commissioner Lett?
I have a suggestion. Why
Yes.
don't we make a clone of this one? Then if we want to move this one forward per the motion, we can just table the motion, postpone it for right now. Let him make his changes on the clone and see which one we like. And we could advance both of them.
Yeah, I was thinking we could just advance both of them. I mean, what's the harm?
And also, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Is this I know they were speaking of the Pine version 5. Is this what this is?
So what we did earlier is Anthony and Brittany worked together and merged those two plans. So we took they took the Pine version 3, Pine version 5.
Right.
That was the changes we did on the west side of the state, and merged them with the Pine version 3, which was the Metro Detroit changes, and blended them together. And then we worked further on it to adjust it. So it incorporates those changes that Commissioner Kellum brought forth the other day, as well as the additional changes we made to Flint, Lansing, Grand Rapids, and Benton Harbor yesterday.
Okay, because I remember getting a couple comments last night concerning that. So that's good.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. We have a motion and a second to advance this Magnolia map to 45-day public comment period. All in favor? Yeah, we can do a roll call. That works.
So where are you gonna table that? I mean, we're kind of saying one thing and then doing a different thing.
They're supposed to clone it, remember? Clone it.
It's Commissioner Clark's motion, so he's got to make that decision. Okay, so we're tabling it. Okay. All right, so then. All right, so we're cloning Magnolia at this point. We're gonna have to give it a different name.
Just call him the twin. The twin.
Well, I'm just concerned that if we decide to advance both, then we have two different names or the same name. And we were trying not to do that. So Or do you want to just keep it Magnolia?
Well, we can keep it Magnolia, but my question is, why can't we just make those tweaks to this map without cloning?
Because the motion is for this map.
Yeah.
Excuse
Go ahead,
me.
weigh in, Mr. Adelson, please.
There was a motion on the floor. The motion was seconded. That I understand that the motion has been tabled. So if you want to bring the matter back, there would have to be another motion, second discussion and vote.
Commissioner.
Brittany, my suggestion was just to clone this one and then let him make whatever changes he wants to make on the new one. So then we can compare them without having changed this one, which
Right.
we have a motion to move it forward.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So how about we just make it simple? Let's just call it Magnolia version 2. And if we choose to advance them both, then we can at that time look at renaming it. That'll make it a little easier.
Sounds okay with me.
Madam Chair, ran the diagnostics and it shows a couple of discontinuities.
Yep. Can you go ahead and put that into, I think it's 71? Is the purple, whatever the purple region is, I think it's 71.
It's 74.
Oh, can you put it
That
in?
is 71.
Yeah. Can you put it into 74?
There you go.
And what else do we have? By block, yeah.
Madam Chair, we're ready to proceed.
Okay. Commissioner Eid, take it away.
Okay, so I'll just say the reason why I thought we should do this before voting is because I don't think it makes a lot of sense to have, vote to advance 2 different maps if the only difference is a couple of districts around Sterling Heights and Troy. I think we should just figure out which one of those 2 clones is the best and just do one. So with that said, I'll share my screen and show Dr. Hanley's voting analysis for the Chaldean communities. This is from her voting pattern of select minority groups in Michigan analysis that we got earlier this week. And she was able to identify a cohesive group of Chaldeans in Sterling Heights. So here's what her PowerPoint said. And as we can see, the concentration seems to be most over here on the west side of the county, and then it goes here to the east side of the county. And there are little pockets up north, but the pockets up north are of lower concentration than here in the south. So what I'm thinking is, instead of this east-west split that we have on Sterling Heights, why not kind of do a north-south split where one goes south here and the other goes north into Utica? And I don't know, it might have to go around into Troy. I'm not quite sure how Troy is situated on this Magnolia map, but I think it's worth taking a look into. Now, I'm wondering, Bruce, do you have any thoughts about this course of action, or based on the analysis?
Well, Commissioner Reed, thank you. As we've talked about, certainly that this is a Voting Rights Act protected group, and Dr. Hanley's analysis does pinpoint geographically where the group is concentrated. So to the extent that you can capture the group, the area, keep the area cohesive, I think that would be a good attempt.
Can we see the map again, Kent?
Yeah, I'm looking at it and I got to share it. So from this was the column of precincts, I believe, that had the largest number he was referring to. And this is one precinct coming through here, and it crossed this way.
Yeah, so can we also put on the Indian Asian population dots? Because I thought we drew this way because we were trying to also keep together the Indian population. So we might be like switching one community of interest for another potentially.
Oh, we need to get at least to the precinct level.
Yeah.
So this is the Asian combined. We had Native American. Is that what you're saying?
No, Asian, because I thought we were trying to keep the Asian population together in this district. And you can see that's exactly what we did. That's what I remembered.
So most of this column of that Commissioner Eads had posted, most of it, I mean, it's in 28 other than the population right here and a little bit right there. Is that not?
Well, I see it a little differently, actually. I see it as the Chaldean community being split up between 28, 25, and a little bit of 23. How I'm looking at this map. If we just map what's on Dr. Hanley's analysis, then you'll see it goes from 28 to 25 and into 23, just a little bit on 23, mostly split between 28 and 25. But I do understand that this was drawn, for this purpose, and we might have to decide which community of interest to go with here. If we do have to make that decision, I mean, I obviously am going to advocate for the Chaldean community, no bias there at all. But
well, I feel
but
like
I think we have.
Go ahead.
I think we have. I think we've made other districts, 110, for example, that we made to have a very high Asian population. We have other districts like District 2 and District 8 that have high, and District 10 that have high Bengali populations, but we have yet to have a Chaldean district. So I think we should keep that in mind too.
Commissioner Curry, go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner E. Now, didn't we do that for Dearborn? Did we keep all them together? I don't know if they're Chaldeans, but that's one population that we tried to keep together there, right?
We definitely did do it for Dearborn, and I think the Dearborn district looks great. But I think the important differentiation between the Arab community in Dearborn and the Chaldean community in Sterling Heights is that they vote differently. Dr. Hanley's analysis showed that by and large in Dearborn, the voting goes with, similar to how African Americans vote for the Democratic candidate, where the Chaldeans in Sterling Heights seem to be voting for the Republican candidate.
Okay,
so
and
it's
then
a little bit of a different community.
What is the other culture voting for? Are they Republicans or Democrats or what? The ones
Muslims, Muslim Arab American. Are you talking about the Indian, or are you talking?
The Indians? What are they? What are they?
I don't know that we could cohesively say that one way or another, because there's lots of different subgroups within Asian. There's Indian, there's Korean, there's Japanese, and they don't necessarily have the same voting patterns.
Commissioner, I was just wondering if the discussion, if this is the discussion about the Bengali community, because we've had so many comments and had so much discussion about that. I was just wondering if that's the community that might be referenced here.
I think that's that Bengali community, and they came out in numbers supporting what they wanted. And I think that we should keep them under consideration.
Yeah, I just feel like looking at the map that Dr. Hanley produced, most of the most concentrated areas of Chaldean population are already in District 28. And yes, there is a little bit more that goes into 25. But to do that, we would have to unpack and disassemble this district that we specifically designed to sort of focus on the Indian population that was there and had specifically requested a community of interest to be kept together. And I do think, I thought when we drew Orchard Lake in West Bloomfield, we had also drawn that with considerations of the Chaldean community, and we had received community of interest identification from the one young man who came in and actually brought in a map of West Bloomfield, Orchard Lake, Sylvan Lake, and Kego Harbor, and specifically identified a Chaldean community there, which we did keep together. So
that's true.
I feel like we have, it's not like we've ignored the Chaldean community, and I feel like this map does keep them mostly together, along with considering and balancing the other communities of interest that we have.
Yeah, I think we'd be.
If I could, in going off that, I guess that what I'm curious about is because we have had districts where there is whether it's a Latino community or Asian community, and they're not 100%, for example, they may be part of an adjoining district. So I was wondering, Commissioner Reed, is there any way of knowing, approximating what the percentage is between 28 and 25 of the Chaldean?
Well, I don't think there is, because they'd be white according to the census.
Oh, no, I meant from Dr. Hanley's analysis.
Oh, I'm not sure. It doesn't, well, so she has it's kind of like a heat map of the most concentrated parts. I can put it back up. We can examine that.
Yeah, and oops, I was gonna say before we do that, but that's okay.
Commissioner Eads, the percentages that she's showing, is that of the total population, or the total population as a whole, or the Chaldean population?
So this says, I'm not Dr. Hanley, this is her analysis, but this says Chaldean by voting precinct, percent Chaldean. So I think it's the percentage of Chaldeans in each precinct. Does that help? Does that glean anything informational that we should know?
Just in looking at, and I agree, I think that's what Dr. Hanley was saying. They're just looking at the map and the darker colors indicative of the highest percentages Chaldean. So to my question before was if there was some way we could approximate where most of the population is, that would be helpful geographically with the districts as they're drawn now.
And it is like this area here is mostly in 28. What I'm wondering if there's any way to just include some of these precincts. Now, I mean, we're talking about just a couple precinct switches somehow. Because it seems like this area here is the next most concentrated after this area on the west side.
Kent.
I got a question for Commissioner Eads. That line west of the dark green, that none of that, is there any chance there's Chaldeans living on that side?
Well, there are Chaldeans that live in Troy. West of that line is Troy.
Right.
I mean, there's no way for us to know how much because it wasn't included in the analysis. So I'm just going by what we have at the moment. I believe we asked Dr. Hanley, how she was able to just get Sterling Heights and not get West Bloomfield and Orchard Lake, for example, and Farmington Hills, which all do have Chaldeans in them as well. And I think she said that this area was the one that had the most concentration of any of the townships around Michigan.
I was just wondering, the adjoining, I'm sorry, Commissioner Eads, I was just wondering, this adjoining precincts on this side are in 28. If there's Chaldeans in there, it may be a higher.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, I don't know if there are or not. I mean, there's no real way. There probably are some, but there's no real way for us to know at this point.
One thing
Commissioner
we
Roth.
did,
Go ahead, Commissioner Curry.
okay, I don't think we got any comments hardly from that area speaking on that. We didn't get anyone coming in or commenting or calling in on that particular view of what you want. Did we?
Commissioner Rothorn.
Remember.
I was just going to try to help us make a decision. I guess what I mean is like the 25, if we just add that, like we could try to add commission, just a little bit south. And if we, that's what I mean, like that one would cut it off. You see what I mean? And I think what Mr. Stegall is saying is like, hey, because we have some data, but we don't have a perfect data and we have no way to verify it. What I mean is I think we've done the best we can with what we have. And I recognize that your advocacy efforts, and I think we can try, but I think what we've got is a real cost benefit sort of, right? What do you think?
Well, so zoom out on 25. What if we just go north and take those top 2 precincts that are west of Utica, and then just take one more precinct on the border between 28 and 25 and put that into 28. That at least does a little bit more.
But you're not getting the concentrated area that you're trying to get to. To do that, you have to cut all the way across 25, and then you're going to orphan that district below, and then we're going to really
you could take that precinct that's highlighted now, that's in the heat map, that's not currently in 28. You could take that vertical precinct. Can I just show you guys, and then we'll see, and then if it doesn't work, we tried. We can say we tried. And
I'm open to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a separate version. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
Okay, so it is. So those top 2 precincts that are currently in 28.
Talking about Utica?
It's 3 precincts right here.
28.
Okay, yeah, those top 3, since they're connected to 25, and we then won't have to go into 32. Let's put those into 25.
Put those into 25.
Wow.
And that was what, like 8,000 people ish?
Yeah, almost.
Okay. Okay, so now 28, that precinct you had highlighted before. And then the vertical precinct that's there, or we don't even have to do that precinct. We can go one more eastward.
That's 8,500 there.
So if you just do that, assign that to 28.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get over here.
Might work.
Okay, well, that's kind of what I was thinking. Just that kind of change. Now, I don't know if that, we should probably check to see if that had a difference on partisan fairness. It might not. I'm not sure how 28 was previously. So maybe we should look at that now.
Do you still have the old partisan fairness open?
I can bring it up. Oh, that's a.
So can we look at District 25 and 28?
Yeah, and districts 25 and 28 numbers wise, they were basically 50-50 on 25, and 28 was pretty close to 50. I mean, they're favoring Republican, but you're talking 51.5 to 48.5, 50.3 to 49.7.
Okay, so they were already like technically. This is just a composite. I don't think it's accurate to say if they're Republican or Democrat districts. Really, they're toss-up districts. But let's run the new numbers and see if it had any significant change.
So District 25 is now, didn't change at all. District 28 essentially didn't change. It moved to 10th one.
I mean, we're talking about 2 precincts. How much is it really?
But I
You
mean,
can flip a district.
Did the
vote-
overall number change? It was at
didn't look like it.
5.7 before.
No,
right?
the whole, I know this was 51.3 if I remember right.
51.4, so virtually no change.
Yeah. That's definitely within the margin of error.
Can we see the lopsided margins? I think it was 5. I thought I saw 5.7 up there at the top. And then the mean median, it should all be the same.
My
but-
guess is it can't change. Your elections didn't change.
Yeah.
Mean median 2.9, efficiency gap 5.4. Seats are 56, 54, 1.4% proportional bias. There shouldn't have been a change.
Okay. All right.
Well, I'm satisfied. We didn't have to change too much, but we were able to keep a little bit more of the community together at least, and it didn't mess up the Asian population either. I don't know if we want to do this for this map, but we might want to run like the yearly election data, like how we did for the congressional and Senate maps, or not.
Commissioner Witches.
All right, I move that we move Magnolia version 2 to the 45-day public hearings.
No seconds.
Could you repeat that, Commissioner Witches?
Yeah, I move that we advance Magnolia version 2 to the 45-day public comment period, which was seconded by Commissioner Kellum.
What you said, it was seconded by Commissioner Kellum. Okay. Sorry, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I'd like to withdraw my original motion and just deal with this map.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, is there any discussion or debate on the motion first? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. And I believe we want to do a roll call vote on this.
Is there a name for this plan?
Magnolia version 2. So we are voting to advance Magnolia version 2 to public, the 45-day public comment period.
Great. Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Justin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark.
Yes.
Juanita Curry.
Yes.
Anthony Eid.
Yes.
Brittany Kellum.
Yes.
Rhonda Lang.
No.
Steve Lett.
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
MC Rothhorn.
Yes.
Rebecca Satella.
Yes.
Janice Follett.
Yes.
By a vote of 11 yes to 1 no, the motion carries.
All right. Well, we have 3 congressional plans. We have 1 Senate plan. We have 2 House plans. We have Commissioner Witches with his hand up. What would you like to say? I was taking a moment to celebrate because I feel like we're making progress, but to what? Just Magnolia? Can we?
I was going to say we have the motion to have the districts be locked and renumbered in Detroit.
Can you add on to that a request to drop the version 2 and maybe just add the date? And that way it will distinguish it?
And they'll drop the 2 and add the date.
Thank you.
Second.
All right.
Excuse me, instead of making this name longer,
Yeah,
because our esteemed
doesn't like
Sarah
that.
Reinhardt, we were using the tree names. Why not just give it another tree name, please?
Because she really likes Magnolia. It just fits her
Okay.
personality. It's like a beautiful southern flower.
But I mean, it's going to have a date on the end. It's going to have a date. It's going to be a sprout of a tree.
Yeah, I think we do. I think like chestnut is version 2 or. Yeah. Well, I mean, we could rename the original Magnolia a different name and then just make this one Magnolia. It is. But she just doesn't like the version 2. So how about we just rename the original Magnolia version 1 or something to just distinguish it so it doesn't screw up Audubon Edge. We don't want to make Audubon Edge lose its mind. Yeah. Commissioner Orton.
I just wanted to make sure that after we did any of the moves, we checked for discontinuities and missing. We're all good.
Yes, ma'am, I
Yes,
did
he
that. That's
did.
what I was doing well. Yeah.
Yep.
And I check it again when I send it up and look at it because I never know.
Yeah. So can we, for Magnolia, how about the Magnolia we worked on AM? Let's call it Magnolia AM. And then we can call Magnolia version 2 just Magnolia. Does that work for everybody? Okay. And then that makes it simpler. And so Magnolia will be Magnolia AM. And then Magnolia version 2 is just Magnolia.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just keep in mind, all this is going to get posted on the website and people are going to be referring to them. That's
okay.
That's why I was suggesting not having the date, getting it real long.
Yeah.
We have to read it out.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to rename Magnolia V2 straight Magnolia.
Just straight Magnolia, Magnolia straight up.
Okay.
All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Witches, seconded by, someone's going to have to help me on this one, seconded by Commissioner Eid to authorize Kent Stegall to renumber the districts, starting with 1 down by the city of Detroit, moving up to 110 in the Upper Peninsula. And then once that work is completed, to lock the districts. Any discussion or debate on that motion? Okay, any, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. All right, the ayes prevail and the plan is, or the motion is adopted. All right, so like I said, we have 2 House plans, we have 1 Senate plan, we have 3 congressional plans. Do we want to work on any more collaborative plans, or do we want to sort of move on to discussion of individual plans and the other items on the agenda? Okay, Commissioner Witches, and then.
Would it be appropriate now to take a break from the mapping and go over the individual map process, part of new business before we come back, since we're kind of in an in-between point?
Yeah, I feel like we need to, because I feel like there's some confusion on that point and discussion that needs to be had. Yeah, you know what? That's fine. We were supposed to take a break at 3 o'clock anyway. So it is currently 2:51. Without objection, we will take a break until 3:05. Hearing no objection, we are in recess until 3:05. Thank you. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 3:10 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Good afternoon, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll that you are attending remotely, as well as where you are physically attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Still in attendance.
Dustin Witches.
In attendance also.
12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Michigan Department. And I just turned my microphone off. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so I think what I would like to do personally is I have a proposed alternative map for the house. If I wanted to make some changes around the Ann Arbor area to improve partisan fairness on that house map as possibly an alternative. Any concerns about doing that, Commissioner Orton?
No, but I thought we were going to have a discussion before we did more mapping.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. Okay. So thank you for pointing that out and correcting me. All right. So first of all, do we want to do our new business Braille vendor and get that out of the way? Okay. So we do have, let me see. Executive Director Hammersmith, I believe you are leading that discussion. So without objection, I will hand it over to you to talk about our Braille contractor.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner Zatella. I have been searching for several weeks for a Braille contractor to convert our maps into Braille. The first vendor I reached out to in mid-September, I thought could do the work. They eventually told me their turnaround time was about 10 days for one map. We knew that there was no way then that they could produce the maps from the legal plans that we had only a few days before the public hearing started to have those maps in place for people to comment on at our regular public hearings. So we shifted gears then and tried to find a vendor who could do the job. In fact, I never even got a quote from this first vendor. And at this point in time, they are totally non-responsive to me. So then I went to a second vendor who was one that Bruce Adelson had worked with, who he identified. And I went to that vendor and I received an update from that vendor this morning. First of all, I don't have a quote from them either. They can't do all the work. It will require another company to transcribe. They would need for me to provide all the PDFs of the maps to them from the legal plans, because when they open them, they can't see PDFs, unlike what I can find and you can find. So again, I don't think we have time to figure all this out and work with this vendor. There was a third vendor suggested by the Lansing chapter of the National Federation for the Blind. And then subsequently, in fact, Edward just told me yesterday that the Disabilities Network had also said this vendor would be a good one. Their name is Lighthouse. They are excited and ready to start. They said as soon as I gave them the word, they would begin preparing what they need to do, even without having the legal descriptions or the maps available to them, that they would begin the preparations for maps. You can see from their quote that I provided with the resolution that only includes, I think, 10 maps. Let me just double check. The maps are sets. They are on 11.5 by 11.5 or 11 by 17 paper. I mean, real thin paper. It's like a film. Each set of maps is $191, and they estimate 44 pages long if they do a Michigan counties map, 2 state Senate plans, 2 state house plans and 3 congressional plans. I didn't know. I mean, they said they would adjust appropriately. Again, the congressional plans are a lot easier because there's only 13 districts. When you get to house districts, it's going to take several pages. So my best guess at this point, although I have some people I'm working with on a distribution plan, is it will take at least 30, if not 40 of these sets of maps. That's why the resolution lists up to $20,000 for maps. There are currently 12 Braille or talking book libraries in the state of Michigan. So that's one option for distribution. People, we could also keep maps at the Braille and Talking Library in Lansing that they could help make available to people also. So that's the basic information. I've been working really hard to try to find a vendor, and this seems to be the only vendor who can do the job.
Commissioner Orton.
I have a question. What is their estimated timeline for being able to do the work after we get them all the information?
Again, they realize what a short turnaround we're on. They've not given me an exact date. It depends somewhat on when they get the legal plans and how many plans there are. So the more plans, the longer it will take. But we knew we couldn't turn them around in 3 or 5 days, but we have a 45-day period of public comment. So I would work with them to get these out as quickly as possible, make them available.
So they haven't given an estimate of how many?
They haven't given me anything definitive.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I mean, we're required to do this from the state of Michigan. So I make a motion that we authorize the money so that Suzanne can move forward and get them contracted. It's a necessity for us.
Second.
Commissioner Witches, did you also have a comment or were you just? Okay. All right. So we have a motion to adopt resolution 2021.11.02, which is to approve a Braille. I keep wanting to say Braille vendor. Any discussion or debate on the motion? I'm sorry, Mr. Witches?
Just, oh my Lord, this is just without, the ones that we are pushing forward to the 45-day period.
Yes.
That's what I
believe
thought.
so. Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail. And I'm sorry, Ms. Reinhardt, how many do we have here right now? 12. Okay. By a vote of 12-0, the ayes prevail and the resolution is adopted. All right, moving on to our next agenda item is the discussion of the individual plans, and Commissioner Lett.
I would suppose I could lead the discussion if
Go
you
ahead.
want, and Julianne and I can niff-naw back and forth.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lett.
Has everybody received an email from either myself or myself and Julianne regarding what the question about whether or not individual maps by individual commissioners can go forward in the 45-day period? Yes, no? Okay. So the question is, can a individual commissioner submit a congressional map, a Senate map, or a House map to be considered under the 45-day comment period without the action of the commission? In other words, we have collaborative maps that we've all been working on and that we have voted on to move forward. These would be individual commissioners' maps that would be submitted to be moved forward. Under paragraph 14, it talks about the procedure to adopt a plan, and specifically in paragraph 14C, small I, each commissioner may submit one proposed plan for each type of district to the full commission for consideration. Now, that comes after the comment and 14C, which basically says if no plan satisfies this requirement for a type of district, the commission shall use the following procedure to adopt a plan for that type of district. And what they're talking about there is a 2-2-2 vote. So you're into the Plan B vote. It's my position that an individual commissioner can submit one plan each to be forwarded on the 45-day comment period to allow the public to view it, very similar to what we did or allowed on the the 5 public hearings that we just went through. Some commissioners submitted plans to be looked at independently, individually. Julianne's position is that's not.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'll state what my thoughts are. Thank you.
Okay, General Counsel. Your mic.
When Commissioner Lett is done, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Lett.
The position that certainly I'm taking is that the amendment doesn't speak directly to this. It doesn't say in so many words that each commissioner is allowed to submit a plan to be considered in the 45-day period. On the other hand, it doesn't say that they can't. And certainly if you read the amendment as a whole and take into consideration that in previously you could submit one and have it considered in the 5-second public hearing comment period that we had, it makes sense to me, at least, that you can then do the same thing for the 45-day period. It doesn't seem to make sense to me that you couldn't do that. Also, as we have done as the collaborative commission, the plans that we took out on the road have been modified. New plans have even been made to be considered, and we've put several forward and voted on them to move them forward. So it's also my position that, in fact, if an individual commissioner had a plan that was taken on a road trip for the 5 road trip meetings, that they can make modifications to that plan, their plan, and then move that one forward. It would be just like the collaborative plans that we can do. So that's my position on moving forward. I believe that that is what, without really knowing, I believe that's what most commissioners think was going to happen. Julianne and I have had some discussions prior to this, and so this has been ongoing between her and I, at least. And so we're getting down to the short time, and if it's going to happen, we need to decide how it's going to happen.
General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you to Commissioner Lett for the summary. I'm certainly in complete agreement that he did raise this at the beginning of October, and we've had some conversations since then, and we simply disagree. So it's my opinion that, again, the Constitution clearly states 2 opportunities for commissioners to submit individual maps. The first is set forth in subsection 7. It is a automatic publication, and it's a right of a commissioner to submit a map at that time, as included in the Constitution. The second time that is stated in the text of the Constitution is under subsection 14. And as Commissioner Lett correctly noted, that is after a map or a plan, fails to be adopted by majority vote with a 2-2-2 of each selection pool. So those are the 2 instances that is expressed in the language of the Constitution. So the interpretation that I have is the words are not there, and therefore that does not exist at this time. Another difference that I wanted to highlight in in my opinion, would be that individual maps now for commissioners who submitted individual maps under the authority granted in subsection 9, we've spoke about this in the past too as the commission, certainly the benefit of the public comment, the benefit of the portal, the benefit of the public hearings, that commissioners can modify their maps. Commissioners can advocate, as some have done, for the elements of their maps to be included into collaborative maps. And all of those kinds of things. The difference is there is not the automatic publication requirement. So there's also no language that would allow for a commissioner to advance their personal map to the 45 days, that would be a commission thing. And certainly, well, I'll stop there, but I think those are the two main differences in the interpretation and the opinion there. So thank you for letting me provide that. And I'm available to answer questions.
Commissioner Lett?
In response, one of the things I think that mitigates against that position is that if we go to Plan B vote, where the individual commissioner can propose a map, one map for each of the 3 categories. If they weren't published in the 45-day period, then the public's not going to have an opportunity to look at those and say, okay, this is MC Rawthorne's map, and now he's proposing that's going to be the district map for whichever one. And quite frankly, neither would the rest of the commissioners, because there would be no requirement that everybody get a look at it for that 45-day period. I don't think that that's what's contemplated by the amendment. And I don't think that reading the amendment as a whole with the idea that there's full transparency, et cetera, that we would want to go into a Plan B vote and have a commissioner come in, pull one out of their vest pocket and say, here's what we want to present, without having had an opportunity to look at it.
General
And I would
Counsel.
be available for questions also.
General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. If we're doing rebuttals, I would also note that if we do get to the Plan B voting procedure, Commissioner Lett's interpretation presupposes that only maps that were published for the 45-day public comment period could be brought forward by commissioners. Those would be the very maps that the commissioners just could not come to an agreement on under the vote, necessitating the Plan V voting thing. The text of the Constitution reads, each commissioner under 14C small I, each commissioner may submit one proposed plan for each type of district to the full commission for consideration. That mirrors the language in subsection 9 that does not say it pulls from the 45-day pool. And again, those are the very maps that the commission just couldn't come to agreement with. So I just really, that the language is not in the Constitution. And whether it makes sense or not is certainly an interesting discussion for a different time. And I think there's been quite a few places in the Constitution where we could have that conversation. But what we have before us is the language, and what the language says, and what the plain text and the meaning means. And there's just no basis, in my opinion, for moving forward in that manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Lett?
Well, we obviously have a disagreement, but certainly the language says the commission shall use the following procedure to adopt a plan for that type of district. Each commissioner may submit one proposed plan for each type of district. And my reading of that is a proposed plan that's already been in the 45-day period. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever that we could come in at the end of 45 days, not agree upon a plan under the 2-2-2 vote, and then come up with totally new plans that nobody had looked at, nobody had debated, they didn't do anything on. And in this Plan B, it talks about how you do that. You rate, it's a ranked vote that you take. So no, I can't agree in any way that we're going to have new plans at the end of 45 days.
Commissioner Eid.
So everyone's on the same page. Can we go over real quick that Plan B and then the Plan C that's after it, if we can't agree on a map?
I can.
So Plan C is really easy.
I can read it to you. Yeah. So, section 14, and I'm going to skip some parts of this, so I'm not reading the whole thing. The commission shall follow the following procedure in adopting a plan. Section A is testing. We're not going to read the whole thing. Before voting to adopt a plan, the commission shall provide public notice of each plan that will be voted on and provide at least 45 days of public comment on the proposed plan or plans. So I'm going to skip the rest of that. And then we'll move down to the actual voting. So a final decision of the commission to adopt a redistricting plan, thank you for bringing that up, requires a majority of the commission, I'm under C, including at least 2 commissioners who affiliate with each major party and at least 2 commissioners who do not affiliate with either major party. If no plan satisfies this requirement for a type of district, the commission shall use the following procedure to adopt a plan for that type of district. Each commissioner may submit 1 proposed plan for each type of district to the full commission for consideration. Each commissioner shall rank the plans submitted according to their preference. Each plan shall be assigned a point value inverse to its ranking among the number of choices, giving the lowest ranked plan 1 point and the highest ranked plan a point value equal to the number of plans submitted. So if there's 5 plans, you rank your favorite plan as 5 and your least favorite plan as 1. The commission shall adopt the plan receiving the highest total points that is ranked among the top half of plans by at least 2 commissioners not affiliated with the party of the commissioner submitting the plan, or in the case of a plan submitted by non-affiliated commissioners is ranked among the top half of the plans by at least 2 commissioners affiliated with a major party. If the plans are tied for highest point total, the Secretary of State shall randomly select the final plan from those plans. If no plan meets the requirements of this subparagraph, the Secretary of State shall randomly select the final plan from among all submitted plans pursuant to Part 14C1. So if we cannot agree on a plan, each commissioner has the right to submit a plan. And then we're going to rank choice vote on them. If we don't break the deadlock that way, then the Secretary of State breaks the deadlock. Any comments, Commissioner Eid?
Yes, I do have
Go ahead. Did you have a comment too?
Well, so it seems to me that that would be the Secretary of State would do it randomly.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
If it gets to that point. That's like
Right.
option C.
It's like nuclear option.
Yes.
Or I don't think we're gonna get there, y'all, whoever's watching, but it's good to know. And then the ranked choice voting. It seems to me then, just trying to think about how to communicate this. I mean, if we all submit, if we can't agree on a plan after the 45-day public comment window, then, you know, if all of us decide to submit plans, all we're going to be doing is, you know, splitting the votes on the best plan. You know what I mean? So, but at the same time, I don't think it makes much sense to have plans come in at the end that no one's seen. So this is, I guess I'm still a little confused on, these seem kind of contradictory in a way.
Commissioner Lett, go ahead.
From my position, when this says submit a plan, let's assume there's 3 plans for the 3 districts. So that's 9 plans. Each commissioner, in my interpretation, picks 1 plan for each district out of those 9 plans. So you could pick plan 1, I might pick plan 2 and submit. You don't have to submit. You could say, I'm not gonna. So, but you can't come in with a totally new plan that hasn't been either a collaborative plan or, under my interpretation, one submitted for the 45-day period by an individual commissioner.
And so I would just chime in on this, also being attorney. I also agree with Commissioner Lett's interpretation. I think that in order for us to even get to the point of voting on a plan, any plan, whether we're under the getting to the nuclear option or not, I think we have to have that 45-day public comment period. We can't just at the end of the day whip in and bring in any plan that has not gone through public comment. I don't think that's consistent with what the spirit of the language is. I don't think it's consistent with the letter of the language. And I think that if we have that ability to bring in individual plans at the end, which it clearly seems that we do, then those plans have to be submitted under this 45-day comment period. Whether they're a collaborative plan or an individual plan, I don't see the distinction. I think the important thing is that the entire purpose of this exercise is so the public can see what we're doing and comment on it. And if individual commissioners have the ability at the end, if we don't agree, to bring in a plan that no one has seen, no one knows what went into it, and just slip it in at the end and have us vote on it, I just don't think that's consistent with what we're supposed to be doing, which is what my concern about this is as well. So I agree with Commissioner Lett's analysis. I think that at this point, individual commissioners can still submit individual plans if they want to for that 45-day public comment period. And, at the end of the day, that commissioner has to have the support to pass it. I mean, just because they submit it doesn't mean it's going to get passed. But I think that individual commissioners have that right. Commissioner Witches.
So I take the different approach. I agree with General Counsel stating that we vote on the plans that are going to be moving forward to the 45-day period. Regardless on if they were individual submissions or not, I think we have to vote on the ones that we want to move forward. That's how I think of it anyway. Then on December 30th, when we vote and we can't come to consensus and we can't go through don't vote and we can't go through the ranked choice voting at that particular point in time, we may submit a proposed maps. And by that particular language, that tells me that I can create one and submit it. That's my understanding of it. Because if the word submit wasn't there and it said select a proposed map, then I would be able to select one from the actual maps that were submitted at that point. Since it said submit, I'll be able to create a new one with my name on it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, General Counsel.
Thank you so much. I'll take advantage of subsection 14 being on the screen. If Ms. Reinhardt can X out the participant screen. So if we parse this subsection, it says that the commission shall follow the following procedure. And I know, Madam Chair, you didn't read subsection A, but subsection A is critical when you read it in again, the fullness of subsection 14. So subsection A is the commission can't adopt a plan until they ensure that it's tested and meets the criteria. The proposed plans that went forward in the 45 days have already done that. So subsection B is again, a separate consideration under that before voting to adopt a plan. This is where we are now, correct? That provide public notice of each plan and the 45 days for public comment. This is where we are now. And it references subsection 9, just again to refer to the legal description and the census data. So that's the publication requirement. There's no publication requirement under subpart C. We've moved into the vote under subpart C. So we're parsing out subpart C, the final decision of the commission, a majority vote. We all understand that very clearly. I don't think there's any disagreement there. If no plan satisfies this requirement, the commission shall use the following procedure. This subpart I is each commissioner may submit one proposed plan for each type of district. It's not restricted to any that have been published. It's not restricted to anything. It is exactly the same language that's used in subsection 9 that enabled each individual commissioner. And I've said this since January, and I will continue to say it. I will never support interpretation that limits the commission's authority or ability, individual commissioners or the full commissioner. So if the interpretation advanced by if the alternate interpretation, alternate to mine, to be clear, is that commissioners are restricted that they can only pick from the published plans, being the collaborative plans or individual plans that, again, I see no language allowing for, then I see that as a restriction. And before you vote to adopt a plan, any of the plans have to follow and satisfy subpart A, which again refers back to the criteria. So, I see the two distinction again, the ability to submit individual plans at this point in time, which is after subsection 9 has been satisfied and prior to subsection 14 CI being triggered. I do not see that language in the Constitution. And the second thing, the difference that I would like to highlight is, again, the opinion that individual plans can move past the point where the commission is right now without a vote of the commission, as the commission has been doing and did today, and hopefully will advance another Senate plan, so that individual plans, were automatically published under subsection 9. There is no language where we are now in the process. So I would offer that any individual plans that commissioners are offering forward that were put forward under subsection 9 need to also be acted on by the commission. But again, I welcome the discussion, and I'm so glad that we're able to have it collectively. And I've certainly enjoyed discussing it with Commissioner Lett, but it's much more fun to discuss it with the full commission.
Commissioner Eid.
Well, okay. But then why don't individuals who want to submit an individual map just do it now? And then we take a vote on it. And if it passes, it goes to the 45-day public comment window. That seems to satisfy all of these.
Commissioner Witches.
But I don't think that's the question, because that is true. The maps that go on to the 45-day period, the way that I read it or understand it, and I'm not a lawyer, but I can critically think as best as I can that all maps that go to the 45-day voting period or 45-day comment period have to be voted on by us as a commission to move forward to the 45 days. If and only if we can't decide on the 30th, we're allowed to create our own maps and submit our own maps to be put into the hat for random drawing by Secretary of State Benson.
Or just as an alternative, or you could say, I like cherry or pine, and I'm submitting cherry or pine. Like you can pick a map, whether it's your own or not. But then my question on that is general counsel taking the position that if you, Dustin, decide you're going to come in and bring your own map, and maybe Anthony comes in and brings the AFL-CIO map, and maybe Brittany brings the Promote the Vote map, and we bring those all in on December 30th. And, I go to the head of, the Republican Party and ask them to draft a map, and I bring that in. Those are all going in our pool to vote on without a 45-day public comment period. And they go into a random pool to be selected by the Secretary of State. Is that the position that you are taking? Because that seems to me what the position is. Without a public comment period, they just, on December 30th, it goes to Secretary of State and she does a random. And we end up with the AFL-CIO maps and everyone.
Well, and certainly, Madam Chair, I appreciate the drama in the question.
I'm just trying to make it very clear.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate it, and I feel like I'm being very, very clear that the language is not there, and that what you have 9, using the example from Commissioner Lett. If you have 3 of each map, you have 9 maps, you have 13 commissioners. So if there is a commissioner that is voting no, and again, the maps that have been published have already been the opportunity to vote was already there. So yes, if you're bringing it in, if those maps, again, I would hope that the commissioners would bring forward their own maps like they've been doing, but those maps must satisfy subsection 14A. So do they meet the criteria? Have they gone through their? I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. So yes, I do not see that language in the Constitution.
So, but that's what I'm struggling with. Before voting to adopt a plan, when we're doing ranked choice voting, we are voting to adopt a plan. So the commission shall provide public notice of each plan that will be voted on. So the way I read that is if we don't do the 45-day public comment now, and we can't agree in December, any plan that an individual commissioner submits is going to have to go through a 45-day public comment period. I don't know how you get around that, because before we vote to adopt a plan, we have to provide public notice and 45 days to public comment.
And I believe, Madam Chair, I certainly in the spirit of transparency and the mission of the commission don't disagree with you, but I think what you're reading is what should have been subpart double little I, and it's not. So what I'm saying is that the language is just not there. It says if no plan satisfies this requirement, the commission shall use the following procedure to adopt the plan. So that's where we start. So the publication from the drafters should have been included again in subpart I, subpart double I, triple I, 4. It's just not there.
Commissioner Witches and then Commissioner Lett.
I was going to say here, maybe it was intentionally excluded for the sole fact that it doesn't matter. Because if we get to the point where it's a random drawing and let's say we have 4 maps, 3 out of the 4 get public comments and 1 of them doesn't, that 1 could still be picked. So it doesn't necessarily matter that their 45-day period isn't going to happen because of that fact alone.
I did not follow your train of thought on that at all. I'm sorry.
So if we, I'll try again. So if we, maybe that part of the language for the 45-day period after we can't, if we can't agree and we can submit our own, was purposefully not put into the Constitution for the sole fact of it may not matter. Because if, let's say we have 4 maps that are going to be randomly selected, 3 out of the 4 maps can get a whole bunch of public comment and 1 could be completely ignored by the public. That 1 that was completely ignored could still be randomly selected by the Secretary of State to become law. So what's the point of allowing 45 days of public comment after that point? If it has the potential of not even mattering and to speed up the process to get a map selected for the purposes of what the maps are for.
I guess I'm still not following you, because whether someone comments on it or not doesn't change the fact that we have to give a public comment period. No one could comment on it. That doesn't make the plan more or less valid.
Correct, for the 45-day public period. I'm talking everything after December. If we can't come up with a map, we can submit our own maps to go and be randomly selected by the Secretary of State.
Well,
go ahead, Commissioner Lett.
That's one thought. But here in B, it says before voting to adopt a plan, the commission shall provide public notice of each plan that will be voted on and provide at least 45 days for public comment on the proposed plan or plans. So that's before voting on any plan.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be published, has to meet all the requirements.
Yep.
Section 9.
Section A.
The rest of that, C and 1, 2, 3, is the voting procedure,
Mm-hmm.
not the plans that you get to vote on particularly. It's the procedure. And the procedure is you got to have 2, 2, and 2 on the plans that were vetted in the 45-day period. And if you can't get the 2, 2, and 2, 7 total, then you go to B, which is a different voting procedure, but with the same plans that have been vetted.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And if you don't get it there, you get the same plans that have been vetted, and the Secretary of State makes a choice. Nowhere in here does it say you get to put in a new plan totally out of thin air because you can't decide.
Ms. Reinhardt wants to chime in, and then Commissioner Cullum.
Not chiming in on the debate, but certainly wanted to clarify that the Secretary of State does not choose. It's a random selection. And also the random selection does not occur with pulling a name out of a hat. I know that's just a figure of speech, but just want to clarify for anyone wondering. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Reinhardt. Commissioner Kellum.
This is just very quick because I'm a bottom line person and I know that I have a lot of lawyer minds in the room and that's beautiful, but I'm also thinking of the public listening and the work that we have to do. And this is very important. I'm just sorely uncomfortable with any plan that hasn't been seen, smelled, anything by the commission. Like we've done all of this work and nothing should come in at the end. Right. Nothing, because that would, I can't even imagine like what that could possibly look like. So I don't care what happens. To me, all I'm paying attention to is voting to adopt a plan. And the system and procedure that we've done this far is to sit here with our good buddy Kent, sometimes John, and we've justified and we've gone over these things. So everything that comes across the commission's table should have that extreme smell test as far as I'm concerned.
Commissioner Commissioner Weiss, and then Commissioner Eid.
All right, I want to thank you for completely confusing me.
That's our job.
I guess what I'm taking from this, if we can't pick a plan after the 45 days, somebody can submit another plan. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's one position.
Right. So what then will that plan get 45 days to the public? Why not? I'd be a little upset if I was the public, if you're not going to let me see the plan and you're just going to adopt it.
Commissioner Eid.
Well, everyone, this is why we have to agree on a plan at the end of the day. Okay. So, you know, we have good plans now. None of them are perfect, but they're all pretty darn good. So let's keep that in mind too. We're not going to get, I certainly hope we don't get as far as, you know, whatever the nuclear option is. But at the end of the day, what Commissioner Kellum said is true. You know, there is possibly the threat, I don't know if threat's the right word, of that happening. So maybe instead of that happening, we should agree to adopt a plan after these 45 days.
Or another, opinion is we could, as a commission, say that we are taking the position that individual plans that are going to be submitted have to be submitted by tomorrow, and they automatically are going to go into the publication process. And then we have resolved the issue in a way, I think, that is transparent, that is open, that follows our mission and our vision and our values. And I think we've created a record of why we're doing that, because, I think we have some differing interpretations and we've got 3 smart lawyers who are taking different positions on things. But at the end of the day, as a commission, we ultimately decide how we think this reads and what we think we need to do. Commissioner Witches.
Yeah, Commissioner Witches, candidate for law school.
You didn't do very good on the LSAT.
Don't do it.
I was under the assumption that all maps that move over to the 45-day public comment period where no further changes can be made have to be voted on by the commission as a body as whole to move forward past that particular point of right now.
Well, that's one question we're debating.
Yeah, that's a question we're debating. I don't see that in the constitutional language that that's required. So, Commissioner Lett.
I have 2 motions.
Okay, go ahead.
Motion number 1, I don't want to cut off debate, but we have kind of
got stuff to do.
Beat this horse pretty good. I move that the individual commissioner can submit a plan to move forward in the 45-day comment period without vote. One plan for each Congress, House, Senate.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I will second that motion, and then Commissioner Lang.
Julianne, I have a question for you. If we hired you, obviously, to be our general counsel, and this is where we need you the most. If we did not follow the Constitution, say, as you interpret it, would that leave us open to additional lawsuits potentially?
General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Lang. Certainly, my role as your general counsel is to provide advice and counsel. We're attorneys and counselors, and I've provided the advice and counsel interpretation. And certainly, I think it is safe to assume that anything the commission does would subject it to litigation at this point. But I certainly also wanted to echo and build upon Commissioner Ead's statement is that the Plan B, or the nuclear option for voting as contemplated under subsection 14, whether you're looking at trying to get a majority vote under the first part of subsection C, or activating the second, and I believe that sentence is highlighted, activating the second requirement. That demonstrates what the commission is doing right now, and what it's been doing, and what it strives to do is work collaboratively for a work product that everyone has participated in, and that everyone can support, and everyone has options. And certainly what we've been discussing is the process that would go forward if that did not occur. And so I would just highlight that. And Commissioner Lang, yes, it could, or it couldn't. I mean, that really is up to the members of the public or people that feel aggrieved by what the commission has done.
Who has standing?
Who has standing? That's right, Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Adelson, or Mr. Adelson, sorry, I'm promoting you too. I promote people.
Well, thank you. And I duly accept the nomination. I just wanted to, without weighing in on what's been discussed, and Julianne and I have discussed this many times before, but I wanted to just stress one primary point. I wanted to echo what Commissioner Ead said, and what my colleague has said, that this discussion to me is a significant impetus and motivation to the commission acting to approve a plan, so we don't get to the end of December and then some consequences will not be publicly welcome, we'll put it that way. So I just wanted to say that I think that this really does give significant motivation to approving a plan, so the nuclear option doesn't have to be activated. Thank you.
Commissioner Witches, is that a hand?
Yep. So, sorry, Commissioner Litt, I move to amend your motion to make it so that all maps that go forward to the 45-day public comment period has to be voted on by us and approved by simple majority.
That would be it.
And that's an inappropriate amendment because you're overriding the main
Changing the
motion.
whole
Yeah,
thing.
you can't do that.
Like I said, lawyer candidate.
All right, unless we have additional discussion or debate, let's vote. And I would like to do a roll call. Commissioner Ead?
Well, I agree that that individual commissioners should be able to bring forth their maps tomorrow and have it considered to be entered into the 45-day public comment window. But I don't think it should be automatic. I think it should be voted on by a simple majority, at least. And the reason I think that is because, for two reasons. The first reason is it gives us another map to possibly, if we get to the ranked choice voting period, which again, hopefully we don't, but if we do, then that's another map, to decide between and could possibly split up the points. And then going further, if that doesn't work, it gets put into the random drawing by the Secretary of State's office. So I think that any map that gets to that point or has the potential to get to that point should be voted on by us first.
So I have a couple points on that. It's not entirely accurate what you're saying, because in order to move into the pool, you have to be in the upper half of the ranked choice voting in the first place. So if we have 4 plans, only 2 of them are going into that pool, I believe. Can we pull up the constitutional language again? And then 2, I would be concerned about that from a constitutional perspective, because if we're taking the position that individual commissioners have a right at some point to submit a plan, and you're basically allowing other commissioners to block that with a vote, I would be concerned about the implications about that.
Madam Chair, I would just highlight again that you would be adding the language that individual commissioners could engage in that at this point. So if the commission is voting to allow that, then certainly voting to allow whether or not to let their colleagues vote whether or not to go forward would just be another addition of language.
Okay, so
It doesn't say either of those things. So
Commissioner Lett?
I call the question. Yes.
Yeah, I was just about to. So we,
There's the motion on the floor
yep,
is that individual.
yeah,
commission-
individual commissioners can submit plans without a vote of the commission
For 45 for the 45-day period.
for the 45-day public comment period.
Madam Chair, I have a longer motion that I've written down.
Okay.
I have that the motion made by Commissioner Lett and seconded by Commissioner Zatella, motion that individual commissioners can submit maps for the 45-day public comment, can submit maps, one plan each, Congress, House, Senate, for the 45-day public comment period.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And that those maps go forward. They're not voted
It's
on.
automatic. Yeah.
Not automatic. That was the motion I captured.
Okay. Yeah, I heard that Commissioner Lang has her hand up. I can't see her, but I've heard she has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to lower it.
Okay. All right, Ms. Reinhardt, can you call a roll call on this, please?
Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Dustin Witches.
No.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
I'm still confused. I really, my answer is I don't think that we should submit any maps and let the public select their maps. And if they can't select it, then we just have to go in and try it all over again. I don't think we should have anything to do with it in that way.
So just for clarification, is that a yes or a no? So let me say it again. So this is, we're voting to allow individual commissioners to submit maps so they can go through the 45-day public comment period. Are you in favor of that or not in favor of that?
I'm not in favor of it.
Okay, thank you.
Anthony Ede,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
No.
Rhonda Lang,
I don't know. Yes.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
MC Rothhorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Satella,
Yes.
Janice Villette,
Yes.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
By a vote of 9 yes to 3 no, the motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. What was your second motion, Commissioner Lett?
What was the vote?
9 to 3 in favor. So the motion is adopted.
Wait, my second motion is if the vote, we do not get the vote on the 2, 2, and 2, 7 commissioners on 2, 2, and 2, then under 14C II, the plans that are available to choose from are only those that have gone through the 45-day comment period.
I'm still writing. Give me a second. All right, I will second that motion. And go ahead.
Can we have clarity just for the sake that everyone did not go to law school? So I'm always going to ask, what does that mean? What does that mean?
That means you can't bring in a new plan.
Okay.
You can only choose, you can only propose for the rank order voting, one of the plans that's already there.
Right.
It may not be the one that you wanted or the one you favored, but let's say there are 9 let's say there's 3 plans for each one. You, Brittany, could put forward, I propose plan number 1. I could say I propose plan number 3. Dustin could say I propose plan number 2. Well, once that happened on, say, congressional, then there wouldn't be any more proposals. There'd just be a vote.
Madam Chair.
But you can't bring in, as Dustin wants to, a brand new plan that nobody's ever looked at.
General Counsel.
Yeah, Madam Chair, yeah, and I appreciate Commissioner Lett's example. Currently, if we were to carry this through for what the commission currently has, the commission currently only has 1 Senate plan. So by this interpretation, all 13 of you would be able to select that 1 Senate plan. Or if the commission today or tomorrow adopts a second Senate plan, all 13 of you would be able to choose between those 2 to bring forward, or those 3 to bring forward. So again, I just wanted to highlight part of my role, as unpopular as it is to highlight things. So I just wanted to be clear that the language in the Constitution that is highlighted under 14C, again, it says just directly above it, if no plan satisfies this requirement for this type of district, the commission shall use the following procedure. And then it goes into the procedure that should be used. So what is being modified is subsection I, where it says each commissioner may submit 1 proposed plan for each type of district to the full commission for consideration. What the proposed motion, as I understand it from Commissioner Lett, would effectively modify that sentence to read, each commissioner may submit 1 proposed plan for each type of district that has gone through the 45-day public comment. You can only use the plans that have already been submitted and not agreed upon going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We can modify an amendment.
No, well, that's what I was just going to say. I don't think that he's proposing to modify a constitutional amendment because of course we do not have that authority. And I don't think we would need to amend it. I think we are voting on an interpretation, which is, I already think that those restrictions are in there under 14A and B about the types of plans that we can vote on. So I just think we're clarifying our interpretation of the statute or of the constitutional amendment. We are not rewriting or redefining the Constitution. We're just determining how we are going to interpret it. Is that correct, Commissioner Lett?
Yes, I concur, because we've had this lengthy discussion about what plans we can move forward with. The intent of this is so we're clear when we get down to voting that it's only on the plans that have gone through the 45-day period. Now, as General Counsel has stated, all 13 people could propose 1 plan. Well, that's never going to happen because if all 13 people do, then it got adopted before it got there.
Commissioner Witches.
So, but now I'm interpreting it differently, and I'm thinking that we're making the constitutional language more restrictive by doing this, because I'm saying that we are able to, or interpret it as to the fact that I am able to submit a plan that did not go through the 45-day public comment period per how I'm reading the Constitution.
Then you vote no.
Well, yeah, I know that. Thanks.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I think that's exactly that you're hitting exactly on the point. There is a difference of interpretation between the 3 lawyers in the room as to what that language means. Whereas Steve and I are taking the position that 14A and B define what plans we can vote on. C defines the process, and that General Counsel is taking a different position. So our position is that it's already in there. We aren't amending anything. We're just clarifying a point of interpretation. Commissioner Lang, did you have your hand up again?
I do. And just my 2 cents, I would be against that. I mean, the language is there and it says people can at the end, whether it's the 45-day or not. And I'm not comfortable going against advice from our legal counsel, who we hired for this exact reason.
Yeah, and I would add to that, if it ever came to that point, my position would be that any plans that haven't gone through a 45-day comment period are not valid plans to vote on. So it again, I guess ultimately a court could decide that. Did you have a comment, Commissioner Lett?
I'm going to call the question.
Yeah,
You
let's
got a
call the
comment.
question.
Now's the time.
Hudas? Cynthia?
I call the question.
All right, let's call the question. So let me restate the motion. So if, according to the motion by Commissioner Lett, if we do not get a vote of 222 underneath the constitutional amendment, 14C, Romanet 1, Romanet 2, plans available to choose from are only those that have been submitted for a 45-day public comment period. That is the motion. So if you are in favor of that, you're in favor of limiting the plans that we can vote on to those that were previously submitted for a 45-day public comment period. If you are opposed to that, then you would be voting no. Sarah
Commissioners-
Reinhardt, yep.
Oh, thanks.
Confused.
Commissioner Curry, Madam Chairperson, did you hear Commissioner Curry's comment?
No, I didn't.
I am confused. I usually would love to listen to the lady that we hired. With all these other opinions, you all have confused me. That's all.
I call the question.
Okay, let's call the question. Go ahead, Ms. Reinhardt.
Real quick, just to follow up. on
So
that.
Commissioner Eid?
I understand the questions on the table, just for.
I understand what you're saying too, but it's still
Curry.
confusing.
General Counsel, for the clarification, what would your recommendation be to vote on this? Because it seems like Commissioner Curry is asking for that.
I think a whole lot of people are answering that are listening to this.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it is.
So if it helps you clarify, do you want people to be able to bring in plans if we cannot agree on December 30th or 31st or whatever day we're meeting? If we cannot agree on a plan, do you want individual commissioners to be able to bring in their own plans that have not gone through 45-day public comment periods and that you may not have seen up until that time where they bring it forward?
Madam Chair, to clarify, I believe the motion is regarding the interpretation, not the want. That there's a difference between the two.
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
So the question is how the motion is regarding the interpretation of the constitutional language, not what you would want, but how you interpret it.
Well, she's providing an explanation.
I'm just providing an explanation to help Commissioner Curry because she's
I
saying she's
understand.
confused.
That's not helping me.
Your explanation was that the motion is whether you want X, Y, and Z, and that is not the motion. So just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. So does that help, Commissioner Curry?
What helps me is that when our lawyer that we chose tells us what we should do, and we follow her advice, and that's what we should be doing. Not everybody else voting on it or having, we're hired in as commissioners. She was hired in as our attorney to tell us the best route to go. And I think we ought to listen to her.
Commissioner Lett.
No, with all due respect, Commissioner Curry,
I
we're
know.
the commissioners, and we ultimately have the ultimate responsibility. General Counsel can give us her advice and opinion, and she certainly has done that today. I've made my motion and I've called the question, and it's now time to vote.
And I understand what you're saying, but it's still confusing because I'm wondering how the people that are hearing this is taking this.
I know how they're taking it.
All right, so
That's okay.
All right, are we ready to vote? So we are voting if we come to a point where we do not get the 222, which is in order to pass a plan, you need 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, 2 independents. If that does not happen under section 14C, Romanet 1, Romanet 2, the only plans available to choose from are those plans that were submitted, whether collaborative or individual, for the 45-day public comment period. So a yes vote means that you're in favor of limiting to the plans that went through the 45-day public comment period. A no vote means you're not.
You can bring your own.
You could, yes, potentially bring plans that have not gone through the 45-day public comment period. Sarah Reinhardt?
Commissioners, please state your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
No.
Anthony Ede,
No.
Brittany Kellum,
One last clarification. No means I'm in favor of someone sliding in and we haven't seen it or anything. So yes. Jesus
Rhonda
Christ.
Lang,
No.
Stephen Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
MC Rothhorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Satella,
Yes.
Janice Villette,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner.
Yeah, is Erin
Oh,
on?
sorry.
I was gonna say, is she on? I didn't see her.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
No.
By a vote of 8 yes to 4 no, the motion carries.
All right.
I have no further motions.
Okay, well, I actually think we should do one more motion because we need to set a time on when those individual plans can be submitted. So Commissioner or Ms. Reinhardt, is there like a particular time that we need to do for individual plans, like noon tomorrow or 2 tomorrow? Like what will work with?
I would recommend commissioners submit individual plans for consideration by, well, hold on, actually.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I've got kind of a question because now having these maps done tomorrow, at the beginning of the conversation, it said this conversation has been going on since the back and forth between Commissioner Lett and our legal counsel since October. Do you really think that's fair to commissioners that may not have even considered doing a map, but we're going to maybe hold off until after the 45 day to say, now, if you want to, you have to do it by tomorrow? I
think
have a hard time, the constitutional part of them being able to. I'm having a hard time seeing how that's right or even constitutionally right. I'm sorry.
Did you have a comment, Commissioner Lett?
Oh, I had a clarification.
Commissioner General
That's true.
General Counsel passed you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I certainly respect the exhaustion that the entire commission and staff feels. I just wanted for the record to clarify, and I'm glad Commissioner Lang raised that question. I wanted to clarify that those conversations were just occurring between Commissioner Lett and I. So there were they were private conversations, and I started the conversation based on the statements he made at either the October 10th or October 11th meeting because I disagreed with his interpretation. So I want to clear for the record that I have not discussed this with any other commissioner aside from Commissioner Lett. Thank you.
I would also add to that we have known for months that November 5th was our deadline to get plans in order to meet the deadlines that we have from the different agencies down the line. So I don't really feel that this is new information. You've already submitted plans. So there's nothing, this isn't a surprise, I don't think, and it shouldn't be
But
to
the
anybody.
circumstances are different, Madam Chair.
So I have
A
lots of
second.
hands around the room, but I want to hear first from Ms. Reinhardt because I specifically wanted a date from her.
Our recommendation for meeting the publication timeline would be for individual commissioners to submit their maps to our office, EDS, and your staff by 10 a.m. on Monday.
Okay, so 10 a.m. on Monday is what Department of State staff is saying is their deadline to get maps in. Okay, so going around the room, I saw Commissioner Clark had a hand up, Commissioner Kellum had a hand up, Commissioner Witches had a hand up. So we're going to start with Commissioner Clark and we will go from there.
Yeah, I
So
think
I have
that,
to,
Oh,
I'm
Clark.
sorry. Okay.
I think that for submission of the maps, all that paperwork that we did when we submitted ours has to be a part of that submission.
Yep, I would think it would be the same process.
That way we know the partisan fairness numbers and
Yep.
all that. Yep.
Yep, Commissioner Kellum.
So I think I have a third question now. So this deadline by Monday, which is why I voted no, means that a commissioner can submit a plan without us even seeing it or talking about it as before. Is that what I'm understanding? By Monday at 10 a.m.?
The same process we followed before where commissioners are going to send in the plans and then they would be posted the same way they were before so that we can all see them and look at them.
Okay, I'm not for that. I also think, though, I would like our process to remain sacred in that we've engaged in the public and each other to get this work done. I think just in the last, 20 minutes or so, I feel like we've, as a commission, have engaged in a very dangerous process because we are not attorneys and we've done some interpretation of the law. And I just truly don't think it was our place. But I will say that, like I said before, I don't think things should come across the table that we haven't looked at with the same scrutiny as we have. So I don't know where that's going to land, but I just think that was just a dangerous discussion. I'll just say that for the record.
Commissioner Witches and then Commissioner Weiss.
So I was just going to say the deadline for Friday. Yes, we all knew it. But again, I was always under the assumption that I could have until December 30th in case, we couldn't come to a decision, and now it's been severely restricted. That being said, I do believe that the weekend until 10 o'clock on Monday is fair for us to be able to do that. Because I'm willing to bet that we're not going to be starting completely over from scratch. We're going to be working from the ones that we already have, the ones that we like the best, making changes, and the changes, in my opinion, aren't going to be very significant. So the weekend, Monday, 10 a.m. is a fair time for that to happen.
Commissioner Weiss.
As I said before, I was confused. My concern was that the map could get chosen that the public didn't get a chance to comment on. Am I correct? I don't think that's right. So
Right.
I think the vote was what it should be.
All right, so can I get a motion to make the due date for individual maps Monday at 10 a.m. and follow the same process as we followed before, sending them to the Department of State, Sue, and our vendors at EDS, and along with that documentation sheet that goes along with it?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Clark. And again, can we get a roll call on this? And is there any discussion or debate on the motion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I please confirm that the motion was moved by Commissioner Witches or Commissioner? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner
And
Witches, Commissioner Clark seconded.
that's what I had, but I wasn't looking at them. So thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and do a vote. Yeah, I want a roll call. Thank you.
Commissioners, please state your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Juanita Curry.
No.
Anthony Eid.
No.
Brittany Kellum.
No.
Rhonda Lang.
No.
Steve Lett.
Yes.
Could you turn your microphone on, please?
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Abstain. I was out of the room. I was out, I don't know.
No, I think.
So restate then.
The motion is to make the deadline to submit individual maps Monday at 10 a.m. That's what the motion is.
No.
MC Rothorn,
No.
Rebecca Satella,
Yes.
Janice Villette,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark.
Yes.
Tie vote, the motion fails.
So tie. So then what are people suggesting for the deadline? Because the 45 days is 45 days. So Ms. Hammersmith. Tomorrow, yeah. You voted no. We're trying to give you more time. Oh, you voted yes, sorry. Commissioner Curry.
I just don't think it's enough time for we to even be considering this at this late hour. This is for the public. And I know that we're people that citizens too, but to suggest now, if I wanted to do a map, it would take me more than one day, and that's not fair. But I don't want to do a map. I want to hear from the public.
Well, I think that's kind of the point of the first two motions was to submit the plans for public comment. That was the intention. Commissioner Orton.
I'm just uncomfortable with everything that just happened. I feel like we do not have the right to interpret the Constitution. I feel like we do not have a right to vote on limiting commissioners if the Constitution doesn't do that. And this is all very confusing to those of us who are not lawyers. And I just don't know where to go from here. I do agree that it's not good for last minute plans to come in. Like, it'd be great if they were there for the 45-day comment period and for the commission to see and stuff. But I just don't think we can limit that.
No, can't do it. It's wrong.
Commissioner Lett.
I move the deadline be noon Monday.
Second.
Who was the second?
This is all wrong. This is wrong.
We have a motion on the floor that the deadline be noon on Monday to submit the individual plans, one per district, and then I'm assuming the same information that we submitted before.
We need to wait till all the commissioners are back.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Doug Snyder.
This should be a yes.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Orton, yeah.
I just have a question, clarification, please. I was out of the room maybe when you were discussing it last time. The point of the deadline or the ramifications.
Ms. Reinhardt, do you want to address that?
The Constitution requires, similar to prior to public hearings, the publication of all of your maps. This requires significant effort on the back end for folks to work to publish an application that contains the legal description. That does take additional time. There's also additional work that your mapping contractor has to do, which is why all of next week was blocked out for these efforts to take place. I selected Monday morning because if we made it Friday, end of day tomorrow, more than likely, all of the efforts would begin Monday morning. So Monday morning was selected as the time for commissioners to submit. Additionally, your staff and our department have a meeting Monday morning in which we will discuss how the work plan will unfold for next week. So it seemed like a fitting time for us to know the number of individual submissions at that time. Thank you.
Commissioner Kellen.
So just for clarity on the way that I voted, it's not that I have an issue with the deadline. For the sake of transparency, who even wants to submit another map? How did we get here? So then it's not relevant if
it's by right.
Right. So for transparency though, like who are we? I mean, unless people don't want to reveal that.
It's still just by right. Like I have the right as being a commissioner to do this.
Absolutely. I want you to feel included. I'm just trying to understand how we got to this conversation. Again, the root of it, because it came from a place, obviously more people want to submit something. So I, as a commissioner, I'm trying to understand it.
Because my understanding is that because the way that the Constitution was written and the way it was interpreted by the individuals in the room is, my position was that we had until December 30th in case we didn't have a chance to vote on it. And we had to then make our own because we had the ability to do so. That was voted down. So now we no longer have that particular right at that point. Well, I still think I do, but apparently the commission says I don't. Then we have then we changed it to say that all maps that we have to choose from automatically are from the ones that go forward through the 45-day period. And that's automatic at this point. We don't need the individual maps can just go on. So now I no longer have a month to make my own. I have 1 day. And if I want to do it, so there's a deadline now that was going to be tomorrow. We have meetings all day tomorrow. At least give me the weekend to think about doing this.
So I understand wanting the deadline. What I don't want to see is anything coming after. I don't want to see any new map after the 45-day. But so that's where I stand. But it better be something to look at if we're having this conversation. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. This is a lot for a mysterious map to show up.
Well,
I just think that we should have known about this before today. I mean, we should have known about what was on that 14 ABC clause 1, 2, 3. We should have discussed that quite a while ago. I don't think we should have brought it up on the last day before the last day the maps were to be turned in.
That's a valid point, Commissioner Curry. I agree with you. It's one of many things we would probably do differently if we weren't the first ones doing this process.
Yeah, but that's easy to figure out. That's something that the public even should know about.
Commissioner Lang.
Dang it. Sorry, forgot to lower it again.
All right, so we had a motion by Commissioner Lett. Who seconded it over there? Commissioner Witches, to set the due date at noon on Monday. Is there any further discussion or debate? Commissioner Curry. There you are. I was gonna say, you walked away and we're just about to vote.
Well, it doesn't matter. You all gonna vote what you want to vote. Doesn't matter. I mean,
Sarah Reinhardt, can you take a roll call vote, please?
I'm just saying this time should have been considered 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, maybe when we first started. We should have known about this clause.
I agree, Commissioner Curry.
Yeah, well, then we should put it on. We should go by what our general counsel wants us to do. You know, you're going to have the whole state of Michigan throwing oranges at us.
Mm-hmm. I think they're going to do that anyway, Commissioner Curry. So apparently Commissioner Wagner is trying to join, and she's having a difficult time. So we're just trying to join her in.
Commissioner Wagner, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you let us know where you are joining remotely from?
I am joining remotely from Lansing, Michigan.
Thank you.
All right, are we ready? So to restate the motion, we have a motion to set the deadline for the submission of individual maps till noon on Monday. That submission would include the supporting documentation that we submitted with the last round of individual maps, so that spreadsheet which is filled out.
Commissioners, please state your support of the motion with a yes or no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Anthony Ede,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Can you restate it?
Yeah, we're just setting the deadline for the
12 noon?
12 noon on Monday.
Yes.
Rhonda Lang,
No.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
MC Rothorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Satella,
Yes.
Janice Villette,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
No.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Dustin Witches,
Yes.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Juanita Curry.
No.
By a vote of 10 yes to 3 no, the motion carries.
All right, that finishes our discussion of our individual plans. Do we want to take a break or do we want to press on? Do we need a break? Take a break. Okay. So it is currently 4:38. Yes, 4:38. Hearing no objection, we will stand in recess until 4:55. Thank you, everybody.
I am glad I'm just here today, though.
As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 4:54 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely. One moment. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and announce your physical location where you are attending from. I'll call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Just one moment. See Commissioner Curry is joining now and connecting to audio. We'll give her just a moment.
Try it again, Commissioner Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you. Anthony Eade. Brittany Kellum.
Present.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Lansing, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Yes, still in attendance.
Dustin Witches.
I came back.
13 commissioners are present.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. All right, we're going to go back to continuing our deliberations, and I've asked Mr. Stegall to bring up the house map we were working on, Magnolia, that we had advanced. I have a couple of proposed changes around the Ann Arbor area, which I would like to make a new version out of for consideration by the commission. And then I think once we finish with that, we're going to move on to Commissioner Clark has some proposed changes to the base of the Senate map that we did. So we'll try to do that. And then we'll see if there's anything else that commissioners want to work on. But if not, then we might be done with our deliberations. So we'll see how this goes.
What about our congressional? Was there a congressional thing that we were going to do with?
I'm not sure. That's why I'm saying, like, we'll see if anybody,
okay.
yeah.
Great.
I don't know if anyone else has anything else. I don't know. Commissioner Kellum, did you have one or?
I was actually going to retract my congressional plan. So, I mean, the name Willow is free if anyone would like to. Well, I don't know. You can change Magnolia to Willow, but then we did all that painstaking work. So don't.
Okay, so is this this is a copy of Magnolia?
This is named Magnolia 1.1.
Okay.
Since it's Magnolia's little brother. And the blue overlay is the shapefile you sent me to do to reference.
Okay, so I just want to make some changes around the Ann Arbor area. And before we do this, I want you to understand why I'm doing this. And my concern is the partisan fairness on the map. The numbers aren't horrible when you run them at a composite, but if you look at the presidential elections, they shift significantly. And I'm hoping this might stop some of that shift. So can we run the partisan fairness on the map as it is for the 2020 election and then again for the 2016 election? And the reason why it's shifting so much is if you look at the breakdown, now we've got a lot of districts because this is a house map, but we have a significant number of districts that are at like 50.1%, both sides. And so it's creating a lot of flux in the plan. Commissioner Kellum.
Quick question. If this is something that as a commission we like to limit confusion in so many plans, can we take one out and then have this one be advanced?
No, I think
not at this very moment.
Yeah, I think we could just go with 3 potentially. I mean, I know you. You're like, heavens to Betsy.
Lots of other words. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, people might not like it, so we might not get it advanced.
This is Magnolia, aka at the moment it's Magnolia 1.1 because it's a direct copy of the Magnolia file. The lopsided margin is 5.7 for Republican. I think y'all may have written this down already.
Mhm.
Mean median difference is 2.9.
This is the composite, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the efficiency gap is 5.4. And then the seats votes ratio is 56-54 favor of Democrats, with the Republicans having a proportionality bias of 1.4% positive or favorable. However you want to go.
So partisan fairness for the 2020 election, and you have to click on, I think, partisan fairness, or it might not work.
No, yeah, it's just fine.
It dislikes that.
Um,
So Biden and then Trump
Biden
20.
and then Trump 20. Lopsided margins is 5.1% favoring Republicans.
Mhm.
Mean median is 2.4 favoring Republicans. The efficiency gap is 5.3 favoring Republicans.
Okay.
Seats to votes is 56-54 favoring Republicans. Proportionality bias is 2.3%.
Okay. And then can we rerun that for, so the takeaway on this is the Democrats actually won greater percentage of the votes, 51%, but yet they have fewer seats. And then if you look at 2016,
Your mic's off, Mr. Stigall, just so you know.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna save that. I was thinking it's almost, I'll save it. So if you ever want to reference it, press 20, partisan fairness. And then we go back to Clinton 16.
and then Trump 16.
Trump 16. So there was a 5.7% is a lopsided margin favoring Republicans. Mean median difference is 4.4% favoring Republicans. Efficiency gap is 9.2 favoring Republicans. Seats to votes was 8.1% favoring Republicans. Republican seats 64-46. So it improved significantly from 16 to 20.
Yeah. And then can we try one more, the 2018 gubernatorial election, which is Whitmer versus Schuette?
I'm looking for it. There it is. So it'd be.
It's 2018. I think it's farther up. It's above Schneider because Schneider was the, I think,
There's
2014.
18.
Yeah. So there's Whitmer.
Shoot.
So Whitmer is the Democrat and then
Okay.
Schuette is the Republican.
Right. So
Where is he? A little farther down because those are all, yep, right there. Schuette, 18.
okay, the lopsided margin is 6.4 favoring Republicans. The mean median difference is 2%. The efficiency gap is 0.6%
Yeah.
Republican. The seats to votes favor the Democrats 66-44. And the Democrats had the proportional bias of 5.5%.
All right. So now if we could go into that plan and make these proposed changes and see what everybody thinks and maybe rerun some reports.
So what I see is
Yep.
2348
Yep. So like 48, you're going to bring up into Brighton.
and I guess 49. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I mean, it's probably easiest to start with 48 and then just bring that up.
40, I follow the blue lines
Yep.
basically.
Follow
Okay,
the blue line into
I
Brighton.
can do that.
Sorry, Dustin.
It's all right. See what happens.
We've kept Livingston whole in every other map we have, so it's their turn. Yep, and if you could put those in,
That does that go to 50 or
goes to
40?
48.
It definitely, yeah, it can't stay there.
Okay, and then if we go over to 49 and we're going to extend that out to Wixom. Yep. Okay, and then if we could, yeah,
20,
fix
21.
21, yeah,
Yep.
make that all 21.
This area
Yep,
into 21.
Into 21.
Okay.
Okay, and then put that area into 22. Okay, and then 23 is going to extend into that little jog out there. Okay, let's see what else we have. Okay, so then we're going to go into Ann Arbor and it's going to cause some of the little blocks up in 48 to change, but just assign them for now and we'll go and fix them. We love Ann Arbor. Oh, Commissioner Orton, sorry.
Yeah, can you, while he's making the changes, can you describe why you chose these changes or the lines where they are or whatever?
Yeah, so I've mentioned a couple times that I want to preserve this kind of Asian community on the east side of Ann Arbor, and I think this does that. And then bringing, I think, Brighton in with the north side of Ann Arbor, I think it makes a lot of sense from a communities of interest perspective. And we've had people comment on that specifically, that Brighton and Ann Arbor have a lot of connections between them. Now, we've also heard people take the alternate view, but like I said, every other map we've not put them together, and I thought it would be good on this map to try. And then again, it should improve the stability in the map and the partisan fairness. I haven't run it on this map, so I don't know. It might ultimately be a failed exercise, but my hope is that it, eliminates us having efficiency gaps of 9% and then swinging back the other way. And it's just really big swings. I think that might be everything. All right, so where is my planned deviation off? 50 and 21, 50 and 21. So 50 is 10,000 under, 10,800 under, and then 21 is what?
Yeah, you copied this file before.
Mhm.
It was properly renumbered.
That's okay. So, oh, okay. So do I have different So what is, what's the?
50 doesn't appear to have changed.
No, I'm wondering if we have to rerun the plan. What is 21 off by? We're missing 12,000 people. Okay.
Well, maybe. Let's run the diagnostics.
Anytime we make changes around Ann Arbor, we have problems. So. Commissioner Eid.
This may have been done earlier today, but what's that little part of 20 that's going up to the right?
20.
I just didn't notice it before.
20.
Sylvan Lake.
I don't know.
Where are we looking?
He's talking way up in Sylvan Lake. Yeah. Kego Harbor, Lake Angeles is no.
Did we just like add that little part to the right for population?
I'm guessing. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I guess you have changes up around here.
Yeah. You can take the layer off too. That'll make it easier to see. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
There's some differentials in here. Is it possible?
That's probably for plan balance. So
before it was finished or updated or.
Well, we've made changes today. So.
Right. So we're focusing down here.
Yeah. So yeah, if we can take the layer off, because I don't think we need it at this point, and then we can see where we actually have variations. And we're mysteriously missing people.
Well, if one's 10,000 down, there ought to be one 10,000 over.
Yeah, but it also says
50,
we have
50 we didn't touch. So my guess is
Go ahead, what?
Something is.
Yeah, there's 12,000 that are saying are unassigned at the bottom.
So
of the
we're gonna have
matrix.
to run the
Yeah. Do the rebuild and yeah.
So I just exported the plan.
Yeah.
And then you import it back in, it rebuilds everything. Most often the errors are fixed or found, either one.
Yeah.
So here's the area in 50 that though it
Disappeared.
appeared to be assigned, it didn't count it. So
Yeah. Can we just put it back into 50?
yes,
And that should solve that error.
yes.
If you can just put that into 23.
Okay. And the planned deviation now is below 5%.
Okay. All right. So can we scroll out so everybody can kind of see what I did?
Where are we looking at for now?
Just the Ann Arbor area so
Oh,
people
yeah,
can
yeah,
see
yeah.
around Ann Arbor. Little, yeah, farther west. There you go. So I just broke up Ann Arbor a little differently, broke it into 4, and then tried to bring in that East Asian, or I'm not sorry, East Ann Arbor Asian community. Went up into Brighton. And I mean, any comments, thoughts, questions? I'm sure they will be. I'm sure Brighton will be too. Can we run the partisan fairness and see if it makes a difference? Commissioner Eid.
Somebody,
We check the Asian American demographic population in 23.
I didn't. Commissioner Curry?
yeah, we had comments, I think this morning saying they didn't want Ann Arbor split, especially 4 ways. But they didn't want it split. I don't know how they were going to keep them going, but someone made a comment that they did not want Ann Arbor split.
Okay, this plan has the lopsided, excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yep.
The lopsided margins is 5.3% in favor of Republicans.
Okay.
The mean median is 2.7% in favor of Republicans. The efficiency gap is 4.3% in favor of Republicans.
Okay.
And the seats to votes ratio is 0.5%, and the Democrats have the seats 57 to 53.
Okay. So by comparison, the base plan, the lopsided margins is 5.7. We have 5.3 here. The mean median is 2.9 on the base plan. We have 2.7 here. The efficiency gap is 5.4 on the base, and this is 4.3 here. And then the seats vote is was 56-51 with a negative 1.4, positive 1.4 lean. This one is 57 over 53 with a negative 0.5% over positive 0.5% favoring Republicans. So it improved all the metrics, which is what I thought it was going to do. Commissioner Witches.
Just need to see the lopsided and mean median again.
Mm-hmm. Bless you.
Lopsided margins is 5.3% in favor of Republicans. Mean median difference, MMD, is 2.7% favoring Republicans.
Anything else? Commissioner Witches?
Okay, well, since I seem to be the person that does this all the time, since these numbers seem to be in are decent, I move that this map be moved forward to the 45-day public comment period.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Kellum to move this map forward to the 45-day public comment period. Is there any discussion or debate? Commissioner Eid?
Well, I think we should check more numbers before we do that. We like how we did for the base map. I think we should check the 2020, 2018, and 2016 to see what that does. I was going to mention that now this configuration of the map is almost identical in partisan fairness measurements to the Pine version 5 map that we adopted yesterday. So I think we should make that comparison as well to that Pine map before we vote.
Madam Chair.
General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. For consistency and clarity, could you please identify the map name that's being advanced by motion?
It's currently Magnolia 1.1, but I would actually prefer to change it if we're going to advance it. So I don't know if we do that now or we do that later. General counsel, do we do that now or later, the name change, or should we just go with Magnolia 1.1 for now and then change it?
The commission, that's entirely up to the discretion of the commission. And it looks like Mr. Stegall might have an opinion on that.
Yes.
What we've been doing, so what the commission has been doing so far, if a plan passes to be published, it gets, a tree name.
Okay.
Before, we were using names and digits and dates. And then as it carried forward. So if this passes, then I would change it. Otherwise.
Okay.
Does it?
All right. So do we want to run other numbers or do we want to just go ahead and vote?
All the numbers.
More numbers? Okay, so let's do the Trump Biden race. Yeah, I mean, can we do this or do we have to go on the motion?
I call the question.
Well, you have to be, Madam Chair, the individual members have to be recognized to call the question. So if you want to recognize Commissioner Witches, my comment was going to be, you have a motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Kellum on the table to move Magnolia 1.1 or whatever name the commission would choose, move that map to the 45-day public comment, move that map be published for the 45-day public comment period is on the table and pending.
Okay, so we shouldn't be looking at other numbers right now? Is that accurate?
Correct. You.
Okay. All right, well, let's go ahead. Commissioner Lett, call the question. Oh, Commissioner Witches called the question. I thought it was Commissioner Lett. All right. All in favor of advancing this map to the 45-day public
Roll call.
comment? Is there more discussion or debate on the motion?
Did we run other numbers, Madam Chair?
Yes. Well, General Counsel is telling us that is not appropriate at this point.
Okay.
Well, Madam Chair, to clarify, the motion can be withdrawn or amended, but what I'm saying is, as it stands now, you have a motion to forward this map to the table. So if the commission would like to do something different, a motion to amend to get more numbers could be made. The motion could be withdrawn. The motion could be modified. There's a variety of options before the commission at this point. I was merely pointing out that you do have a pending motion.
Thank you, General Counsel.
I have a question.
Yes.
General Counsel, wouldn't it be part of discussion if members wanted to compare the numbers prior to the vote?
The commission, through the chair to Commissioner Lett, the commission could certainly continue that conversation if it chose, but the discussion and debate is on the base, the actual motion is whether to move the map forward or not. So again, talking about the fairness numbers and that might be seen as an extension of the actual motion. But the motion is to adopt, not to examine further.
So I understand that, but I think the discussion from the commissioners is to take a look at those before the vote. So it's, are you objecting?
Does anyone
to that?
object to that? Because if no one objects, I'd say let's just run the numbers. I mean, data is good, right? Okay. So this is the 2020 election.
This is the 2020 election between President Biden and former President Trump.
Okay,
So the lopsided margin is 5%
Mhm.
favoring Republican. The mean median difference is 2.4% favoring Republican.
Okay.
And the efficiency gap was 5.2% favoring Republican. And the proportionality bias is 2.3% favoring Republicans, with the Republicans having 56 and the Democrat having 54 seats.
Okay. Can we look at 2016?
Yes. Wasn't there a 28? Okay, 2016 is Clinton and former president. So the lopsided margins in this 2016 presidential election,
5.6.
5.6 favoring Republicans, mean median difference, 3.7 favoring Republicans. The efficiency gap is 9.2%
Mm-hmm.
favoring Republicans. Proportionality bias was 8.1% favoring Republicans, with the Republicans winning, having 64 seats, and the Democrats 46 seats.
Okay, and then can we run the 2018 Whitmer Shooty election?
The lopsided margin is 6.4% favor of Republicans. The mean median difference is 1.8% favoring Republicans. The efficiency gap was 0.5% favoring Republicans. The seats to votes favored the Democrats by proportionality bias, 5.5% in favor of Democrats. Number of seats favor the Democrats, 66 to 44.
Okay, and for comparison purposes, can we bring up, was it Pine 3 that we advanced?
Pine 5.
Pine 5, okay, Pine 5. And I don't think we ran all this analysis on Pine 5 before we adopted it, so we only did the composite, so. Yeah, we have more data. So can we just, is this the composite for Pine 5 that you have? Because that would be the only one that we had on it.
I
Yeah.
believe it is.
Okay, so the composite for Pine 5 is efficiency gap of 5.3. And let's look at the mean median.
No, lopsided margin.
I'm sorry,
5.3.
lopsided margin. I'm
Yep.
sorry, I misspoke.
I was just going to run it again and have
Okay.
it sitting in front of you.
You're running this again for
The composite
for Magnolia or for?
1.1.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we have,
So Magnolia 1.1 is above
mhm,
Pine V5. They have the same lopsided margin of 5.3%.
okay,
They have the same mean median difference of 2.7%.
okay,
The efficiency gap is the same for both at 4.3%. And they have the same proportionality bias of 0.5% favoring the Democrats, favoring the Republicans, with the Democrats having 57 to 53 seats
okay.
for the Republicans.
Do we need to see more, or is that enough data? They're identical functionally for, yeah, okay. All right, any other discussion or debate? Let's go ahead and vote. Oh, again, Mr. Eid.
Sorry, guys. A lot to say today, evidently. Get in some laughs, huh? So I don't know what the rush is, right? I mean, this map, whatever we're gonna call it, it's just a slight improvement over the previous one. So why have both, right? And my only fear is we're gonna keep improving it, which we should do. We should try to keep improving it if we can, but then we're gonna have a whole bunch of maps. So like, what are everyone's thoughts? Are we gonna retract Magnolia 1 and only have this one, or are we gonna have both of them? You know, in my eyes, it's the same map, just slightly improved. And I'll say the data shows it's it is very slightly improved. It's about 0.1 to 0.3 on every measure respective of the election years that they're in. For example, let's just take 2020 presidential election, went from 5.1 to 5.0. You take the 20, that's for lopsided margins. And for like efficiency gap, it goes from 5% to 4.3. Wait, I'm sorry. It actually goes from 5.3 to 5.2. So again, that's a 0.01 change. So it's pretty much the same. And all of the seats to votes ratios for each election were also the same. So again, I just don't know how many maps we want to have if it's just a slight improvement over the previous configuration.
Commissioner Orton, and then I can address that. Commissioner Clark.
Well, I think this was done for partisan fairness reasons. It does make a very slight change, but it doesn't make a slight change to some of these areas. It's some significant change to a few areas. So I don't see the harm in putting it out there and getting public comment on both ways.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I'm not looking at it from a data perspective. I'm looking at it from a community of interest perspective. Ann Arbor now split 3 ways.
Mm-hmm.
And do you really feel that they're going to accept that very well?
Yeah.
And Brighton, do you, well, you may, I
do.
don't.
Working there, spending a ton of time there. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna.
And I think Dustin had some concern over Brighton being changed as well. So I'm kind of looking at it from that perspective. And like Anthony indicated, the numbers are basically the same as one of the other maps. So I think that's what we have to take into account when we vote.
So
that as well as the numbers. Yeah.
So what I would say on that is Pine version 5, which was the first map we approved, does have the same metrics. However, Pine version 5 does not include the changes to Detroit. So this map includes the changes to Detroit and then alters the Ann Arbor area to achieve the same numbers we originally had with Pine versus 5. So I feel like this is an improvement because we're keeping those Detroit changes that the people in Detroit spoke so eloquently about wanting. And then we are also maintaining the partisan fairness balance that we had with the Pine version 5. So I think this is an improvement and it is different. And I think it's worthy of submitting to the public for their consideration because I think people wanted changes in Detroit, but I think people also want partisan fairness. We've heard about both. And so this is giving them both. All right, let's vote. We want to do a roll call?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Wagner. I have a point of clarification, please, since I'm audio.
Yep, go ahead.
What did we do with Livingston County in this map?
In this map, it is split.
All right, thank you.
This is the only map we've split Livingston County in. Yep, into 3. All right, Sarah Reinhardt, can you go ahead and call the roll call vote?
Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Brittany Kellum.
Yes.
Rhonda Lang.
No.
Steve Lett.
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
MC Rothhorn.
Yes.
Rebecca Satella.
Yes.
Janice Follett.
Yes.
Aaron Wagner.
No.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
I have to say no.
Doug Clark.
Yes.
Juanita Curry.
Yes.
Anthony Eid.
Yes.
By a vote of 10 yes to 3 no, the motion carries.
All right. So considering that we have adopted moving this forward for the 45-day public comment period, I want to rename it Hickory. like it. Strong. Produces delicious nuts. What's not to like?
Oh, my God.
If you're ever in a survival situation, you want to be someplace with a hickory tree, let me tell you. That's true. Commissioner Witches.
I move that EDS lock the districts and renumber them with number 1 in Detroit and moving up.
We have a motion by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Weiss to have EDS renumber the districts from 1, starting with Detroit, up to 110, and then lock the map after that point. Any discussion or debate on the motion? All right, all in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Okay, does anyone else have any other house maps they want to propose? If not, I think Commissioner Clark wanted to open up the Senate map, Cherry Senate map that we, or do you?
We only have one Senate map.
Yeah, so bring, if we could.
We've only have one that we've approved, so that's.
Did
but
you send him the shapefile on yours?
I've sent him the file.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to bring up mine or Cherry's, or we want to do the overlay or not. I can talk to it.
Yeah, I think I would say bring up yours and then we can put the Cherry overlay on it so people can verify that it's. Just do his? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that works. Let's do that. Bring it up.
Okay.
What was the name of that plan?
I don't know. I mailed it over to you.
Yeah.
Well, it's a
Ann
house, right?
Arbor.
Or no, it's a Senate.
It was Ann
Yeah,
Arbor
I think-
something.
But I had to mail it a second time.
You know what? I hadn't created that plan yet. That's what it was. So I'll just create it right now.
You need me to mail it over or you?
No, I have it.
Okay.
Oh, I just hadn't imported it. I don't think I
think it
did.
was
I
Ann
don't know.
Arbor analysis or something.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah.
It's a Senate plan.
I can, let me talk to what I'm doing what I did while he's doing that. I took a little different perspective toward things. I didn't concentrate on the partisan fairness numbers. So they're a little higher than what the other plan had. I focused on and in particular, I focused on keeping Jackson County whole, and that necessitated some major philosophical changes to the map. So I do want to say the way I approach this, I copied the Cherry map, which has already been approved and moved up. And I made changes in the Washtenaw County area, the Jackson area, and the county that's further west. Because the approach on Cherry was like a horizontal split from Ann Arbor all the way to Marshall. So there's a north-south district. Mine was completely opposite. I went an east, a north-south split. For the split right, from the north to the south. So I'm gonna walk up to the TV screen and show you what I changed, why I changed it. But I'll wait until he loads this. And for the public's knowledge, I know there's been a lot of comments about Jackson and keeping Jackson whole. We've had this map since Tuesday, but we just haven't gotten back to the Senate plan to approach it. So it's been in our thoughts and as a different alternative to this area.
Want to go up to the TV? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, I can. Do I have to press? What do I have to press?
It's on.
Okay. So when you get a chance, just zoom into the Ann Arbor or Washington County, Jackson area.
Let me change the color of either one of these two so we can see it better. District 29, I'm gonna change the color.
Okay, so what we're looking at is a cherry map, is it not?
It is
Okay,
the Ann Arbor map
that's been approved.
it's the map you sent me.
The map I sent you did not have Ann Arbor split.
All right.
I feel like that's the current configuration. of the map.
I think it's the current cherry map.
Yeah.
It again, maybe
Zoom out and let's see Oakland County. Tell pretty easily by that. Yeah, that's
the current.
Okay.
Cherry.
Yeah.
So let me look at it again because the plan I imported, Ann Arbor analysis.shape. Okay, let me see if there's another one. There's an Ann Arbor analysis 11-1. I wonder if that's it. Same day. Okay. You sent it a second time.
Yeah, you were working with me when I said it the second time.
Yes. I'm just going to pop in here real quick and see if I can find it. November. Looking for it in my emails. Yeah, that was not it.
No.
So it wasn't big enough. Yeah, here it is. That would, huh. Right, I've got it.
Yeah, you can just overlay it over the cherry map. That'd be fine.
Doug, is my head in the way?
Not at all. We enjoy watching you.
Oh my gosh, I can duck.
And you look beautiful, Commissioner Curry.
Thank you. I'm sleepy.
What are you having for dinner today? Because the fish sounded good yesterday.
Baked chicken and rice and baked sweet potatoes and maybe some kind of something.
I love sweet potatoes.
Yeah.
MC's on his way down.
Come on.
See you soon.
Okay.
Okay, this is what you sent me, and this is the file you sent me. I just brought it in again.
That's not it.
Well, yeah, that's the one that you sent me. I went to the email, opened the email, and downloaded it. So is it possible I was sent the wrong? I mean, I was sent the wrong map.
Well, let me look at. Yeah, let me look at my email. Hold on.
Well, I mean, that's where this just came from. I got it from email you sent me on. Right, he did. you can do that. Yes, that would make it very easy.
Zoom meeting. Oh, you want me to display it? Share your screen.
So just for the public watching, we are searching, Commissioner Clark is searching for a plan that he had prepared, a Senate plan with some changes around the Ann Arbor area. And he's trying to get that over to EDS so that they can open it up so everybody can see. So we are just waiting for that to happen. Commissioner Witches?
Would we have to change, move to allow a change in our procedure to allow this if it was inadvertently sent? If Commissioner Clark inadvertently sent the wrong email, I mean, I wholeheartedly believe he did send an email to election data services in the state and everybody. But if he didn't, and he sent the wrong one, technically it'd have to be 24 hours beforehand. Is that
No,
true?
because it wasn't posted. So we haven't been following the posting.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, I apologize for that time. Okay, here's what I did. Rebecca's map went from here and went westward and was a north, east-west split. And so what I did was I took Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti and combined them into one district. Okay. And then I considered District 27 the Jackson district. What I did and how I chose the dividing line is I took the M14, M14 road, which goes north of Ann Arbor and then south toward I-94. And where I'm at 94, I went west for about 1.5 miles to 2 miles to here, this area right here. And that is the first exit off of I-94 from where M14 meets. So I considered everything from there basically to the west, because that's where it begins to become rural. So it's really like a urban on 29 and at 27 is a rural split. Okay. So it doesn't directly go down this road. It had to go a little jagged to get there. And it got adjusted because of some population things. So then I went west toward Jackson on the second district, which is District 27. And if you could just scan me to the west, bring it over to the west. So here you see Jackson and all of Jackson County together. You see the western part of Washtenaw County, which if you go back to our first meeting in May, our first hearing in Jackson, that's one of the major comments that they talked about, Jackson and the western part of Washtenaw County being associated together. Okay. So to get the right population, I had to continue west just as Rebecca did on the cherry map, all the way to Marshall. And that's where it ended. And we'd have to do the overlay of cherry if we want to. I don't know if I can't remember if I changed this area or not, but I did, or this one up here. But it was because of population if I did, because it's all rural and it's all the townships are much smaller in population. I chose not to go real far south down to the border because that was a community of interest that we as a group decided to do. And I know there's been a lot of comments about Jackson and Hillsdale, and that is not part of the change that I made. So basically, instead of having the split go from here to the north and here to the south, I did an urban rural split, kept Jackson County together, and the majority of the county were, half the county where Marshall is together to accomplish that objective. So that's the major changes that I made. I had one area where I had to go a little bit east to get some of the rural areas under 27, east and south of Ann Arbor. But that's towards Saline. And that's more rural than it is a urban big city area. So I felt it was best associated with 27, and I was able to keep the urban areas and the rural areas separated.
Did you do anything up around Lansing area?
No, I didn't touch that. I believe this is the only area I touched here. Yeah. No, I didn't want to touch Lansing.
Commissioner Witches?
So my only real concern here with this is, I mean, I get what you're trying to do with the Jackson west side of Ann Arbor. My only concern is that Saline really, I mean, that's basically part of Ann Arbor. And I agree that Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti are closely knit for sure, but there's also a lot of comments trying to separate the two.
Yeah, I understand about Saline. There's a rural area between Ann Arbor and Saline, for, I don't know, 10 miles maybe, whatever it
Yeah.
is.
That's,
But the reason I did that was because once I combined Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, I was at my population limit.
no, I get that, but I mean, the two from Ann Arbor to Saline, the city itself, the 10 mile claim is of rural is a little bit of a stretch because I when I worked in Ann Arbor, my building was 5 minutes away from Saline and
Okay.
5 minutes away from downtown Ann Arbor.
Yeah, it was the reason I did it that way, like I said, was population.
Okay.
Because once I combined Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor, it was at its limit. Yeah.
Commissioner Orton, did you have a comment?
Well, I just wonder if, starting with this configuration, Dustin, do you have an idea of a change that would improve?
With the objective of keeping Jackson County together. And
So
Not on the top of my head.
can you bring up the overlay I sent you from Ann Arbor?
Can you overlay it off of my machine?
Because I redid Ann Arbor and Jackson too, but I did it very differently than this, in a way that I think preserves those Ann Arbor communities without creating everybody packed in between Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti, which I feel like we received abundant public comment that they didn't want that at all. So I think this is addressing Jackson, but at the cost of Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti and what they've requested. So I think there's a different way to do that and make more of Jackson on its own without packing Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti into a single district, which I don't think. And I'm actually really curious to see the partisan fairness numbers on this because I suspect it made them significantly worse.
It made them higher, but I think they're still within scope of what we talked about this morning.
So Kent, I sent you, it was I think called Cherry version 4. It was from 10. I think it was 1031. If you don't have it, I can send it again really quick.
I'm scrolling down to State Senate. I got a Cherry V2 that was published.
No.
Got a Cherry version 4, 1031 version 4.
Yes, that's it.
Ann Arbor area only.
Yes, that's it.
So I'll share this map that Chairwoman this is it's just this general area only. We can zoom out and then come back in. Is that it?
Yeah, can you zoom out a little bit so we can see? So
it's 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, Lansing, Shiawassee, Clinton.
Yep, I think I had to rebalance a few things there. But so what I ended up doing is taking those very rural counties between Jackson and Calhoun and putting them, bringing them down into 26. That solves the problem you were having with too much population. And then put Jackson with the west side of Ann Arbor and those areas over there, and then put the kind of southerly part of Ann Arbor with Ypsilanti and Saline and Milan, along with a little bit of Tecumseh as well.
Yeah, the one of the big differences I see is you still have Ann Arbor split in the northern part of Ann Arbor associated with Jackson County. And I didn't do it that way. I combined all of Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti. Because the input that I heard a lot back in May and just recently this week was Jackson is associated with the western part of Western County, but not the Ann Arbor area. And so that's why I did it the way I configured it. Yeah. And I guarantee you that my numbers are probably higher than what you've done.
Yeah.
But I was focusing on what the people wanted.
Yeah.
Well, and I would want Bruce's comments on the numbers that I've got.
So I would say that I also heard a lot of comments about Jackson and Ann Arbor and people wanting to be together with that part of Ann Arbor. We received a lot of comments about it. People saying that they travel to Ann Arbor, they work in Ann Arbor, they live in Jackson, and that they feel that there are a lot of connections there. Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
Yeah, and I mean, I do understand what you're going after here in regards to Jackson County, but I'm still very firm on the belief that counties, in my opinion, are not communities of interest because those particular boundaries are lower on the list of where COIs are. But that's just how I take it. This configuration I feel is okay. However, the northern part of Ann Arbor itself is where I have the issues because that's like I said, the super affluent area. Although, like I said before, that also doesn't really mean too much, but they may, if you had to go to Ann Arbor, I would draw like a line straight down and grab just like the most western part of Ann Arbor and not go so far on the eastern side of the north side of Ann Arbor, northeast, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I made the split at that first major exit off of 94.
However, either configuration works. It's just how do you want to handle the biggest point of contention is how do you want to handle Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti? Do you want to split those two? If you do, then we have to go with the map that goes further west past Jackson that binds Ann Arbor, or if you want to put Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti together, then this would be a decent way to do it as well. Both are, I'm okay with both. It's just it's going to have to come down to numbers, but you did put a decent effort into, a very good effort into communities of interest, as we've heard from the public, but I see both sides of the coin. Both of you did that.
It's just two different ideas and configurations. Yeah. Commissioner Eid.
Well, so is the problem with the original cherry configuration that what we had as districts, they're numbered 14 and 15 on the portal currently, is it that they go too far east to west, or that Ann Arbor is split? Because I thought we determined already that in order to have a fair map, Ann Arbor does need to be split. So what are we talking about here is my question, because if it is the east-west, if it is how far the district currently goes from east to west, I think this configuration fixes that problem while still keeping Ann Arbor split, so it still maintains partisan balance. So it does both of those.
So I think what I was hearing at public comment, which caused me to create this map, was we were hearing expressions from people in Calhoun who are very rural, feeling that they did not want to be put in with either, honestly, Jackson or Washtenaw. And that other map really stretches all the way out to that. So by having this configuration, you get to put them with the more rural areas in Branch, put Jackson into more of a group along with the western edge of Ann Arbor, and then keep Ann Arbor split, but in a different configuration than what we see how far it goes over. So this way we're putting Calhoun into more rural areas. And that was I was listening to what people were saying at public comment and trying to accommodate that and come up with a different configuration for them. Commissioner Lang.
Thank you. Doug, I have a question on yours. I know what you're going for because there has been a lot of comment from Jackson. So is this just a suggested change that you want to make, that you want moved for consideration to the 45 days? Or do you plan on submitting another map that has kind of the same configuration? I'm trying to see where you're going with this.
No, I'm not going to submit a personal map. I'm looking at making a change to the collaborative map that we previously did. And relative to Calhoun and Jackson, I can't recall any comments relative to that, nor of Calhoun and Ann Arbor. I mean, off the top of my head, without going back to some notes and going through that. But anyways, my approach was a rural-urban split down the line, and keeping Jackson County whole, and incorporating it with the western part of Washington, which is what I heard a lot of this week and back in May. I also agree that I heard some people from Ann Arbor saying working with Jackson is fine,
Oh, there we go.
So
Okay. I would like to put a motion that we move his forward for consideration as like a version 2 to it, since other commissioners have been able to make changes and have those moved forward. I don't think it's a bad change. There has been public comment on both sides of the fence about Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti being a community of interest, and we definitely have had a lot on the Jackson County. So I would put forward the motion that it be considered also as an alternative.
I have to work off of this.
Anyone interested in seconding that?
I'll second.
I'll second. This is Commissioner Wagner.
Thank you. Commissioner Orton jumped in before you did. So we have a motion by Commissioner Lang, seconded by Commissioner Orton. And I just asked Doug to run the partisan fairness numbers so we can see that as well.
Yeah, we've got Kim bring them up.
Yeah. Because I do think this will negatively impact the partisan fairness numbers.
Well, it depends which way you look at it, but
It really doesn't. It really doesn't. There's either a fair map or it's not.
Yeah,
There's
well,
no like.
we have different opinions on how you look at read the data. Someday I'll tell you a story about data, but you'll appreciate it.
You better start thinking of a map name, dude.
Oh, the map name's Palm.
Palm.
Yeah, Palm.
Palm is not a native Michigan tree. I'm just going to throw that out.
No, it's not a native Michigan tree.
Okay, but
But I
that's good.
spent a lot of time in California, so in Arizona,
So
so
you're
I like.
thinking palm.
Yeah. If I wasn't the name of Palm, I'd name it Cactus. So one of the two.
Prickly.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a lopsided margin of 5.7. That's up from 4.5 on the previous plan. Actually, no, wait. 4.6, sorry. And then we have, what about the mean median is 3.2, which is up from 1.2 on the previous
Mhm.
plan.
Yeah, I knew the numbers would be up.
Efficiency gap. See that. 6.1. And then the seats vote ratio, 19-19. So a negative 2.3% bias against Democrats, positive 2.3 in favor of Republicans.
Yeah, and I'd like to get Bruce's opinion as well on this. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
The efficiency gap for Cherry was 0.3 in favor of Democrats with a seats vote of 20 to 18.
Mhm.
Efficiency gap of 3.4. This one is 6.1. So 3.4 was the Cherry efficiency gap. This plan is 6.1. And then anything else? Okay. All right. Mr. Adelson.
Excuse me. So Commissioner, what would you like me to opine about?
Well, in particular, the number we didn't get, the plan deviation.
Can we close out of the spreadsheet so we can see
Yeah.
it or go back to it? Yeah.
That's the one I want you to comment on. Okay, so it's below 5. It's 4.78. So that's in the range.
Oh,
Yeah.
the deviation is 4.78 is very good.
Yeah, and what about the other numbers as far as like the efficiency gap being a little higher than the other plan and so forth? How do you interpret that?
Well, I'll go back to how we've advised previously, that there are policy choices for the commission to make about the level of the efficiency gap, how the seat count works out, what's the margin of that. Constitution does not have specific requirements for that. The Constitution doesn't say that the efficiency gap has to be a certain number or the mean median difference has to be a certain number. So that is part of the conversation that will be ongoing with today, tomorrow, and at the end of December. Our advice has been that The Constitution does not require that there be a certain number, that the commission has a lot of leeway in deciding how far do you want to go, what number is acceptable to the commission as a body. That our concern has always been that the numbers reflect, like, for example, the numbers reflect that you're using the four approved measures that Dr. Handley used, that the courts have approved to guide your decision. Not that one is necessarily has more weight than another. The Constitution doesn't say that. So there are a lot of policy choices to make, and we've recognized that. I'm sure that you've recognized that. But we're not going to say that one is better than the other, or one must be adhered to. The Constitution doesn't say that.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion is the numbers are higher than what the other plan had. However, they fell in line with what the conversation was with Dr. Henley. So they didn't deviate above those. So I felt they were acceptable at where they're at.
Well, Commissioner Clark, to your point, I think that if there were a number that was so outlandishly beyond the range.
Yeah, you'd stop us right
Yeah,
here.
we would certainly, we'd talk about that.
Yeah.
So if you did a planned deviation, for example, of 15%, yeah, we'd weigh in on that. It's the same here, that if there were a number that were outside the range, we would mention that. But these are choices that the commission will be making, whether, as I said, today, tomorrow, end of December, about how far the body, the majority, chooses to go.
Well, I'll just close. I know we have a motion on the table, but I feel this gives Jackson a different alternative to comment on, as well as Ann Arbor. And if we promote them, promote this map along with Cherry, we'll get some more feedback over the next 45 days, and we'll just evaluate that as we get it. So,
well, Commissioner, I certainly agree. You will putting out, having alternatives. What General Counsel and I have advised before is a very good best practice. You will be getting comments. Having alternatives, I think, is a great way.
Okay, I yield back.
Okay, so can you show us the demographics for District 29 now? I think those, can we see what the two Ann Arbor districts are? So 29, yeah, I want to see what the demographics are on that. Okay, 13%.
29, is that on?
Yep, 29% minority. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. So I would just say on this map, I don't have a problem configuration, so that there would be that alternative option for people in that area as well. So yep, so we have a motion on the table. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Oh, Commissioner Kellum and then Commissioner Eid.
Just in general, I think our Senate maps could do a little bit more tweaking in Detroit. So it's not that I despise any of them in particular, but I would like some enhancements done there. So if anything, that would be why I would not necessarily advance this one. That's all.
Commissioner Eid and then Commissioner Orton.
Well, I think we're getting to the point where we're adopting too many maps to go on to this next. I've been pretty consistent in this feeling, because these maps, they do have the potential, right, to be randomly selected by the Secretary of State, or, possibly change how we vote in our ranked preference voting. And I think it's, I don't understand what this is really about. I thought it was about making it so that the Jackson district 29, 27 didn't go like further east to west, but looking at it, it seems that it's actually about not splitting up Ann Arbor, which I don't agree with, because we already had established that in order to pass a fair map, a map that both contributes to communities of interest and contributes to partisan fairness, that's what needs to be done. So, and I think Commissioner Zatella's overlay does that because Jackson doesn't go as far west into Calhoun. So personally, the map to me isn't a fair map. And because it's not a fair map, it's much more unfair than the other map. I can't personally support it.
Commissioner Rothorn.
I'm just concerned about the communities of color that are in the Ann Arbor area and in the Jackson area particularly. And I think, yeah. But I also recognize that we may not have a significant majority to work with. And I think that's what, we tried to split and make an Ann Arbor area with the Asian population, recognize that Asian population. And it's not, when they're all packed together, I shouldn't use the word packed, sorry. When they're all together, then it's still at 29%. So under a packing threshold.
Yes. To your point, Commissioner, yes, that's clearly well below a packing threshold. But as you recall that there are several factors in evaluating what you're raising. You have a majority minority district, you have a coalition district, which is not a majority minority district, it's a minority plurality district. You have influence districts where the minority population is not numerous enough or not cohesive enough to control the outcome of the election. However, they may influence the outcome of the election. So there are lots of ways to look at this. I mean, typically, if you have minority populations in the 10% range, for example, or 15%, that's usually a total minority population, usually too low to affect influence or control. But in my career, I've seen minorities with as low as 30% control the outcome in districts. So it's a district by district, geography by geography calculation. But keep in mind that influence district calculation, if that's something that you wish to pursue, that's different, of course, than the coalition and different than majority minority.
Thank you.
Commissioner Orton.
I did have my hand up. It was in response to what Brittany said. Do you want to make some changes to like the Senate map or a Senate map to improve them? Because we're almost out of time. So I'm wondering when we could do that.
So I was trying to kind of sketch something now so I could have like a more guided conversation, but I would prefer to use the Cherry version 2 Chair Zatella's map, and then we could examine neighborhoods to try and do that. But yeah, that would be my suggestion. If not, I can submit my own version.
Yeah.
on Monday.
So my concern is the metrics on this map. We had other maps on whenever it was we discussed the Senate Monday, Tuesday, I don't remember. We had the elm map and the spruce map that we specifically rejected because their metrics performed poorly. And so this map is equivalent to the elm map in terms of the metrics that we performed. It's got virtually identical partisan fairness features. And while I realize it is not our priority, it is in our constitutional rank criteria. And so I'm just concerned about this 1919 seats votes, a 6.1 efficiency gap. And, those are the ones that really concern me because I think while I understand what you're trying to do, I think we can do the same thing with the configuration I had without coming up with a map that is not partisan fair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner
My
Lang.
hand's been up. I just want to say that, again, communities of interest outrank partisan fairness. And since we've been debating this for a while, can we just call the question, please?
Well, I don't think discussion's over yet. I think we're discussing, and we shouldn't end discussion prematurely. If people have more things to say, then people have more things to say.
But she called the question.
So I'm calling for a point of order for
do that
discussion.
All right, I think we can go ahead and vote. That's fine. Sarah, we're going to do a roll call vote like we've been doing all afternoon.
Madam Chair, point of order. How about you?
Go
From
ahead.
my understanding of rules of parliamentary procedure, that would,
Commissioner or General Counsel, we're going to need you to weigh in on this.
if there was a motion to close debate or close discussion, that would be appropriate, but I don't think you can just unilaterally close discussion just because, I mean, we're discussing. And I don't think it's time to end discussion.
So a motion to end debate is a motion that takes away the privileges of members of the body and must be adopted by a 2/3 vote.
That answers the question. So it was just, if someone says they call the question, does that end debate? Does it end debate and discussion just because someone says I call the question? Was the question? The question was, does calling the question end debate? And it sounds like no, you have to have a motion. Okay, so is there any further discussion? Yeah, is there any further discussion or debate? Commissioner Witches and then Commissioner Clark.
Motion to end debate.
Commissioner
Second.
Clark, comment.
Yes, I was just waiting for my turn. I understand your concern about the partisan fairness numbers, and I told you up front that they were going to be higher than yours. However, I mean, listening to Bruce, they're acceptable from the standards. They're not as low as some people may want, but they are acceptable within the standards that Bruce communicated about, as well as what Dr. Hanley told us previously. So, and like Rhonda says, communities of interest is higher than partisan fairness. So I think that needs to weigh in too. A lot of our emphasis has been driving down the numbers. And I took a different approach toward this. I was listening to the citizens in the Jackson area and the Jackson County. I felt this is a more appropriate way to go.
Okay, so we do have a motion to end debate by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on that motion? Mr. Stigall.
Excuse me, the plan we had up there had a lower deviation that I imported it. And there's a higher deviation than what we had been looking at previously.
Okay, so you're talking about Commissioner Clark's,
Commissioner Clark plan, so I think we should take a moment and.
there, it's
see
even
the-
higher?
See what the difference is.
it's even
why.
higher? Is that what you're saying?
No, it
It's-
may be different.
It may be different.
The
Okay.
geography may not have transferred. There may be something going on here.
Okay,
That's
well,
what
let's
I'm
take a vote on this motion to end debate. Do we need to do a roll call again? For goodness sake. Sarah, I'm just working you today. Can we do a motion, a roll call on the motion to end debate?
Is there discussion on the motion?
I already said that. Nobody raised their
Oh,
hand.
I was raising my hand.
Oh, I didn't see.
There's no discussion? Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Secretary's representative. Yes, it's a 2/3 vote of the commission, so it would be 9.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
in importing it, the geography issue again, we got
Mhm.
negative unassigned people, so
Okay.
I'm gonna export it. And nothing's unassigned. It's extra, that a negative numbers means something was double assigned. So it's always dealing with the geography issues. Seems to be the problem.
Are we ready to vote?
I think so. And this is, we are voting on the motion to end debate.
All right, commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion to end the debate with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Rhonda Lang,
Yes.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
MC Rothhorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Satella,
No.
Janice Follett,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
No.
Dustin Witches,
Yes.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Ede,
No.
Brittany Kellum.
No.
By a vote of 9-4, 9 yes, 4 no, the motion carries.
Okay, so now we get to vote on the motion to advance. Right now it's listed as Senate version 3 Ann Arbor analysis.
Madam Chair,
I was gonna say, are you still, go ahead.
Commissioner Clark had labeled this prior to now Palm.
Palm, okay.
So is that the will of the body to rename this Palm?
Well, I think we're gonna wait till we decide whether it's moving forward or not. So the motion before the body at this point is whether to advance the Palm map forward for the 45-day public comment period. And again, Ms. Reinhardt, if we could do a roll call on that, I would appreciate it. Oh, Commissioner Lang, did you have a comment?
No, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting to put it down.
Thank you.
Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Steve Lett.
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
MC Rothhorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Satella,
No.
Janice Villette,
No.
Aaron Wagner,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Dustin Witches,
No.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Eade,
No.
Brittany Kellum,
No.
Rhonda Lang.
Yes.
By a vote of 8 yes to 5 no, the motion carries.
Okay. All right. So at this point, we can rename it Palm. Commissioner Witches, did you want to? Yeah, I was getting what you were gonna do.
I make a motion to have EDS lock the districts and renumber the districts, starting with number 1 in Detroit.
And okay. All right. So do we have a second? Commissioner Weiss. So we have a motion by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Weiss to direct EDS to renumber the districts from 1 to 38, starting with 1 in the Metro Detroit area and heading up to 38 in the Upper Peninsula. And then lock the districts once that occurs. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. So once we get that done, what? Well, I want to offer that alternative map because I think it's accomplishing what he's trying to accomplish. Yeah, without. So can we open up the Cherry, the one that was published, Cherry version 2? General Counsel.
Madam Chair, please excuse the interruption. Did you call for the no votes on that last vote?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. I'm sorry. It's getting late. So let's see if we can do this really quick. So can we open up Cherry version 2?
Okay.
Or actually, no, you're right. Make a copy.
Exactly. We can't modify that.
Yeah, make a copy.
Copy of the plan. And we'll just leave it. We'll take that
Yeah,
off.
just leave it as a copy for now.
We'll just leave it just like
We'll
that.
see
That's good.
if it gets moved. And then if you can just bring in as a shape file that Ann Arbor only area. Where did it go? Where did it go? This. Autobahn Edge works in mysterious ways sometimes.
I think I was hit and sort when I didn't mean to sort and just kind of.
Yeah, so if we can just bring it as a layer, because that should make making the changes pretty quick. That Ann Arbor only, there it is, Cherry, and I just saw it.
Where did I
Go down a little bit. I thought I just saw it on your list, maybe up. No, I
right,
swear I
well,
just saw it again.
Let me just load it in again. I'm sorry, I'm losing it. What was the plan again? Cherry V2.
Cherry, but it was like Ann Arbor only. It was on the list. I saw
Oh,
it.
it was.
Yeah, it
Okay,
was on
I'm
the
sorry.
list. So you're just kind of moving fast.
Ding, 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 ding. Yep.
There it is, Ann Arbor only. That's it.
Yes.
Okay, and if we can just go in and just start adjusting.
Follow the
Yep, follow the blue lines.
blue
Yep,
lines,
so 22 is going to be expanded a little bit because we're taking off part of 22.
Okay, so I'm gonna do 22.
Yep.
And I'll just start and you let me know if I'm doing it correctly.
Yep.
Or not doing it correctly, rather. Is there,
Then
there's
let's-
nothing above
I
that?
don't think so. So let's
Okay.
go down.
Well, yeah, we'll check it all. Okay,
Yeah, so
on to
now we're going to take that area.
14.
Yep, 14.
Okay. That's not good.
I was going to say that's always the area where it screws up, but we'll see. Might have to just rebuild it. Okay. Oh, that little line. Okay. Oh, auto pound badge.
We have 15.
Yep,
and This all
15.
be 15.
Yep.
and s-
Mylan and
Okay.
Oh my goodness. You accidentally grabbed a little part outside. I don't know. That's gonna make a difference though. Yeah.
Where?
Zoom back in. See that little bit
Oh,
out?
that little bitty thing.
There's two of them. Yeah. You can
Okay.
just leave them. I think it's gonna be fine.
No, I mean, I want to get it right.
Yeah, there's like one outside, one that's not in. See that little block there?
This one right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this, see, I was doing it by precincts.
Yeah.
And this corner of this precinct is cut off.
And then there, yep, on the right side, you went over a little bit. If you can zoom back in to Mylan. Eastern. Yeah, you see that little green sliver right there? Yep.
That's one of those geography
Yeah.
glitches.
And it's showing a little, yeah, a little spot of 22 in there.
So this area all be
Yep,
17.
it's all gonna be 17. Oops. So the one that's in 17 just put into 17, the other one just assigned to 18.
All this to
Yep,
16.
all that to 16. Okay. Yeah, I think that's everything. So if we could just check for plan errors. I'm seeing one that's saying it's over by 6,000, so we might have something in there.
But there's nothing unassigned or doesn't appear to be unassigned.
Yeah, yeah, just check for plan errors because this is Ann Arbor.
And then we'll do the, yep.
Okay, so can we run the partisan fairness on this?
Yes. So the partisan fairness measures, first up is the lopsided margins. This plan has a 4.5% favoring margin, favoring Republicans. Mean median difference is 1.2% favoring Republicans. Efficiency gap of 3.3 favoring Republicans. And the seats to vote ratio or proportionality bias is 0.3 in favor of the Democrats. And the Democrats seat count is 20 to 18 for Republican.
Okay, so it's virtually identical to the original Cherry plan. The lopsided on the original Cherry plan was 4.6. This is 4.5. The mean median was 1.2. This is also 1.2. The efficiency gap on the original Cherry is 3.4. This is 3.3, so functionally the same. Seats vote was 20 to 18 with a 0.3 Democrat, negative 0.3 Republican. This is also the exact same 2018, same balance. So, and again, I just feel that this offers a way to sort of address some of the comments we got about the rural areas west of Jackson, while still maintaining that community of interest between Jackson and the western portions of Ann Arbor, and then maintaining that split for better partisan fairness in Ann Arbor, which we've received hundreds of comments basically saying they wanted to be split and they encouraged that split. So, and again, just offers a different configuration than those very long skinny districts that are stacked on top of each other. Yes.
Yeah, I think this is a good alternative to also to look at. So
Yeah.
We'll see what the public says and.
So is that a motion, Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I'm putting.
Okay, I was gonna say it's 20 to 7. Is that a motion?
Yeah, it is.
Motion made by Commissioner Clark, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Go ahead, Commissioner Eid.
Well, I agree with everything you just said. I think this does both support communities of interest and supports partisan fairness. I don't look at these as either or issues. I think you can do both. I think this map does that by not bringing that District 14 all the way into Calhoun County.
Commissioner Orton.
I just wonder before we vote to put this forward, if Commissioner Kellum wanted to look at it for any Detroit changes that she had mentioned, like not, if we don't have time right now,
Yeah, I doubt
tomorrow morning.
I doubt they will have time. I just, so I'll wait. Yeah.
But I think I appreciate what Commissioner Orton is saying. Like, let's make sure that we get it right. So we may have to do it tomorrow. Maybe we just I think we're all tired, and it would be hard to do this right now, I think. So let's talk a little bit about tomorrow. Let's talk about what we do.
We have a motion on the
We have the
table.
motion on the, I apologize.
Is there any further debate or discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor of advancing this map, copy of Cherry V2 to the 45-day public comment period. We're going to do a roll call. Ms. Reinhardt.
Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Steve Lett. I was building suspense.
Yes.
No.
Cynthia Orton,
I'm a little confused.
You're voting to whether you to advance this to the 45-day public comment period.
Well, don't we have to wait on Brittany?
No, she said no.
Oh, she's not going to try to touch it up or anything anymore.
No.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
MC Rothhorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Satella,
Yes.
Janice Follett,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
I think they're gone.
just one moment. Commissioner Wagner,
Thank you. No.
thank you. Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Dustin Witches,
Yes.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Eade,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang.
No.
By a vote of 11 yes to 2 no, the motion carries.
Thank you. So I would like to rename this map Linden, which those of you who don't know, linden is a wonderful native Michigan tree that's known as the bee tree because it produces a wonderful nectar that causes it to be surrounded with bees in the springtime. So it's going to be the
Terrible.
linden. Commissioner Witches.
I move that EDS lock the districts and renumber them from 1 to 38, starting in Detroit, and ending into UP.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? And Kent, it's Linden. I could tell that's what you were looking at before. There you go. Linden.
I just didn't want to do it wrong.
Where are those? All right, all in favor of having EDS renumber the districts from 1 to 38, starting with 1 in the Detroit area, and then locking the map, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. All right, so here's where we are at. We have, it's 6:45. We have a couple of maps approved. We have more work to do tomorrow. I don't think we're going to continue deliberations tonight because I think everybody is tired. So we don't have any minutes to approve. We do have 2 sets. Hold on, what are the numbers? Because they're not on my list. October 20. I got to look in my email. Hold on. We have the proposed Detroit public hearing meeting minutes from October 20, 2021. Is that right? So any changes to the proposed minutes from the Detroit public hearing, October 20, 2021?
Move their adoption.
Second.
Move for the adoption. Motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches to adopt the meeting minutes from October 20, 2021. Any discussion or debate on the motion? All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. All right, the ayes prevail and the meeting minutes are adopted. We also have meeting minutes from the Lansing public hearing from October 21st, 2021. I would entertain a motion to adopt the meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches. Is there any amendments, discussion, or debate on the adoption of the of the meeting minutes? Hearing none, we have a motion to adopt the Lansing Public Hearing meeting minutes from October 21, 2021. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting minutes are adopted. Okay, at this point, we do not have any staff reports. Commissioner Witches.
Move to adjourn.
Can I ask Michigan Department of State if they have any updates for? Okay, can we have a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn by Commissioner Witches, second by Commissioner Lett. Any discussion or debate on the motion? All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All in favor, all opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting is adjourned at 6:50 p.m. Thank you, everybody.